Naoki stared at the terastallized Koraidon standing proudly before him, now adorned with a massive, glittering crystal fist atop its head. How do I even describe this? Mega Evolution had flair and lore. Z-moves? Flashy and thrilling. Gigantamax forms? A visual spectacle. But this terastallization, it fell a little off. Sure, the oversized crystal fist gave Koraidon a majestic, almost regal appearance, but Naoki couldn't shake the thought. Wouldn't that thing throw off its balance? Just imagining running around with a giant gemstone on your head made his own neck ache. Koraidon tilted its head and made a questioning noise. Reo! Naoki snapped out of his thoughts and gave a bright, if slightly forced, smile, flashing a thumbs up. Very majestic. Koraidon narrowed its eyes, unimpressed. It had spent enough time with Naoki to recognize that particular brand of fake enthusiasm. Reo, it grumbled, shoulders sagging slightly. Dr. Sada and Dr. Turo, oblivious to the silent exchange, continued to marvel over the terastallized form. This is the culmination of our latest research, terastallization, Dr. Sada said with pride, gesturing toward the dim Terra orb in Naoki's hand. After each use, the orb's energy depletes and must be recharged before it can be used again. Naoki turned the orb in his palm. Once radiant, it now looked dull and inert. Dr. Turo picked up the explanation, brimming with excitement. To support trainers, the Pokémon League is installing Terra orb recharging stations in Pokémon centers across the world. Just visit Nurse Joy and she'll restore it for you. But that's not your only option, he added, eyes twinkling. The glowing crystals scattered throughout Area 0 also store terrestrial energy. If you press the Terra orb against one, it'll recharge, though slowly. Those crystals are rare, Dr. Sada cautioned, so most trainers will rely on the centers. Understood, Naoki nodded. Once Koraidon's examination wrapped up, the professors handed Naoki over to Butch, a cheerful researcher with a spring in his step. We still have more data to review, Dr. Sada said. But Butch will give you a proper tour of the Institute. Let's go. Butch beamed. You're gonna love this place. Naoki followed politely, though his excitement had long since cooled. Just like in the games, the Zero Lab facility was sprawling, an interconnected labyrinth of buildings with labs, lounges, ecological domes, and tech-heavy research wings. Butch led the way, enthusiastically pointing out machines, research drones, and observation decks for Paradox Pokémon. Naoki tried to keep up, but most of the high-tech equipment just looked like props from a sci-fi film. Eventually, they arrived at a towering, crystalline structure at the center of the complex. That's the time machine. Butch grinned. The pinnacle of science. We've made time travel possible. Naoki squinted. The structure glittered under artificial lighting, refracting rainbow hues in all directions. So this is where the AI version of the professor battles the player, he thought. Beside him, Koraidon stared at the structure, face unreadable. There was something deeply familiar about it, something that unsettled it. Want to sneak in and take a peek? Butch teased. Naoki blinked. Wait, really? Huh, just kidding. Butch laughed. That's the most restricted zone in the Institute. Only the top brass are allowed in. Naoki groaned. I walked right into that one. Butch's expression turned wistful. That machine, it's how ancient and future Pokémon enter our world. It's always running, bringing more and more of them here. He looked toward Naoki. The doctor's dream is to create a paradise where those Pokémon can live in peace. And it's guarded, he added. Koraidon number 2 and Miraidon were appointed as the machine's protectors. Paradise Guardian Dragons, you could say. Paradise Guardian Dragons, Naoki echoed softly. Butch's eyes lit up. That's perfect. I'm totally calling them that now. Naoki smiled faintly. Sure. Later that day, after lunch, Naoki used the high concentration of terrestrial energy around the lab to test terrestrialization on Palmot and Dragonite. With ease, he discovered their Terra types, electric for Palmot, flying for Dragonite. Both matched their innate attributes. He thought back to the treats he'd made. Lightning buns for Palmot, storm buns for Dragonite. With crystallization added, their synergy in battle would be formidable. Perfect for a double battle, Naoki mused, then sighed. Not that we'll need that kind of power on the ranch. He glanced at the two Pokémon happily devouring Poke Puffs nearby. They're here because they want to be, he thought. That's more important than strength. Naoki had once dreamed of traveling like Ash Ketchum. Gym battles, league challenges, thrilling adventures. But now he just wanted to go home. To the ranch. To the quiet life with his Pokémon. It's time to go back. The next afternoon, he informed Dr. Sada and Dr. Turo of his decision. You could stay a bit longer, Dr. Sada offered kindly. Naoki shook his head, smiling. I'm homesick. It's time. Dr. Turo gave a nod. You're always welcome here. And who knows? Maybe next time, we'll be able to communicate with Paradox Pokémon properly. And bring them back to your ranch, Dr. Sada added warmly. Naoki paused, stunned. They knew his dream. They understood, even if just a little. They'd make perfect professors if they weren't always stuck in the details. Naoki thought, a bit wistfully. Try to lighten the moment, he asked. Isn't Arvin about old enough to start school soon? Dr. Sada's eyes softened. 2 more years. Then we'll send him to Paldea Academy. Naoki smiled. When I was his age, if my mom left for a day, I'd throw myself on the floor crying. Arvin's way stronger than I ever was. The professors exchanged a glance, recognizing the message behind his words. Children needed their parents. Dr. Sada felt a pang. It had been weeks since she saw her son. You'll make a great father someday, Naoki, she said softly. Naoki blinked. I don't even have plans to get married. There's still time, Dr. Turo said with a grin. They laughed together, warmth returning to the room. The ecological data on Koraidon is complete, Dr. Sada said at last. There's no need to send us any more reports. Koraidon looked at her briefly, then returned its gaze to Naoki. To it, the only one that mattered was him. Dr. Sada smiled. It's clear how much it cares about you. Take good care of it. Naoki nodded quietly. If only that same bond could bring them closer to Arvin, he thought. But maybe that's wishful. After calming down the joyful chaos of Pokémon that had rushed to greet him, Naoki stepped back into the house. He dropped his bag beside the sofa and collapsed onto the cushions with a long, relieved sigh. The brother and sister in DD, always attentive, welcomed him home with cheerful smiles. The younger NDD floated over and gently placed a warm cup of tea on the table before him. Then, with a knowing look, she picked up 2 small photographs and handed them to him. Naoki raised an eyebrow as he saw the familiar, tiny paw prints stamped on the back of each photo. He didn't need to ask who had sent them. When did these arrive? He asked, taking a sip of tea. In response, the younger NDD held up 3 fingers, then 1. 3 days ago and 1 day ago. Naoki translated, nodding with a soft smile. Thanks. Curiosity stirred. He flipped over the first photo. It captured a wide expanse of open sea, crystal blue waves stretching endlessly beneath a sky dotted with fluffy clouds. In the middle, floating side by side, were 2 familiar faces, Mew and Teddiursa. Their eyes were wide, their expressions a mix of confusion and distress. Naoki chuckled softly. 2 poor little adventurers, completely lost. He remembered the last time they had sent a message. It had come from the Orange Islands. They hadn't mentioned leaving, so their presence in this far-flung ocean surprised him. He could only imagine how their adventure had spiraled into yet another detour across open waters, lost amid the vast sea. Turning over the second photo, Naoki's heart warmed. Still surrounded by ocean, Mew and Teddiursa were now sitting contentedly on the back of a gentle-looking Lapras, gliding smoothly toward a small tropical island lush with greenery. Both Pokémon wore wide, delighted grins. At least they found land, Naoki murmured. Lapras had even turned to face the camera, its large eyes shining with kindness. Naoki couldn't help but smile. I wonder what they said to win Lapras over like that, he mused. Must have been something adorable. His gaze lingered on the Pokémon. Lapras, once nearly extinct, now slowly recovering thanks to global conservation. In Alola, they were plentiful again. But other regions faced the opposite, like Paldea, where even Dragonite were rare. Naoki leaned back with a wistful sigh. Some places overflow with Pokémon. Others barely have any to spare. With the photographs set aside, Naoki's days at the ranch soon fell back into their familiar rhythm, tending crops, soaking in the sun, enjoying tea, and sharing peaceful moments with his Pokémon family. The wild Pokémon he had rescued from the fire slowly healed, physically and emotionally. They were adapting, learning that life could be kind. One bright morning, Naoki decided to take them for a walk to the back mountain they once called home. It was the first time they'd returned since the forest fire that had changed everything. As they reached the edge of the woods, a heavy silence fell over the group. The forest lay in ruins. Charred tree trunks jutted skyward like blackened bones. Ash blanketed the earth, and once vibrant greenery had been reduced to cinders and dust. The air still held the faint scent of scorched wood. The Wattrell perched silently on a burnt branch, wings finally healed, but eyes filled with sorrow. The Minccino, now with its tail fully regrown, leapt from one broken branch to another, as if searching for familiar markers that no longer existed. Petalil and several fungus stood still, their small frames stiff with quiet grief. Naoki said nothing at first. He knelt and ran a hand gently through the gray powder coating the ground. "This," he said softly, "this isn't just destruction." He let the ash slip through his fingers. "It's nutrients. The trees, the flowers, they're not gone forever. They'll return, stronger than before. That's how nature works. It always finds a way to begin again." The Pokémon stared at him, some still unsure, others slowly beginning to understand. Then Cricketune stepped forward. Raising its arms like a conductor, it began to play. The melody was soft at first, sorrowful, echoing the pain of what had been lost. But gradually, the music rose, growing clearer, stronger, until it sang of resilience and hope. Naoki stood silently, moved by the hauntingly beautiful tune. Around him, the Pokémon lifted their heads, eyes glimmering, spirits stirred by the song. Cricketune's final note hung in the air like a promise. Then, a voice clapped from nearby. "Bravo!" called a man with long, wind-tousled hair. A guitar was slung over his shoulder, and a Toxtricity slinked beside him, strumming its chest like an electric bass. "That's some real talent your Pokémon's got," he said, grinning. Naoki turned. "Not mine. These Pokémon, they lost their home to the fire. I've just been giving them a place to heal." The man's grin softened. "It's good to see someone caring, especially after something like that." He offered a playful bow. "Name's Bess, traveling musician. Me and my partner here follow the music wherever it takes us." Naoki blinked. He'd never met anyone quite like Bess. "I'm Naoki. I run a ranch nearby. But what brought you here? This forest's been quiet for a while." Bess shrugged. "Heard people and Pokémon were grieving here. Thought maybe I could help." Naoki gave a skeptical glance. Bess laughed. "Music speaks every language. Sorrow, joy, longing, it reaches everyone." Cricketune nodded solemnly in agreement. After a pause, Bess brightened. "How about a concert? Right here, right now." Naoki raised an eyebrow. The Pokémon exchanged unsure glances. But Cricketune? Its eyes sparkled. Naoki smiled. "All right, but let's take it back to the ranch. It's more comfortable there." At the ranch, Pokémon gathered in the pasture, settling on the grass in neat rows, tallest in back, smallest in front. Naoki and Koraidon watched from the rear. Bess prepared with theatrical flair, releasing another Toxtricity and a Rillaboom from their Pokeballs. He slung his guitar into place, then raised a hand to the sky. "Introducing the Toxtricity Band, here to spread joy."
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
September 29th, 198 of the Alliance calendar. the penultimate day of autumn. The air was crisp, and the ranch was starting to show signs of the changing seasons. Yellowed grass stretched across the pastures, and the once bustling orchard was now carpeted in a layer of fallen leaves. That morning, Naoki set out to inspect the ranch, preparing for the cold season ahead. Winter was on its way, and with it, the first snow of the season. He knew he had to ensure everyone was ready before the snow began to blanket the land. As Naoki walked through the pasture, a chilly breeze swept by, causing some of the Pokémon to shiver. The furless Pokémon huddled together briefly for warmth before resuming their playful antics on the grass, unfazed by the cold. Meanwhile, the fluffier Pokémon seemed unaffected, their winter coats already beginning to grow thicker in preparation for the cold months ahead. Naoki chuckled to himself as a group of mischievous Pokémon sprinted past him, enjoying the last traces of autumn. The temperatures dropped to 15 degrees already, Naoki thought, pulling his jacket closer. According to the forecast, a cold front will sweep through next month and the temperature is going to plummet. By late October or early November, snow would start to fall, covering everything in a white blanket that would linger for 2 months. During this time, Ice-type Pokémon would be more active, adding a bit of excitement to the season. Naoki was glad they had harvested the last batch of crops a few days earlier, now safely stored in the cellar. Since winter wasn't ideal for planting, he decided to skip sowing even frost-resistant winter wheat this year. He had other plans for the season. He now turned his attention to how each Pokémon would spend the winter. The Miltank had their cozy Pokémon house. Naoki chuckled at the thought of the carefree Miltank, cozy indoors all winter. The Go-Goats, with their thick wool coats, were naturally suited to the cold, but Naoki had plans to move them in with the Miltank if temperatures dropped too low. Knacklestack and Diglett had burrowed deep underground, where the earth would insulate them from the harsh cold. Glacian, on the other hand, needed no extra care being an ice type. It thrived in freezing temperatures. Coraden, along with his Cyclizer and Palmot, would stay inside the house with him, snuggled up by the fire. The wild Pokémon Naoki had rescued now lived in specially built cabins, shielded from the cold winds. But there was one group that still worried him, the Psyducks who lived on the other side of the river. Naoki crossed the river and found the group of Psyducks gathered in their usual disorganized huddle. As he munched on a few seed crisps, he asked, "Winter's coming soon, and it's going to get cold. Would you like to come stay with me on the ranch?" The Psyducks tilted their heads in unison, blinking at him in confusion. "Quack," one of them asked. "Winter?" Naoki sighed. "Yes, it's going to snow soon. The river will freeze, and you won't be able to swim in it." Suddenly, one of the Psyducks jumped up and down excitedly. "Quack! Psyduck's not afraid of the cold," it declared with glee. Another Psyduck chimed in, patting its feathers proudly. "Quack! We have feathers." Naoki paused, realizing they had a point. Psyduck, being a water-type Pokémon, was naturally resistant to cold and ice-type moves. "Fair enough," Naoki conceded with a grin. "But at least let me give you all scarves for the winter." The Psyducks quacked in cheerful agreement, bobbing their heads eagerly. "All right, see you soon then." Naoki waved goodbye to the Psyducks, watching them waddle cheerfully back to the river. Satisfied with his preparations for winter, he turned toward the beehive. Calling Coraden over, Naoki asked for help moving the hive to the glass greenhouse. The greenhouse, already stocked with flowers and pre-purchased honey, would provide the perfect winter sanctuary for the combi. The trio of bees buzzed merrily behind them as Naoki and Coraden carefully set the hive inside the warm space. The weather's getting colder, and the flowers outside are withering. For now until next spring, this will be your home, Naoki said with a smile. Bees, easy. The combi hummed happily, their little wings fluttering. Pleased to see them content, Naoki called over Butterfree, who also adored flowers. "You'll stay here too, okay?" Butterfree flapped its wings gracefully in agreement. Once everything was in place, Naoki returned to his room and sat down at his desk to review the year's finances. With more Pokémon under his care, the ranch's expenses had grown considerably. Between building facilities, upgrading furniture, and stocking supplies, he had 680,000 poke dollars left in savings. That's not bad, Naoki mused, flipping through his account book. A plan began to form in his mind. Maybe soon, I can ask Kelly to build a multi-functional greenhouse. Then I won't have to worry about seasonal planting. The idea excited him. With Gago's natural ability to nurture crops, he could experiment with growing rare fruits and vegetables all year round, maybe even ones with unique properties. But there's no rush, Naoki thought. I'll save that project for spring. After all, he had a trip to the Gala region planned, and he wasn't sure how long he'd be gone. That evening, Zach came by to pick up supplies. As soon as he spotted Naoki, Zach grinned. Hey Naoki, are those pumpkin cookies ready? Thanksgiving's tomorrow, and the kids are going to swarm you for treats. Of the whole year. We'll make it happen. Best promised. Cricketun chirped a melodic farewell. Naoki raised a hand, smiling. Take care, all of you. And with the afternoon sun at their backs, the Toxtricity Band set off on their journey, one melody closer to making their dream. Naoki chuckled. Of course. I've been baking all month. There'll be plenty for everyone. Good to hear. I'd hate to see any disappointed kids, Zach said, clearly relieved. Oh, by the way, has Mayor Thomas dropped by yet? He's been running around town, getting everything ready for tomorrow. Naoki shook his head. Not yet. Oh, weird, Zach mused. I just saw him heading this way, so he'll probably be here soon. Anyway, I'll leave the details to him. Naoki nodded. All right, see you tomorrow. After Zach left with his bag full of goods, Naoki stayed at the ranch for a while. Just a few minutes later, Mayor Thomas arrived, wearing his usual warm smile. Good afternoon, Naoki, the old mayor greeted cheerfully. Good afternoon, Mayor Thomas, Naoki replied with a smile. You probably know already that tomorrow is Thanksgiving, Mayor Thomas said enthusiastically. We're gathering everyone, ranchers, farmers, and townsfolk in the celebration square to enjoy the holiday together. You should definitely join us. Of course, I'll be there, Naoki replied warmly. Great. The event kicks off tomorrow morning and lasts until noon. Feel free to bring your Pokémon along. We'll have a stew pot going in the square. Mayor Thomas continued with a grin. Everyone will bring their own food, farmers, ranchers, and locals, and at noon, we'll throw everything into the pot and enjoy a big communal meal. If you have any ingredients you'd like to share, bring them along too. Naoki paused for a moment, a curious look crossing his face. Something about this process felt oddly familiar. After a moment of thought, he asked, Any ingredient is allowed? Mayor Thomas chuckled, though his expression turned slightly serious. We prefer crops from the land. Just no poisonous or odd ingredients, please. There was one year when someone added wild mushrooms, and both people and Pokémon got sick. Naoki, I understand. The mayor's face brightened again. In the past, we celebrated Thanksgiving to give thanks to the land that sustains us. His voice softened. But lately, folks have also been giving thanks to the king of bountiful harvests. Ever since they began believing in him, harvests have been better than ever. Naoki nodded thoughtfully. The king of bountiful harvests is a wonderful Pokémon. Mayor Thomas let out a wistful sigh. I'd love to meet him one day. But Pokémon like that, they're like myths. Hard to come by. Naoki smiled inwardly. Not necessarily, he thought. Mayor Thomas shook off his reverie. Well, enough of that. I'll see you tomorrow at the festival. I'll be there, Naoki assured him. The mayor gave a warm farewell wave before turning and heading down the path. Naoki watched him disappear into the distance. Once the mayor was gone, he turned toward the shrine of the king of bountiful harvests nestled in the pasture. It was an unexpectedly touching sight. Initially, Naoki had only been interested in the two steeds of the King Spectrier and Glastrier. Yet, somehow, he had helped spread the influence of the king throughout the Paldea region. It felt as though the spirit of the king of bountiful harvests could sense the gratitude flourishing here. With a reflective smile, Naoki approached the shrine. Standing before it, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and whispered a quiet, heartfelt prayer. O great king of bountiful harvests, I will soon be traveling to the Galar region. I hope to meet you there. At the same time, far across the sea in the crowned tundra of Galar, on the vast, snowy plains, the king of bountiful harvests, Calyrex, stirred from his slumber. A familiar prayer echoed in his heart, pulling him gently from the depths of his dreams. My little believer, Calyrex thought to himself with a fond smile. A glimmering blue light sparked in his eyes. With this light, he reached through the threads of time and space, his vision soaring across distant lands to see his young follower. Naoki stood before the shrine, hands clasped in quiet reverence. O great king of plenty, I will soon travel to Galar. I hope to meet you there. Hearing this, Calyrex's drowsiness faded instantly, replaced by excitement. What? My little believer is finally coming to me. Joy bubbled up in Calyrex's heart, joy he had not felt in many long years. It reminded him of the days when the people of Galar flocked to his sacred grounds to offer their thanks and devotion. His once quiet heart now brimmed with anticipation. Finally, I have waited for this day. Thanks to this devoted follower, Calyrex's strength had slowly begun to return, bolstered by the power of faith that Naoki carried with him. Though he was far from his former glory, his restored strength was enough to awaken a small flicker of hope. Yet Calyrex knew it would not be enough to reunite with his two loyal steeds, Spectrier and Glastrier. To do that, he needed the help of this young believer. After basking in the joy of the moment, Calyrex reined in his emotions, donning once more the dignity and elegance befitting a king. He whispered softly into the stillness, I will be waiting for your arrival here. September 30th, Thanksgiving Day. Naoki awoke early and headed to his cellar. He carefully selected 2 large pumpkins, preparing to bring them to the celebration square for the festival. This was his first time attending a town-wide Thanksgiving celebration, and he was a little unsure of what to expect. After all, this wasn't Stardew Valley. He couldn't just bring something odd like the mayor's purple shorts and throw them into a stew, as if this were a light-hearted game. That would be in terrible taste. After some thought, Naoki decided the pumpkins would make a good, safe offering. Simple, honest, and from the heart, just as Larry often said, simplicity is truth. At 9 in the morning, Naoki set off with his entire Pokémon family toward the celebration square. He brought along almost everyone from the ranch. The trusty Go-Goats, the cheerful Miltank, the playful Palmot, Alchemy, Glacian, practically any Pokémon that could walk, hop, or float beside him tagged along. As they ambled along the path, Naoki thought it over, maybe bringing everyone was a bit excessive. After a moment's deliberation, he returned to the ranch and asked Coraden to help carry 2 barrels of barley beer, just in case. When Naoki finally arrived at the celebration square, he realized he wasn't the only one who had brought along his Pokémon family. Though it was still early and the square was only halfway set up, a bustling crowd of townsfolk and Pokémon had already gathered. Laughter, excited chatter, and Pokémon cries filled the air, giving the whole scene a vibrant energy. In the middle of the square sat an enormous cooking pot so massive it looked like it could belong to the... Naoki stood there, completely stunned by the sight of the pot. This is way over the top, he muttered. Just then, Ivan, who was taking a vacation from his duties, appeared by his side. Seeing Naoki's shocked expression, Ivan chuckled. Not used to it yet, huh? Don't worry. There are a lot of people, sure, but it's just one bowl of stew per person. It's always like this. Oh right, this is your first time celebrating Thanksgiving here. Ivan then glanced behind Naoki. Wait, where's your Cyclizer? Don't tell me you only brought Coraden? Naoki grinned and gave his backpack a playful pat. They're all in here. The backpack was stuffed with Pokeballs, each containing one of his cherished Pokemon. Still, Naoki hesitated. Could he really let them all out here? What if someone got lost or wandered off into the bustling crowd? Or worse, what if someone with bad intentions tried to snatch them? Sensing Naoki's concern, Ivan gave him a reassuring nod. Yeah, I get it. No need to rush. Just wait until the party kicks off. The town's got food and snacks specially made for the Pokémon. You'll have an easier time keeping track of everyone then. You're right. Naoki agreed with a relieved smile. Ivan clapped Naoki on the shoulder and grinned. Come on, enjoy it. This is the liveliest day. At 10 a.m., people busily set up the celebration venue around the giant cooking pot. Mayor Thomas arrived shortly after, looking sharp in his formal suit with a gentleman's cane in hand, followed by his cyclizer. The mayor stepped up to the podium, took the microphone, and addressed the crowd warmly. Welcome, everyone, to this year's Thanksgiving celebration. Thank you for bringing all your delicious ingredients to share. At noon, we'll combine everything in this grand pot to make a stew for everyone to enjoy. He added with a chuckle, our staff is still finalizing the setup, so please be patient, it'll be worth the wait. Naoki stood in a quieter spot with his Pokémon companions Dragonite, Cyclizer, Palmot, Coraden, and Glacian with Alchemy comfortably perched on Dragonite's shoulders. Naoki glanced at Mayor Thomas's Cyclizer and turned to his own. Hey, is that your mom? The Cyclizer perked up, wagging its tail and chirping happily. Goo, it was. Naoki smiled, thinking about how this Cyclizer had come to his ranch as a youngling, leaving its parents behind. Do you want to go say hi? He asked gently. Cyclizer nodded eagerly. Gow. Naoki chuckled. Okay, I'll call Mayor Thomas over. Coraden, keep an eye on everyone, will you? Coraden nodded. Before Naoki could move, Mayor Thomas noticed him and approached his Cyclizer in tow. Naoki, glad you made it. The stew isn't ready yet, so there's some time to relax, the mayor greeted with a smile. Naoki shook his head. No rush. Actually, I wanted to ask you something. The mayor tilted his head curiously. What's on your mind? Naoki gestured toward his Cyclizer. My Cyclizer wants to meet his parent. The mayor's Cyclizer recognized her child right away. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she trotted over to nuzzle her little one. Ju, she chirped affectionately. Ju. Naoki's Cyclizer responded, reassuring her mother that she was happy, healthy, and loved life on the ranch. Just as the touching reunion unfolded, an unexpected shout interrupted. Rayo! Startled, the mother Cyclizer turned to find Coraden towering over her. With his imposing frame and intense gaze, he looked intimidating, causing the poor Cyclizer to shrink back. Seeing her reaction, Coraden's expression drooped. His shoulders sagged, and his voice softened sadly. Rayo! Mayor Thomas noticed Coraden hanging its head and gently consoled him. Do you miss your mother too? Even though I don't know where you came from, I can promise you this. There isn't a parent in the world who doesn't love their child. Coraden let out a soft, melancholic sound. Rayo! Naoki reached out and rested his hand on Coraden's head, giving it a reassuring pat. Coraden raised its gaze to meet Naoki's. Naoki smiled warmly and said, Mayor Thomas is right. I know your mom would love you, but you've got us by your side now, so don't feel sad. Rayo! Coraden perked up slightly, its eyes filled with determination. It turned toward the Cyclizer beside Mayor Thomas, calling out, Rayo! Rayo! The Cyclizer blinked in confusion, tilting its head at Coraden's booming cries. The mother Cyclizer hesitated, her eyes wide with surprise. Could this massive Pokémon somehow be connected to her? She knew very little about the broader world beyond her quiet life with the mayor. Gao? The mother Cyclizer asked tentatively. Rayo! Coraden responded cheerfully, its earlier sadness easing away. The mother Cyclizer stared at him, bewildered. She was just an ordinary Cyclizer living in a quiet town. When had she ever had a child like this? And yet, there was something familiar about the way Coraden looked at her. Perhaps, could it really be one of her lost younglings? The Cyclizer's motherly instincts kicked in. She gazed at Coraden warmly and said softly, Gao, you've been through a lot, haven't you? In her mind, only a Pokémon who had endured countless battles and challenges could develop such strength and presence. Coraden's gaze wavered for a moment, overwhelmed with emotion, but quickly held back its tears, standing tall. It wasn't a helpless Cyclizer anymore, it was strong, ready to protect the ones it cared for. The Cyclizer, seeing Coraden's stoic expression, began to understand. This wasn't just a lost child, it was a powerful guardian in its own right. The younger Cyclizer, meanwhile, looked from Coraden to its mother, eyes brimming with worry. It hesitated for a moment. Was Coraden here to take my place in my mother's heart? Gow, it asked nervously. Coraden looked down at the younger Cyclizer, seeing a reflection of his own past struggles. With a soft growl, Coraden leaned in, reassuring the smaller Pokémon. Rayo, you'll always have a place with her. Heath's simple joy of the season with every bite. Ring this. The younger Cyclizer's tense posture softened. Gow, it murmured, feeling a wave of relief. Coraden wasn't here to compete. At that moment, the mother Cyclizer smiled warmly at both Pokémon. Naoki made his way to the back of the square, walking alongside Mayor Thomas. He gestured toward the 2 barrels of barley beer and the pumpkins he brought from the ranch. Mayor Thomas, where should I place these? The mayor's eyes widened in surprise. You brought so many things. Naoki rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. We had a great harvest this year. Honestly, we can't finish everything at home, so I figured it'd be better to share with everyone. Mayor Thomas chuckled heartily. That's very generous of you, Naoki. Bring them over there. We have folks, both people and Pokémon, who will wash, cut, and prep everything for the stew. He waved toward 2 cheerful townspeople, who arrived promptly with their Pokémon to help carry the pumpkins and barrels of beer to the preparation area. Just as everything was being set up, a commotion broke out on the far side of the square. Naoki turned, curious. What's going on? Mayor Thomas grinned knowingly. Oh, right. I almost forgot about this part. Naoki tilted his head. What part? The mayor only offered a sly smile. You'll see soon enough. Still baffled, Naoki returned to his Pokémon, glancing back as Mayor Thomas made his way toward the gathering crowd, accompanied by the mother Cyclizer. Soon, Naoki saw 6 strong Pokémon carrying a large object into the center of the celebration. Square. The object was massive, and a dark cloth covered it, concealing its shape. With a heavy thud, the object was placed down in the heart of the square. Naoki squinted, trying to make sense of what it might be. Mayor Thomas stepped forward and, with a theatrical flair, pulled off the black cloth. The crowd gasped, and Naoki's eyes widened in amazement. Before them stood a grand, towering statue, a magnificent likeness of the King of Bountiful Harvests. Naoki's eyes widened, and before he could stop himself, he muttered under his breath, "Oh, Arceus." Mayor Thomas already had the microphone in hand, addressing the curious crowd gathered in the square. This year, we had an extraordinary harvest in Kosagi Town. Our crops grew healthier and yielded more than those in neighboring towns. I'm sure many of you are wondering how this could happen. The crowd murmured in agreement. Mayor Thomas smiled knowingly. Let me introduce you to the reason for our abundance. The King of Bountiful Harvests. Naoki blinked, suppressing a grin. Well, I guess I don't need to spread the word anymore. These folks are already doing it on their own. Around him, curious whispers rippled through the audience. Mayor Thomas continued passionately. On this Thanksgiving, we express our gratitude not only to the fertile land that sustains us, but also to the King of Bountiful Harvest for blessing us with prosperity. Naoki watched in amusement as the townspeople became more enchanted by the story of the King of Bountiful Harvests. In truth, compared to other legendary Pokémon, the King of Bountiful Harvests, also known as Calyrex, was remarkably unassuming. He required no grand sacrifices or elaborate ceremonies. Simply remembering his name gave him the strength to continue existing. Moreover, as the stories went, the more people who believed in him, the stronger his power became. But Calyrex did not hoard this strength. Instead, he shared it freely with those who believed in him, boosting their harvests and ensuring the land flourished. Even if people forgot him one day, he would hold no grudges. Calyrex, after all, was a kind-hearted Pokémon, known to heal others, even enemies, after battle, with no malice in his heart. What a noble Pokémon, Naoki thought wistfully. It's a shame he was forgotten for so long, and even his loyal horse companions left him. Naoki sighed quietly, pondering, living in a cold, lonely place like the Crown Tundra. How does a grass-type Pokémon like Calyrex manage in such harsh conditions? At noon, the festivities kicked off in full swing. Mayor Thomas stood on a raised platform near the enormous stew pot, adding various ingredients brought by townsfolk: mushrooms, vegetables, and more. As the pot simmered, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the square. Naoki sat at one of the long tables, surrounded by Pokémon and cheerful townspeople. Across from him were several curious children, eagerly eyeing him. "You're Naoki, right? From the ranch?" One of the children piped up. Naoki smiled warmly, adjusting his seat. "That's right. I run Naoki Ranch, just down the road." One of the boys, around 5 or 6 years old, gazed at Coraden with wide, curious eyes and asked innocently, "Big brother, what's the name of this Pokémon?" Naoki smiled warmly. "This is Coraden. It's a dragon and fighting-type Pokémon." The boy tilted his head thoughtfully. "Dragon and fighting. Does that mean it's weak against fairy and ice types?" "That's right." Naoki nodded, then added with a playful grin, "But type matchups aren't everything. Some trainers and their Pokémon can win battles even if they're at a disadvantage." The boy blinked, trying to grasp the concept, but nodded like he understood. A little girl nearby, holding a Greedent in her arms, perked up at the conversation and shyly looked Naoki's way. "Big brother," she asked sweetly, "can I come to your ranch this afternoon to trade some pumpkin cookies? My mom makes really yummy ones. Greedent loves them too." Naoki chuckled and nodded. "Of course. I've got plenty of pumpkin cookies waiting at the ranch. You can trade as many as you'd like." Pumpkin cookie exchanges were a beloved local tradition, similar to the way kids collect candy on Halloween. Hearing Naoki's approval, the children squealed in delight. One boy, caught up in excitement, blurted out, "Yes, we can finally see all the Pokémon at the ranch." As soon as he realized what he said, he clamped his hands over his mouth, eyes wide in panic. Naoki raised an eyebrow, amused. The boy's mother chuckled and explained with a smile, "It's because Dragonite flies over from your ranch now and then to deliver milk. Daiki here has been dying to visit ever since." The boy Daiki nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Uncle Zach said Mr. Naoki's ranch has so many Pokémon. Can I come and visit? I promise I'll behave." Naoki smiled softly. "Of course, as long as everyone behaves, you're welcome anytime." The children cheered. Naoki watched them, feeling a warm flicker in his heart. In their bright, eager faces, he saw a reflection of Ash's spirit, a childlike wonder and endless love for Pokémon. Who knows? Naoki thought to himself. Maybe one of these kids will grow up to be a great trainer, just like Ash. Just then, the savory aroma of the stew filled the air, signaling that the food was ready. Volunteers began serving bowls of the hot celebration soup to everyone gathered. Soon, a bowl was placed in front of Naoki. As he peered into the bowl, the information about the bowl of soup immediately popped into his mind. Celebration soup. No level. A special soup made to celebrate the harvest, brimming with fresh ingredients. While it offers no special effects, it captures the taste of happiness. Naoki raised his eyebrows, lifted the bowl of soup, and took a careful sip. The flavors of various crops blended harmoniously in the rich broth. Combined with the lively, festive atmosphere around him, the warmth of the soup spread through him. It was as if each spoonful captured the spirit of the harvest season. Naoki glanced around. A young girl was feeding her Pokémon, a toddler nestled happily in their parents' arms, and a peculiar man gulped down his soup in hearty slurps. This was, without a doubt, the most vibrant day of the year. Everyone gathered together, celebrating the bounty of the season. What a wonderful and peaceful life, Naoki mused, his heart warmed by the scene. He turned to look at his family of Pokémon, feeling content. The NDD sibling sat on a bench nearby, munching on the Pokémon snacks provided by the town. The younger sister nibbled delicately, her expressions shifting between delight and distaste as she silently evaluated each bite. Meanwhile, Palmot, donning a red cape like a small hero, entertained a crowd of local Pokémon. They watched with admiration as Palmot struck a dramatic pose and performed an exaggerated superhero leap, drawing gasps of excitement. The Gagoat trio stood lazily by, basking in the attention of several curious children. "Wait, this milk comes from them?" one boy asked, wide-eyed, after learning the goats supplied the milk in town. Tentatively, the boy reached out to stroke a Gagoat's soft fur. "It's so fluffy," he whispered in amazement, prompting his friends to gather closer, their eyes shining with wonder. Pleased with the attention, the Gagoat released grass energy from their bodies, conjuring a shimmering field of grass that blended reality with illusion. The children gasped in unison, their disbelief turning to awe. "This is amazing," they exclaimed. Watching the scene unfold, Naoki chuckled softly. "Seems like Go-Goats are the stars of the show." "Gah!" Kureiden murmured with a low, amused growl, standing contently by his side. Later that afternoon, around 2 o'clock, the autumn Thanksgiving celebration came to a close. The townsfolk, full from the feast, began to head home. Naoki exchanged farewells with Mayor Thomas before gathering his Pokémon and returning to the ranch. The season was shifting toward winter, and the days were getting colder, but the weather that evening was still pleasant. With the temperature lingering just above 20 degrees Celsius and the sun casting its gentle warmth, it was the perfect end to a memorable day. Not long after returning to the ranch, Naoki heard cheerful commotion outside. Curious, he stepped out to find a group of children from town, each accompanied by their Pokémon companions, eagerly approaching with bags in hand. Among them was Daiki, the boy Naoki met earlier that day. By his side trotted a playful Rockruff with bright blue eyes, its tail wagging happily. When Daiki spotted Naoki, his face lit up, and he excitedly held out a small bag wrapped in ribbon and oil paper. "Mr. Naoki, I'll come to trade pumpkin cookies with you." Naoki chuckled warmly. "All right." He turned toward the NDD siblings. "Could you bring out the pumpkin cookies we prepared earlier?" The siblings quickly returned with the cookies, handing one to Daiki in exchange for his offering. The boy shyly accepted the treat, murmuring, "Thank you." Beside him, Rockruff barked enthusiastically. "Ruff, Ruff, Mr. Naoki, we're here too." Another child called out, waving eagerly. On her head sat the cheerful Milcery, swaying with the movement. Naoki smiled. "Don't worry, everyone will get a cookie." He continued exchanging cookies with the children, who happily thanked him once their turn came. Watching their delighted faces, Naoki couldn't help but feel a warm sense of joy. He noticed Daiki standing nearby, an eager glimmer in his eyes. Raising an eyebrow playfully, Naoki asked, "Would you all like to visit the ranch?" The children responded with an enthusiastic chorus of yes. Naoki grinned. "All right then, follow me." He led the group through the ranch, first stopping by the Gagoat pen, where he explained the ecology of Gagoat. Next, he took them to the Pokémon house, where the children learned about Moo Moo milk production and marveled at the well-organized setup. From there, Naoki guided them to the glass greenhouse, where he explained how his Combi trio collected nectar to produce honey. Finally, they descended into the underground caves, where Naoki introduced the children to the hard-working Diglett and Knacklestack. He described how Diglett helped cultivate the soil, while Knacklestack produced nutritious rock salt, essential for the farm's operations. Each time Naoki spoke, the children responded with awe, their eyes wide with excitement. "Wow!" they exclaimed repeatedly, captivated by everything they saw and heard. One little girl sighed dreamily. "When I grow up, I want to be a rancher just like Mr. Naoki. I want to raise lots of Pokémon and live with them." Naoki smiled at her. "That's a wonderful dream, but being a rancher can be hard work." Another boy shook his head confidently. "I'm not afraid. My mom says I'm strong. And Rockruff will help me too." Rockruff barked in agreement. "Ruff, Ruff." Naoki chuckled. "That's the spirit." He looked around at the other children. "What about the rest of you? What are your dreams for the future?" Many of the children, now enamored with the ranch life, eagerly declared that they also want to become ranchers. Only Daiki stood quietly to the side, a look of determination shining in his eyes. Naoki turned to him with a kind smile. What about you, Daiki? What's your dream? With a firm voice and bright, hopeful eyes, Daiki declared, I want to become a trainer as great as Mr. Naoki. Naoki blinked, momentarily taken aback by the sincerity in the boy's voice. Naoki. Alliance Calendar Year 198, Winter 8th. With the arrival of a cold wave, the Paldea region officially entered the depths of winter. Although snow had yet to fall, the temperature had dropped enough to necessitate bundling up in long johns. When Naoki awoke that morning, a layer of frost covered the yellowed grass outside, and the north wind howled mournfully through the valley. It's really cooled down, he remarked, pulling the curtains closed. A weather advisory from a few days ago had accurately predicted the sudden drop in temperature, urging residents to prepare for the chill ahead. After closing the curtains, Naoki settled onto the sofa to catch up on the morning news. The room was comfortably warm, thanks to the lively red flames crackling in the fireplace. The cold weather had made the Pokémon reluctant to venture outdoors. Led by a Cyclizer, a group of Pokémon huddled near the fireplace, basking in the warmth. Even Palmot lay sprawled on the floor. Naoki chuckled at the sight. Just then, the elder NDD sibling approached and inquired, AI? Naoki, munching on a handful of melon seed crisps, responded casually, Go ahead. The NDD asked again, AI? Master, were you leaving for the Galar region? The NDD seemed concerned that snow might complicate Naoki's departure. I've told you just call me Naoki, he said with mild exasperation. The NDD gave a polite nod, but clearly had no intention of changing his ways. Yeah. Understood. The look on his face suggested he'd do the same thing next time. Naoki let out a small sigh, knowing it was a battle he wouldn't win. The elder NDD sibling had always taken his role as housekeeper very seriously, carrying himself with the air of a seasoned butler. Switching topics, Naoki added, I'll leave soon. I ordered some scarves from town to keep the Psyduck. Once I've distributed them, I'll head out. The NDD nodded in acknowledgement. That afternoon, the scarf shop's owner personally delivered a box of scarves to the ranch. After signing for the package, Naoki immediately set off to find the Psyduck by the river. Carefully, he tied each one with a cozy scarf, watching as their faces lit up with joy. Psyduck, the group quacked happily, admiring their new accessories. They hopped up and down by the water's edge, basking in their snazzy new look. Naoki couldn't help but smile at the sight. The scars made the Psyduck even more adorable. This must be why people enjoy dressing up their Pokémon, Naoki mused. He recalled hearing that beauty salons for Pokémon had become popular in major cities, catering to trainers eager to pamper their companions. Waving at the Psyduck, Naoki called, Enjoy yourselves, I've got some more errands to run. See you later. The Psyduck waved back enthusiastically with their tiny arms. Psyduck. Next, Naoki headed to the orchard, where the fruit trees, though no longer bearing fruit, remained lush and green. Unlike ordinary trees, which stood bare in winter, these fruit trees seemed untouched by the season. Naoki remembered reading about these trees in a gardening book. Fruit trees are blessed by nature. Their growth cycles are remarkably short, and with enough of them, they can provide for the needs of all Pokémon in the forest. Fruit trees don't wither in winter, but they stop producing fruit. Some scholars believe that winter triggers nature's rest phase. Naoki recalled the lines from a book he'd read. But no need to worry when spring returns. The trees will bloom and bear fruit once again. Naoki knew these trees could live extraordinarily long lives, thriving unless affected by natural disasters, deforestation, or powerful Pokémon attacks. He remembered a tale about an ancient forest where explorers discovered an enormous fruit tree. It was said to have existed for at least 1,000 years, bearing endless fruit and sheltering numerous Pokémon. Magical, Naoki murmured, imagining the scene. He pictured a colossal tree, taller than 3 Koraidens stacked together, with a trunk so wide that 3 adults couldn't wrap their arms around it. Branches stretched out, heavy with ripe fruit, and lush greenery surrounded the base. That'd be the perfect spot for a tree house, Naoki mused, a smile tugging at his lips. He wished he could grow a tree like that on his ranch, though he knew it would take centuries, unless, of course, the fruit trees mutated under some strange influence. As Naoki entered the orchard, a greedent tumbled happily from the wooden hut, its cheeks stuffed with berries. "Gre, Gre," it chirped in greeting. Naoki placed a box on the ground, chuckling as he gave the greedent's head a fond pat. Hearing the commotion, other Pokémon poked their heads out of the hut one by one. Soon, a lively crowd gathered around Naoki. Minccino, Smeargle, Tandemaus, Watrel, Petalil, and Fungus all shuffled forward eagerly. As expected, the Slacketh remained absent, probably still napping somewhere cozy, Naoki thought with a grin. Since the fire that devastated their former home, the Pokémon had slowly recovered, growing more comfortable with each passing day. Naoki knelt down, pulling various scarves from the box. Each scarf was a different size, tailored to fit each Pokémon perfectly. As he tied the scarves around their necks, the Pokémon's expressions brightened. The soft fabric shielded them from the chilly wind, providing a comforting warmth. Seeing their curious looks, Naoki explained with a gentle smile, "These are scarves. They'll help keep you warm by blocking the cold wind. With these, you'll stay cozy all winter." The Pokémon's eyes shimmered with gratitude. For a moment, the memories of the devastating fire weighed heavy. How it had taken everything: their homes, friends, family, and nearly their own lives. Luckily, the Pokémon were rescued by Naoki, who not only provided them with food, but also built them a cozy cabin. His kindness didn't stop there. Naoki even promised to help them rebuild their homes in the future. With winter closing in, Naoki distributed scarves to ensure the Pokémon wouldn't suffer in the cold. The thoughtful gesture moved even the toughest among them. Without his help, these Pokémon would have struggled to survive through the harsh season, vulnerable to hunger and freezing temperatures. Some of the Pokémon's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, not tears of sadness, but of deep gratitude. Naoki patted Minccino on the head with a gentle smile. "Don't cry. Stay safe here. If you need help, come to me. If I'm not around, find a DD to take care of you." Minccino gave a decisive nod. Naoki's gaze landed on a pair of Tandemaus, a Pokémon duo known to live together as families. To his surprise, he noticed something small hiding between them. Behind the father stood a tiny, white Tandemaus, peeking out cautiously. "Well, well," Naoki exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. "Looks like you two are parents now." The two Tandemaus chirped proudly, nudging their child forward to show it off. The little Tandemaus remained timid, casting curious glances at Naoki. The joyful arrival of new life spread cheer among the other Pokémon. Even the cold breeze outside couldn't dampen the festive spirit. Naoki smiled warmly before handing a scarf to a sleepy Slacketh, ensuring it was tucked in snugly. Back in the house, Naoki began planning his long-awaited journey to the Galar region. Originally, he had intended to depart in November. However, with the weather growing colder by the day, Naoki figured it would be better to leave sooner. Curling up by a fireplace with his Pokémon and enjoying the snowy scenery sounded far more pleasant than waiting. Too long to travel. He flipped through the calendar thoughtfully. "Tomorrow it is," Naoki murmured. With the departure date set, Naoki carefully considered which Pokémon to bring on the journey to Galar. After some thought, he decided on two companions, Koraidon and Cyclizer. This time, Naoki's trip to the Galar region was different from previous adventures, like their expedition to the Area Zero pit in Paldea. There was no need to bring along too many Pokémon just for battle safety. This journey wasn't a vacation, and Crown Tundra would be freezing cold. He glanced at his Dragonite, knowing it wouldn't enjoy the snowy wilderness. The poor thing would probably retreat into its Pokeball the entire time. It was better for Dragonite to stay behind at the ranch, delivering fresh Moo Moo milk to the townsfolk. Likewise, the Gagoat trio had to stay for milking duties. Every Pokémon had responsibilities to maintain ranch life. I'll bring everyone along next time when we go on vacation, Naoki thought with a smile, closing the list of Pokémon staying behind. Traveling between regions always comes with a choice of transportation. Since Pokémon could only swim or fly so far, trainers had three options. Ride a Pokémon, take a ship, fly on a plane. Naoki scratched the first option off the list. Even though Koraidon could manage cold weather, traveling by air through freezing winds wasn't practical. The cold would batter them the whole way there. As for planes, Koraidon can't fit in a Pokeball, so there's no way he can board a flight. Naoki sighed. Airplanes prohibited large Pokémon from being outside Pokeballs, and Koraidon, with his impressive bulk, would make it impossible. That left only one option: traveling by ship. Unfortunately, Naoki couldn't book tickets online. In Paldea, the only way to catch a ship to another region was by visiting a port city in person. Looking over his map of Paldea, Naoki quickly realized that the only major port city was Levincia, a bustling hub on the eastern coast, known for its high-tech markets and vibrant trade scene. Of course, Naoki muttered, Levincia is all the way on the other side of the region. His town was located at the westernmost edge of Paldea, with an entire continent between him and the port. Naoki groaned, rubbing his temples. At least Koraidon is fast. We'll get there soon. Enough. With his plan set, Naoki started gathering everything he'd need for the journey to Galar. He packed warm clothes to prepare for the icy tundra, along with camping tents, fire kits, cooking supplies, and thick blankets, a sturdy kettle, and water bottles. At this moment, there was a series of crisp, banging sounds in the pasture, as if someone was hammering iron. Naoki stopped what he was doing and listened carefully for a long time, but the sound did not disappear. Confused, he walked out the door and headed in the direction of the sound. Soon, he found the culprit behind all this in a remote meadow. Looking at the little Tinkatuff who was hammering the iron with his hands, Naoki was a little surprised. At this moment, the Tinkatuff also noticed his arrival and immediately turned around in panic. Naoki saw clearly that the piece of iron that was hammered into a mess was made up of several iron nails. It seemed that they had been hammered for a long time and had been flattened. Making a hammer? Naoki asked. Tinkatuff nodded cautiously. Whoa, its hammer was lost before, and during this time, it has been trying to collect iron filings and nails from the ranch's garbage dump. Try and make a new hammer. As if it was afraid that Naoki would misunderstand it as stealing something from the ranch, it quickly said wah. The iron was collected from the garbage dump. It was not stolen. It observed for a long time before realizing that the things in the garbage bin were all discarded by humans. Of course, Naoki knew he had already seen that those rusty nails were the ones he had removed and thrown away from the old house. Seeing the nervous look of the little Tinkatuff, Naoki couldn't help but said, Don't be so nervous. If you want to make a hammer, just make it. I just heard the noise and came to take a look. Okay, it's okay. You can continue hammering. Hearing this, the Tinkatuff breathed a sigh of relief. It turned around carefully and wanted to continue forging iron, but found that Naoki had not left yet. The Tinkatuff was stunned for a moment and turned around. Naoki said curiously, I just want to see how you make the hammer. Making hammers is an innate ability of Pokémon like Tinkatuff. Before they evolved, they were very weak and needed to swing hammers to protect themselves. But this is still not enough because some Pokémon that like to eat metal will specifically snatch the hammer that the little Tinkatuff has worked so hard to make and eat it. Seeing that Naoki really wanted to see, the Tinkatuff hesitated for a moment, then turned around and continued to work hard on hammering the iron in front of him. Naoki looked at this scene. He thought the little Tinkatuff was forging iron with his own hands, but the reality was somewhat different from what he imagined. To be precise, the little Tinkatuff was using metal claws with steel properties to continuously hammer iron filings to make a hammer. Bang! Tinkatuff's small fists, charged with steel energy, hammered away at the iron block. The crisp clang of metal echoed across the meadow as nails and iron filings fused under its efforts, forming a piece of silver-colored metal. Naoki stood nearby, watching in awe. Tinkatuff frowned at the block, clearly unsatisfied. Without high temperatures or cooling, it was forging metal through sheer force and skill. Naoki marveled at how this broke the laws of physics. Maybe it's the steel energy? He guessed, still curious. Taking a break, Tinkatuff noticed Naoki still watching, looking startled. It had assumed Naoki left earlier and was caught off guard. "Have you made a hammer before?" Naoki asked kindly. Tinkatuff's eyes lit up. It nodded, explaining through excited chirps how it once crafted a hammer from scrap, found in an abandoned cabin. That hammer was its trusted companion, helping it fend off metal-eating Pokémon until it was tragically lost in a fire. Seeing Tinkatuff's sadness, Naoki smiled. "Don't worry. If you made one before, you can do it again." Renewed with determination, Tinkatuff clenched its little fists. "Woo-wah!" it exclaimed. Naoki patted its head fondly. "Keep at it, and I won't disturb you." As Naoki left, the steady clanging resumed, carrying through the ranch like a rhythm of purpose. Back in his room, Naoki pulled out a book on Pokémon ecology. Flipping through the pages, he found a section on Tinkatuff. Tinkaton, the hammer Pokémon. Tinkatuff, like Tauros and Miltank, is a single-gender Pokémon species. People think that Pokémon like Tinkaton are solitary, but that's not entirely true. They actually live in groups, he mused. Naoki continued. Tinkaton lives alongside Tinkatuff and Tinkadink. You'll usually find them in areas filled with scrap metal, like ancient castles or old ruins left behind by humans. The ground in these places is covered with copper bits and iron scraps. But since Tinkadink is still small and not that strong, it gathers metal shavings and fragments to make its first hammer. He smiled, imagining the little Pokémon hard at work. Once they evolve into Tinkatuff, they need tougher stuff. That's when they set their sights on the metal used by Poniard, hunting them down for sturdier materials. Naoki's grin widened. And when a Tinkatuff evolves into a full Tinkaton, it doesn't stop there. It goes after steel types like Bisharp. He leaned forward, whispering as if revealing a secret. Ordinary hammers won't do, for Tinkaton researchers say their hammers can weigh more than 100 kilograms. But Tinkaton swings them like they're made of feathers. Talk about strength. Naoki's eyes lit up with inspiration. As these little blacksmiths evolve, their taste in metal keeps improving from scrap iron to Bisharp's armor. He glanced over at his Palmot, imagining the perfect hammer in its hands. If I can get that Tinkatuff to make a hammer for Palmot, Thor Palmot will finally be complete. The red cape is already waiting. There was a playful glint in Naoki's eyes. Maybe I could help Tinkatuff by collecting some of Pokémon Steel remains in advance. I'll give her half to practice with, and the other half will go toward Palmot's special hammer. He clapped his hands together with excitement. Good thing Galar is full of Corviknights. I'll gather everything we need on my next trip there. In the skies over Galar, Corviknight reigned supreme. As the go-to flying taxi service, these majestic Pokémon were seen soaring gracefully through the clouds, transporting passengers across the region. Some trainers had even partnered with the Galar taxi fleet, working with Corviknight to help travelers get from one town to another. Naoki figured that someone in the fleet might collect shed feathers from the Corviknight, which could be perfect for crafting the hammer he needed. October 9th, 198, Alliance Calendar. That morning, after finishing his chores on the ranch, Naoki waved goodbye to everyone and climbed onto his trusty Coraden. His destination? Levincia City, a vibrant metropolis on the other side of the Paldea region. With a grin, Naoki patted Coraden's side. "Ready, buddy? Let's take to the skies." Coraden responded with a playful rayo and launched into the air. As they flew, Naoki marveled at the landscape below. The real Paldea feels so much bigger than it does in the game. He studied the map, noticing towns and villages not shown in the game. Sunflora Town, Jellyfish Village, and Tauros City. I should visit these places someday, he mused. Sunflora Town was surrounded by fields of sunflowers, where Sunflora Pokémon roamed freely. Jellyfish Village was known for the wild jellicent floating in nearby waters. And Toro City was famous for its thrilling bullfights, where trainers competed with their toros in fierce but friendly battles. After several hours of flying, Naoki and Koraiden reached the eastern side of Paldea. Below them, fields gave way to modern towns and cities, their sleek buildings shining in the sunlight. Naoki smiled. The east side of Paldea feels so much more modern than the west. As they approached Levincia City, the vibrant lights and towering skyscrapers came into view. Skyscrapers stood tall, side by side, their windows glowing brightly. The city was alive with traffic, and although it was only early evening, the shops lining the streets had already turned on their lights. Neon signs flickered and glimmered, casting colorful hues across the streets, making Levincia City feel like a dreamland. For a moment, Naoki was awestruck. It's like I've stepped into another world, he thought. Compared to this bustling metropolis, his hometown back in Paldea felt like a sleepy little village. This is incredible. Naoki gasped, dazzled by the vibrant lights. He marveled at the beams of neon stretching skyward, gently weaving through the night air. They illuminated the city like a dazzling tapestry of color, making the whole place feel like a living dream. Then it hit him he knew exactly what this was. This must be the million-volt night view. Naoki realized. It was one of the 10 most beautiful sights in Paldea. He couldn't help but smile. I gotta admit, it's just as breathtaking as people say. Koraiden let out a curious hum, its voice soft in the night. Rayo. Naoki gave Koraiden an affectionate pat, grinning at his partner. They stood there in quiet admiration, taking in the sea of lights below. The thousands of glowing windows sparkled, like stars scattered across the ground, creating a mesmerizing view. Before long, another traveler arrived, riding on the back of a Corviknight. The traveler and his companion, cameras in hand, gasped in excitement. This really is one of Paldea's top sights. It's gorgeous, the man exclaimed. Quick, take some photos. We need to capture this, his friend urged. The sight snapped Naoki back to reality. Right, we've got business to take care of. He tapped Koraiden gently. All right, let's land. Row. Koraiden responded cheerfully and began descending toward Levincia City. Meeting odd. The moment they touched down on the busy streets, a sense of awkwardness crept over him. The passers-by, dressed sharply in suits and fashionable clothes, cast curious glances his way. Naoki looked down at his own travel-worn outfit and gulped nervously. Oh, he thought. Do I look like a country bumpkin? He remembered how Ash Ketchum had once been teased for being a small-town kid in a big city. Naoki braced himself, expecting similar treatment. But to his surprise, no one laughed or mocked him. They simply stared for a moment, intrigued by his sudden arrival on the back of Koraiden, before going about their business. Well, that's a relief, Naoki muttered, exhaling deeply. Reassured, he turned his attention back to his goal. All right, time to head to the port and grab our tickets to Galar. They crossed the busy streets, following the city signs toward the port. Naoki mentally mapped out the directions. Go through the central square in the heart of the city, then cross the sea bridge to reach the Levincia lighthouse. The boat boarding point is right next to the lighthouse. With a nod of determination, Naoki nudged Koraiden. Let's head to the square first. However, as they reached the central square, they found themselves caught in a whirlwind of excitement. Trainers and Pokémon were rushing in from every direction, chatting excitedly as they hurried toward the same destination. The battle at the gym is about to start, one shouted. Hey, out of my way, another trainer yelled. Stop pushing me, someone cried as the crowd surged forward. Before Naoki could react, he and Koraiden were swept up by the wave of eager trainers pulled toward the heart of the square. Naoki. When the crowd finally stopped, Naoki found himself standing at the edge of a massive, circular battle arena. Pokémon and humans alike gathered around, excitedly watching the scene unfold. Bright, colorful neon lights illuminated the square, casting playful patterns. Across the stadium, at the center of the venue, a trainer stood confidently, drawing everyone's attention. Naoki blinked, surprised by the trainer's striking appearance. The person had long blue and pink hair, with little magnemite hair clips sparkling in the neon light. But before he could dwell on it, the trainer's energetic voice rang out across the square. "It's time for the Iono show. Are you all ready?" The crowd erupted into cheers, familiar with the energetic gym leader's antics. "Iono!" they shouted in unison, excitedly bouncing along with her lively energy. With a mischievous grin, Iono flashed her signature sharp-toothed smile, raising her hands to hype up the crowd even more. "Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and ciao, everyone!" she exclaimed, waving enthusiastically. Her opponent, standing on the opposite side of the field, seemed both starstruck and nervous. Naoki watched in awe as Iono spun around dramatically, striking a playful pose. "Are you ready, Dash?" she sang, her voice playful and energetic. "It's time to dazzle your eyes with a show you'll never forget. Today's challenger is Trainer Komatsu, who's strong enough to take down a Copperja." Mid-flight, the announcer's voice echoed through the square. Naoki blinked in confusion. "Wait, what?" His eyes landed on the energetic trainer in the arena blue and pink hair, with little magnemite hair clips glittering in the neon light. "It's weird," Naoki thought, scratching his head. He stared at the lively trainer, trying to make sense of things. Iono, he was sure that was her. Name was supposed to be a streamer. Did she already become a gym leader? If I remember right, she usually runs live streams, Naoki mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Maybe streaming hasn't caught on yet? The battle before them seemed more like an exhibition match than an official gym challenge, adding to Naoki's confusion. Just then, Koraden, standing by his side, perked up, its eyes lighting up with excitement. "Reo," Koraden chirped, its tail swishing happily. "Huh?" Naoki glanced down at his Pokémon, puzzled. "Wait, do you like Iono?" Koraden responded with an enthusiastic cry, hopping in place. "Reo, Reo!" Naoki tilted his head, still bewildered. "Koraden, you've never even met her. Isn't this the first time you've seen her?" He thought back to the rumors. Iono wasn't all that famous outside the big cities yet, so it made sense she hadn't made a splash in the quieter parts of Paldea where Naoki was. Still, the question nagged at him what exactly had caught Koraden's attention. A fleeting thought crossed Naoki's mind, making him chuckle to himself. Can Pokémon fall in love with people? He looked at Koraden, still bouncing with excitement, and shook his head in disbelief. "No, that can't be it. Reo." Naoki smiled warmly. "You really like her, huh?" However, Koraden did not think too much about it. He was just simply happy to see Iono. Long before it evolved into Koraden, Cyclizer lived on Naoki's ranch where Iono often visited. She treated everyone kindly, bringing joy to both people and Pokémon alike. She helped care for Cyclizer, forming a deep bond with the Pokémon. Most importantly, Iono and Naoki had a child together, a little one they lovingly nicknamed Leaf. When Naoki and Iono nicknamed their child, they also renamed the ranch as Treehouse, and everyone lived happily there together. Suddenly, Koraden's usual cheerfulness faded, and its gaze dropped. "Reo," it murmured softly, sadness flickering in its eyes. Koraden's mind drifted to the memory of Little Leaf's sad face on the day it left the ranch. It could still feel the tiny hands clutching its tail and hear the soft voice asking, "When will you come back?" But it hadn't been able to return. The memory tugged at Koraden's heart, and it couldn't help but become depressed. Under Naoki's puzzled gaze, Koraden began thinking with its not-so-bright brain. It looked at the vibrant Iono, dancing cheerfully in the sea of neon lights, then glanced back at Naoki, who stood calmly in front of it. Suddenly, Koraden realized something. It was too early. Their child hadn't been born yet, and Naoki didn't seem to recognize Iono. "Reo." Koraden's head drooped. Naoki scratched his head. "Could it be? You didn't eat much at noon?" It was getting late, and Naoki began to wonder if Koraden was simply hungry and no longer interested in watching the crowd. "Are you hungry?" Koraden perked up slightly, focusing on its stomach. As expected, it heard a low grumble. Rayo. Koraden nodded enthusiastically. Naoki chuckled. All right, no need to stick around here. Let's get our tickets first, and once we're on board, we'll grab something to eat. Rayo. Koraden agreed cheerfully, tail swishing. Without lingering any longer, Naoki turned away from the lively square, leading Koraden through the crowd toward the port. After crossing the square, Naoki spotted the towering lighthouse standing proudly on the coast. Near it, a brightly lit building stood by the water's edge, with several large ships docked nearby. That must be the boarding point, Naoki thought. Even at night, the port bustled with life. Travelers carrying luggage prepared to depart, while others arrived in Paldea, eager to explore the region. As Naoki approached the boarding area, he heard the soft, melodic sound of a ship's whistle from the CA. Passenger ship was about to dock. Staff members at the boarding point busily prepared for the incoming passengers. Soon, the exit opened, and people and Pokémon of all kinds poured out, carrying large and small bags. Naoki walked up to the ticket counter. A ticket to the Galar region, please. The ticket agent glanced at Naoki and the large Koraden by his side, then smiled warmly. Of course. The next passenger ship departs at 7:25 p.m. for Hulbury in the Galar region. The journey will take about 3 days. Will you be taking this ship? Hulbury. Naoki imagined a bustling port town with markets and seafood restaurants. He nodded. Yes, that's perfect. That'll be 3,200 poke dollars, the agent said with a polite smile. Naoki handed over the money, and the agent gave him a ticket. It was now 7 p.m., leaving him with about half an hour to board. Following the staff's instructions, Naoki and Koraden made their way toward the docks and boarded the ship without any trouble. The ship wasn't enormous, but its facilities were excellent. It had everything passengers could need: restaurants, a gym, a Pokémon battle arena, a barbershop, and even a trainer exchange center. The deck buzzed with activity. Office workers in suits, well-dressed tourists, and young Pokémon trainers filled the ship, some admiring the view of the city's glowing neon skyline, while others dined with their Pokémon in the restaurants below deck. Naoki found a cozy spot at a dining table with Koraden by his side. A uniformed waiter handed the menus. Let's see. Grilled pork cutlet, soy sauce fried rice, omelet rice, sashimi sushi ham. Naoki's eyes widened at the variety. Not bad. He ordered a few dishes he liked and waited with Koraden and Cyclizer. Soon the food arrived. Naoki took a bite and found it surprisingly good. As he ate, he glanced at Koraden and Cyclizer and saw they were happily devouring their own food. Seeing both of them eat with such joy made Naoki smile. Enjoy it. We'll be on this ship for 3 days. Rayo, Jiahu. They both responded between bites. The two ate contentedly, their spirits lifted by the good food and the exciting journey ahead. Just as Naoki lowered his head to focus on his meal, a conversation from the table behind him caught his ear. Man, what a bummer. I had to miss Iono's performance just to catch this ship, one passenger grumbled. His friend chuckled. You're obsessed, huh? But seriously, how old is Iono, anyway? She looks like someone who just started her first Pokémon journey. No way. I heard Iono became a gym leader just 2 years ago. She was only 15 at the time. So now she must be about 17, almost 18, right? Who wouldn't like someone that young and full of energy? That's the charm of Iono. Naoki listened quietly, surprised by what he heard. 18? That's 2 years younger than me, he thought. But something didn't add up. Wait, if Iono is that young now, wouldn't that mean she'd be around 27 or 28 by the time the events of the game take place? But she doesn't look that old at all. He scratched his head, puzzled. Do people just not age the same in the Pokémon world? Maybe they stay looking younger longer. Then another thought struck him. Actually, streaming rules in real life require you to be at least 18 to go live. And in the game, some NPCs mentioned that Iono has been streaming for many years. He calculated the timeline in his head. That means she was definitely over 20 during the game's events. Naoki shook his head with a quiet chuckle. Well, it doesn't really matter. With that, Naoki finished his meal, brought Koraden and Cyclizer to the deck, and ordered a couple of glasses of juice. They stretched out on beach chairs, gazing up at the starry night sky, their minds at ease. 3 days later, the ship reached the Galar region on schedule, docking at the port of Hulbury. Naoki stepped off the boat with Koraden, feeling a bit exhausted but excited to explore the new surroundings. The warm breeze was a pleasant change from the cooler climate of Paldea. He wandered through the streets of the port town, taking in the mix of medieval and modern architecture. A tall, stone city wall surrounded the town's edge, giving it a charming, fantasy-like feel. The roads were clean, lined with guardrails to prevent anyone from falling into the sea. Along the way, Naoki passed parks, bustling shops, street stalls, and flower markets. Pokémon unique to the Galar region roamed freely, adding to the town's lively atmosphere. On a grassy lawn, Naoki noticed a yamper playfully running around, its tail generating sparks of electricity. In the park's trees, a blip bug crawled along the branches, quietly observing everything happening below. Near a small fountain, a Sobble splashed about, playing with the water while droplets ran down its face, though it wasn't clear if they were tears or just the fountain spray. Naoki smiled. That's Sobble, the water-type starter Pokémon of Galar. It's pretty cute in person, he thought. Without even realizing it, Naoki found himself and Koraden standing right next to the little Sobble. The playful Sobble, sensing a powerful presence nearby, stopped splashing and slowly looked up. Its wide eyes locked onto Koraden's intense gaze. For a moment, Sobble froze in place, overwhelmed by the sight of a large, unfamiliar Pokémon towering over it. The little Sobble's body froze, and it began to wail in fear, tears streaming down its face in torrents. Seeing this, Naoki quickly knelt and said gently, "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt you." But just as he spoke, Naoki felt something strange happening. Suddenly, his own eyes became watery, and tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. He blinked in confusion. What the? Behind him, Koraden let out a distressed cry. Naoki turned to see his Pokemon's eyes, brimming with tears as well, even though there was no reason to cry. Naoki? ? Taking advantage of the confusion, the patterns on Sobble's body rapidly shifted, blending into the environment until it vanished completely from sight. Rayo! Koraden exclaimed, its tear-filled eyes wide with surprise. Naoki looked down, realizing Sobble had disappeared entirely. Just then, someone was drawn to the commotion. A tall girl with sun-kissed skin, piercing blue eyes, and a graceful figure of a model approached. She wore a sleek swimsuit, her confident posture radiating calm. Her gaze landed on Naoki and Koraden, both of them still crying. With a knowing smile, she explained, "That's a Sobble. It's timid by nature. When frightened, its tears release a powerful tear-inducing substance that makes everything around it cry. It uses that moment to escape." Naoki turned, his tear-streaked face lighting up with recognition. Wait, is that Nessa? It was indeed Nessa, the renowned water-type gym leader of the Galar region and a popular model known throughout the world. Naoki blinked, startled to see her up close. Nessa gave him a sympathetic smile, noticing the tears on his face. "The substance isn't harmful, but I suggest you get checked out of the Pokémon Center. Otherwise, you might stay like this for a while." Naoki. 10 minutes later, Naoki and Koraden arrived at the Pokémon Center, still teary-eyed. The moment Nurse Joy saw their red, swollen eyes, she immediately understood what had happened. With a warm smile, she pulled out a bottle of eye drops. "Here, let's get those eyes cleared up," she said kindly, tilting their heads back and carefully applying a few drops into Naoki's and Koraden's eyes. As the soothing drops worked their magic, Nurse Joy chuckled. "You're from another region, aren't you?" she asked, noticing Koraden. "It's easy to tell your Pokémon isn't native to Galar." Naoki nodded, wiping the last of his tears away as the eye drops took effect. Nurse Joy gave them a reassuring smile. "Sobble's tears are no joke. They're as tear-inducing as 100 onions. If you get caught in it, you'll cry like there's no tomorrow." Naoki. Now, Naoki finally understood why Nessa had suggested going to the Pokemon Center. Thanks to the eye drops from Nurse Joy, the discomfort in his eyes soon faded. Naoki rubbed his eyes, gave a grateful smile, and thanked Nurse Joy before leaving the Pokemon Center. When he returned to the park, Nessa was already gone. I wanted to thank her, Naoki muttered with a sigh. He felt a little regret, but since he had other things to do, he decided to let it go. I'll thank her next time I see her. With a new destination in mind, Naoki checked the road signs around Hulbury. Before long, he spotted the directions to the Hulbury train station. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the station. The friendly ticket agent greeted him with a warm smile. Where are you headed? Naoki replied confidently. The Crown Tundra. The ticket seller blinked for a moment, surprised. Crown Tundra? She smiled and said, playfully, oh, you mean the Crown Snowfield? Naoki then realized that he was talking about the name of the Sword and Shield DLC. He nodded embarrassedly. Yes, it's Crown Snowfield. The ticket agent laughed along. You must be from another region. You don't see Pokémon like that every day. She gave Koraden a curious glance. That's right, Naoki replied with a grin. We're from the Paldea region, heading to visit a friend in the Crown Snowfield. I see. Well, welcome to Galar, the agent said cheerfully. Here's your ticket. Please keep it safe. You'll need it to board the train at the platform. Thanks. Naoki nodded, took his ticket, and entered the station. Following the signs, he soon found the steam train bound for the Crown Tundra. He boarded the train with Koraden, and before long, the train rumbled to life, moving steadily along the tracks. Outside, the scenery whisked by in a blur of snowy landscapes. Koraden and Cyclizer, who had never been on a train before, leaned eagerly against the window, their eyes wide with curiosity as they watched the view speed past. Naoki glanced around the carriage and was surprised to find it completely empty. He was the only passenger. Goodness, is the Crown Tundra really that unpopular? He sat back, thinking carefully about what he remembered from the Crown Tundra in the game. It was a harsh, cold region filled with snow-capped mountains, rugged cliffs, and treacherous terrain. Because of its extreme weather, people lived in small villages and relied heavily on each other to survive. This place is no tourist paradise, Naoki thought with a shrug. But something still felt odd. The Crown Tundra was known to be home to ancient ruins, temples, and mythical Pokémon, exactly the kind of destination explorers and relic enthusiasts would love. Could it be that the cold is just too unbearable? Naoki wondered. Come on, how bad can it be? It's just snow. A few extra layers should do the trick. But as soon as the train reached its destination, Naoki learned just how bad it really was. As Naoki and Koraden stepped off the train, an icy wind howled through the station. The moment the cold hit, Naoki's entire body stiffened, and he let out an involuntary shiver. Fuck, it's freezing, he stammered, teeth chattering violently. The winter clothes he'd brought along were nowhere near enough to withstand the brutal cold of the Crown Tundra. He hugged himself, realizing with dread that he'd severely underestimated just how harsh this environment could be. Even worse, there were no shops nearby to buy cold weather gear, just the small station behind him, standing alone against the vast, snowy landscape. Naoki exhaled, watching his breath form puffs of white mist in the air. He forced himself to stay calm, scanning his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, the world was blanketed in snow, with cold-resistant trees sagging under layers of frost. In the distance, jagged cliffs stretched upward into the sky, their steep slopes hinting at the region's rugged terrain. The king of bountiful harvest should be somewhere around here, Naoki thought, trying to focus. But that was the problem. Where exactly would the Pokémon be? The Crown Shrine? Or perhaps hidden in some unmarked cave? As Naoki stood pondering his next move, Koraden nudged him gently, concern flickering in its eyes. Naoki gave the Pokémon a reassuring smile. I'm okay. How about you? Are you holding up? All right, Rayo. Koraden nodded enthusiastically, seemingly unaffected by the cold. Naoki gave it an affectionate pat. Good to know. Looks like this weather doesn't bother you at all, huh? Koraidin's warm body radiated heat, providing a welcome bit of comfort to Naoki in the biting cold. This kind of weather is no big deal for you, huh? Naoki grinned, thankful for his sturdy partner. Turning his gaze forward, Naoki spotted a signpost by the roadside near the station. It pointed toward Freezington, a small village nestled in the Crown Tundra. After a brief moment of thought, Naoki made his decision. Let's head to Freezington first. Maybe the locals can give us some useful information, he said. With that, Naoki adjusted his scarf, tightened his grip on his bag, and started walking through the snow, Koraidin trotting cheerfully by his side. The snowfall thickened, and white flakes filled the sky, making the distant landscape blurry and indistinct. The air was heavy with snow and howling wind, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. Naoki and Koraidin hadn't been walking for long when a harsh blizzard overtook them, making it impossible to tell which way they were going. Which way is east and which is west? Naoki muttered, rubbing his hands together in an attempt to stay warm. He tried to determine the direction by looking for the sun's position, but the sky was nothing but an endless sea of gray. Not only was the sun hidden, but even the path ahead was lost to the swirling snow. A headache began to creep in as the biting cold seeped through Naoki's layers of clothing. He was used to warmer, more humid climates. This kind of weather was unbearable. Reo, Koraidin shook off the accumulating snow on its head, then glanced at Naoki with concern, as if asking, what to do next? The freezing wind howled through the valley, adding to the already miserable conditions. Naoki squinted at the snowy trail ahead and sighed. I think we've lost the original path. Reo, Koraidin tilted its head in confusion. We can't keep going like this, Naoki said with a shake of his head. You might be fine in this weather, but I won't make it if we keep pushing forward. He looked toward the cliffs in the distance, their steep walls cutting through the snowy expanse like jagged teeth. Let's head toward the cliffs. If we're lucky, we might find a cave where we can wait for the snow to stop. Reo, with his mind made up, Naoki and Koraidin ran toward the cliffs. They pressed on along the cold rock face, snow crunching beneath their feet with every step. After some time exploring the foot of the cliff, Koraidin's eyes brightened, and it let out a cheerful cry. Reo, not far ahead, it spotted the entrance to a cave, partially blocked by snow. Excitedly, Koraidin dashed over and stood at the entrance, waiting for Naoki. Naoki jogged to catch up, brushing snow off his shoulders. He peered inside the cave, relieved to find no signs of other Pokémon, just a quiet, natural space. The cave wasn't deep, but it would do. It seemed like a natural formation, not the lair of any Pokémon. Naoki gave Koraidin an appreciative nod and stepped inside, grateful for the shelter from the relentless storm outside. As they settled in, the snow outside continued to fall heavily, with occasional gusts of wind blowing through the entrance. Naoki sighed in relief and shook off the snow clinging to his clothes. From his travel bag, he pulled out a compact campfire stand and a small pot. He placed a few pieces of charcoal in the stand and carefully lit them, shivering slightly as he worked with his cold fingers. Once the fire crackled to life, Naoki retrieved 2 bottles of water and a bag of noodles from his backpack. Koraidin sat near the cave's entrance, using its large body as a shield to block the wind and snow from reaching Naoki. Just hang on a little longer, Naoki said, warming his hands over the small fire. Reo, dash, Koraidin responded, its tone soft and reassuring. Before long, the water began to boil. Naoki placed the noodles into the boiling water, adding seasoning from his travel pack. After a few minutes, the aroma of the soup began to fill the cave. All right, Naoki said with satisfaction. He pulled out 2 bowls, evenly divided the noodles, and poured the hot broth over them. A simple but comforting bowl of noodle soup was ready. As he admired his work, the information popped into his head. Hot soup noodles, very happy face, a humble dish, but perfect for warming both the body and spirit on a cold winter day. Effect: cold resistance protection, level 2. Grants moderate protection from extreme cold for 2 hours. Evaluation omitted. 2 hours, huh? Naoki muttered. Though the dish wasn't perfect due to the simple ingredients and rough preparation, 2 hours of warmth was good enough in this harsh environment. Naoki looked up to see Koraiden eagerly gulping down its share of noodles, tilting its large head back to drain the bowl. He quickly finished his own portion. As the warmth spread through his body, Naoki let out a comfortable sigh. It's not so cold anymore, he murmured, feeling the biting chill of the wind and snow outside losing its edge. Naoki thought briefly about using this opportunity to explore the area. Maybe he could locate Freezington Village. But as he considered the unpredictable snowfall and the 2-hour limit on the noodles' warming effect, he decided it was safer to stay put. If the warmth wears off before we find the village, we could end up in real trouble, Naoki reasoned. With that, he and Koraiden sat by the fire, basking in its heat. The minutes stretched on, and the outside world remained trapped in a dull gray haze. Without sunlight, Naoki had no way to tell if it was day or night. The only way he could track time was by how long the warm feeling from the noodles lasted. When the first batch of noodles wore off, Naoki cooked 2 more bowls, this time taking his time and adding more ingredients. Hot soup noodles B. Improved cooking technique. Increased warmth and flavor. Effect: cold resistance protection, level 3. Grants advanced protection from the cold for 6 hours. After finishing their upgraded meal, Naoki sighed, glancing toward the cave entrance. Looks like we're spending the night here. Reo, Koraiden chirped contentedly, showing no signs of complaint. Just then, the crunching sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave, muffled by the heavy snow. Naoki turned toward the entrance and saw a figure approaching, a man bundled in layers of thick clothing, looking like a walking bear. He carried a lantern that glowed warmly against the storm. The old man hurried into the cave, his lantern casting light across the dim space. Spotting Naoki and Koraiden, he quickly shrugged off a thick down coat and draped it over Naoki's shoulders. Naoki blinked in confusion. "You're not from around here, are you?" the old man asked, his voice kind but firm. Koraiden tilted its head, matching Naoki's puzzled expression. No. We're from the Paldea region," Naoki replied, still processing the sudden kindness. "Who are you?" The old man chuckled. "I figure as much. Traveling through the crown tundra without proper clothing is dangerous. Even hiding in a cave isn't enough, you'd likely freeze to death before morning." The man then introduced himself. "I'm a villager from Freezington. A few hours ago, my partner Pokémon, Altaria, spotted you wandering through the snow. I returned to the village to grab supplies and came to find you." He tilted his head slightly, looking over his shoulder as if expecting someone to follow him. Inside, it was only then that Naoki noticed a bird Pokémon standing nearby. It had a sky-blue body, and its fluffy feathers looked as soft as cotton. Hearing its owner's voice, the cheerful little bird in Altaria flapped its wings happily, its feathers bouncing lightly in the cold air. Naoki smiled, finally piecing together what had happened. The old man and his Pokémon had come to rescue them from the blizzard. Though Naoki didn't feel like they were in immediate danger, he still felt grateful. "Thank you very much." Chirp. The Altaria let out a happy trill, hopping in place with excitement. The old man gave a warm chuckle. "Come back to the village with me. The snow's only going to get worse, and the temperature will drop even more. It'll be too dangerous to stay here." "Thank you so much," Naoki said, touched by the kindness. Since they were heading toward Freezington Village, Naoki packed up his supplies. Koraiden helped him shake the snow off their things before they followed the old man down the snowy path. Guided by the Altaria flying above, Naoki and Koraiden managed to stay on the correct path this time. The snow continued to fall heavily, but they made steady progress. Before long, they emerged from the swirling storm and spotted a small, peaceful village, nestled in a quiet valley, surrounded by snow. "This is Freezington Village," the old man said proudly. "I don't know where you're headed next, but you're welcome to rest here before continuing your journey. Naoki nodded gratefully. Thank you very much. By the way, what should I call you? The old man smiled. Just call me Ryan. Come on, let's get you and your Pokémon inside too. Warm up. Ryan led Naoki and Koraden to his home, ushering them toward a cozy fireplace. As soon as they sat down, the warmth from the fire began to melt away the lingering chill from their bodies. Naoki felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. The people here are so kind, he thought, touched by their hospitality. Just then, a kindly old woman with silver hair appeared, carrying 2 cups of steaming tea on a tray. She smiled warmly. Here, have some hot tea to warm up. Thank you, Naoki said, taking a cup. Coincidentally, the warming effect from the hot soup noodles had worn off, but with the fire crackling in front of him and a hot cup of tea in hand, Naoki felt perfectly comfortable. The old woman sat down beside them, her eyes full of kindness. My husband is a bit of a rescuer at heart. He's always helping travelers lost in the mountains. Naoki nodded, smiling. Mr. Ryan is a very good person. At that moment, the Altaria perched itself on the windowsill, tilting its head curiously as it watched them from across the room. Noticing Naoki's gaze, the old woman chuckled softly. That Pokémon was rescued by my husband as well. Poor thing had hurt its wings and fallen into the snow. It was almost frozen. We found it. She looked fondly at the Altaria. We nursed it back to health, thinking we'd release it once it recovered. But the little guy decided it didn't want to leave us. Ever since then, it stayed with us, helping my husband rescue lost travelers from the mountains. The Pokémon seemed to sense that the old woman was talking about it. With a happy flutter of its wings, the Altari flew into her arms, letting out a cheerful, melodic chirp. Just then, Ryan emerged from the back room, having changed out of his heavy outdoor gear. Now, without his bulky clothes, he looked surprisingly lean and energetic, a sharp contrast to his earlier bear-like appearance. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, making it impossible for Naoki to venture out. So, they all sat around the fireplace, chatting to pass the time. When Ryan learned that Naoki had traveled all the way from the Paldea region, his eyes widened in surprise. Paldea? That's really far, Ryan exclaimed. Naoki smiled. It's not too bad. It only took 3 days by boat. If you want to talk about far places, though, I think the Kanto region is the farthest. Ryan chuckled and nodded in agreement. His gaze shifted to Koraden, who sat contentedly beside Naoki. Although Ryan admitted he wasn't entirely up to date with modern times, he still recognized a trainer when he saw one. So, you're traveling around the Gala region? Ryan asked, his brow furrowed slightly in confusion. He paused for a moment, his puzzlement growing. Most trainers head north to the big cities, but you ended up here in this remote little village. What brings you all the way to the crown? Tundra. Noticing Ryan's confusion, Naoki gave a small smile and explained, Actually, I'm not here for sightseeing. I came to the Crown Tundra because I'm searching for the King of Bountiful Harvests. The King of Bountiful Harvests? Ryan muttered, rubbing his chin in thought. I remember hearing something about that. What was it called again? Crayons? Naoki stifled a laugh. I think you mean Calyrex, the King of Bountiful Harvests. Ryan scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Right? Calyrex. My memory isn't what it used to be. His wife, standing nearby, gave him an affectionate but exasperated look. Ryan's wife chimed in, recalling a story from her childhood. The King of Bountiful Harvests. I remember my grandmother telling me stories about it. She used to say that if children misbehaved in the fields, the king would come and take them away. She chuckled softly. But looking back, I think it was just a way to scare kids into behaving. Naoki nodded thoughtfully. As he suspected, although the villagers knew of Calyrex, they treated it as nothing more than an old folk tale. Faith in Calyrex had faded over time, and without belief, its power had weakened. Naoki knew that Calyrex depended on the faith of people to maintain its strength. Without faith, the King of Bountiful Harvest Calyrex had grown weak, causing his loyal steeds, Glastrier and Spectrier, to abandon him. The reason for his downfall? It seemed likely that the Galar royal family had taken credit for his deeds, just as they had taken credit for Zacian and Zamazena's role in defeating the Dark Force Eternatus. Naoki fell into deep thought. The game never delved into these details, but based on the royal family's behavior, it seemed possible that in their effort to maintain control and bolster their image, they took away credit not only from Zacian and Zamazena, but also from Calyrex. As time passed, kingdoms rose and fell, and so did the king of Bountiful Harvest Forgotten. By the people he once protected, his name faded from the hearts of the people, buried by history. Faith, the very source of Calyrex's power, dwindled, and as his power faded, Glastrier and Spectrier abandoned him, leaving the once mighty king alone. Naoki felt a wave of conflicting emotions: sympathy, curiosity, and sorrow. At that moment, the snowfall outside finally ceased. "Look at that! The snow's finally stopped," Ryan exclaimed with delight. His wife smiled warmly. "If you're not in a rush, why don't you stay in the village for a while? The snow-covered scenery here is quite beautiful." "You're welcome to stay with us," the old woman added. "It's usually just the two of us here, so having some company would be a real treat." Naoki smiled and bowed slightly. "Thank you both very much." Suddenly, the cheerful Altaria chirped happily and fluttered its wings. Ryan grinned. "Why don't you let Altaria show you around the village?" Naoki chuckled. "Thank you, Altaria." "Chirp," Altaria responded, happily bobbing up and down. With Karaden by his side, Naoki strolled through Freezington Village, taking in the sights. The village was small, home to about 20 households. In the center of the village, plots of farmland grew hardy, cold-resistant crops. Snow-covered paths connected the houses, winding through the village like white ribbons. As the snow cleared, villagers emerged from their homes, bringing life back to the quiet streets. Farmers could be seen hauling goods in carts pulled by piloswine, their fur thick and well-suited for the cold. Naoki smiled at the tranquil, picturesque scene. It was hard to believe that such warmth and vitality could exist in a place th. As Naoki continued walking, Altaria suddenly took off from his shoulder, flying toward the farmland. It perched on a high mound of snow, chirping excitedly. Naoki tilted his head. "What is it, Altaria?" Altaria hopped in place, and something clicked in Naoki's mind. He remembered a small detail from the game. Curious, he brushed the snow off the mound. Beneath the snow lay a broken stone statue, weathered and forgotten. "Just as I thought," Naoki murmured, brushing more snow away. Before Naoki could say anything else, Karaden stiffened beside him, its gaze fixed on something in the distance. "Rayo," Karaden murmured, its tail flicking as it locked eyes with the figure. Naoki followed Karaden's gaze, looking beyond the broken statue. Under the branches of a snow-covered pine tree stood a mysterious Pokémon, petite, elegant, and radiating a majestic aura. Naoki's breath caught in his throat. His heart pounded as he and the Pokémon stared at each other across the snowy expanse. Time seemed to stop. "It's Calyrex," Naoki whispered, all washing over him. However, as he took in the sight of the legendary king, an entirely inappropriate thought popped into his mind. "No, this is way too disrespectful to the crowned king." Naoki shook his head quickly, trying to banish the absurd thought from his mind. But despite himself, Naoki couldn't help but glance again at the massive dark green crown atop Calyrex's head, shaped like an enormous bud. Beneath the crown was Calyrex's petite, slender body, resembling a rabbit with elegant features. Calyrex had majestic blue eyes that shimmered with wisdom, and a small blue nose and mouth. A pair of cloak-like wings extended behind it, framing its gray-white body and legs, giving the Pokémon an otherworldly grace. The crowned king floated silently just above the snow, gazing directly at Naoki. Then it made a strange sound, incomprehensible to human ears. "Kalimumu, Naoki?" Question mark. Just then, a middle-aged farmer wearing a plush hat and carrying a hoe appeared, on his way to tend the snow-covered fields. Spotting Naoki and Karaden standing frozen in place, The farmer was about to ask where they'd come from when he caught sight of the glowing, floating Pokémon not far away. The farmer's eyes widened in shock. His jaw dropped. "What a huge head!" the farmer exclaimed. "Naoki." He said exactly what I was thinking. Naoki thought, barely holding back a laugh. The farmer's outburst caught the attention of Calyrex, who turned its gaze toward the man. A blue light flickered in Calyrex's eyes, and before the farmer could react, his body was enveloped in a faint glow. His feet slowly lifted off the ground, and his consciousness began to drift. The farmer floated in the air, suspended by Calyrex's psychic power, his body moving like a puppet under the king's control. Calyrex's voice echoed through the farmer, directed toward Naoki. "My faithful one, you have finally arrived. I have waited for you here for a long time." Naoki stared at the poor, dazed farmer, his face twisted in awkward sympathy. He scratched his head. We could probably find a better way to communicate." Calyrex tilted its head slightly, a flicker of confusion in its radiant blue eyes. "Oh." Naoki rummaged through his bag and pulled out a large package of translation seed crisps. The Crown King's gaze was immediately drawn to the bag. "What is this?" Calyrex asked, curiosity slipping through its regal demeanor. Naoki smiled. "It's a human food with a bit of magic. When you eat it, it lets you understand Pokémon speech." Calyrex looked intrigued by the idea, though it maintained its dignified posture. Without hesitation, Naoki popped a few of the crisps into his mouth and grinned. "All right, I should be able to understand you now." Calyrex seemed pleased. The glow around the farmer faded, and he slowly returned to the ground, blinking in confusion. The Crown King, perhaps not wanting the encounter to attract further attention, used instant teleportation, leaving behind a message for Naoki. "I will be waiting for you on the cliff over there." And with that, Calyrex disappeared in a flash of light, vanishing into the snowy expanse. The farmer, now free from Calyrex's psychic control, slowly landed back on the ground. He glanced around in confusion, scratching the back of his head. "What happened? Why am I here? BRR, it's freezing out here. Wait a second. Who are you? Are you a tourist from out of town?" Naoki answered casually, "Yes, I'm here to observe the Pokémon ecology in the Crown Tundra." The farmer's eyes lit up in understanding. "Ah, I see. That makes sense." With that, the man picked up his hoe and strolled away, still muttering to himself. Naoki turned to the Altaria perched on his shoulder. "You can head home now. I have something important to do." The little bird puffed up its fluffy feathers, trying to stay warm. With a pitiful nod, it chirped softly. "Chirp, be careful, and don't get lost again." Naoki chuckled and gave a reassuring nod. "Don't worry about me." With that, the Altaria flapped its wings and flew off, disappearing toward the village. Naoki watched it go for a moment, then turned to Koraidon. "Let's head to the cliffs," Naoki said, climbing onto Koraidon's back. The Pokémon let out a soft ray-o and took off into the cold sky, cutting through the frosty air. When they reached the cliff, Calyrex was already there, floating gracefully above the snow-covered peak. It gazed down at Freezington village below, like a noble king watching over his domain from a castle tower. Hearing Naoki's arrival, Calyrex turned to face him. The legendary Pokémon's majestic blue eyes met Naoki's, and it spoke with calm gratitude. "I have sensed your kindness, and I know what you have done for me on that land." Naoki shifted awkwardly, suddenly feeling a bit guilty. Didn't I mostly come here to get my hands on one of the horses? But it was not the time for honesty. Ruining the moment would be awkward, to say the least. So, Naoki straightened up and replied sincerely, "It was the least I could do. The people of Paldea are grateful for your strength." At the mention of gratitude, a flicker of emotion crossed Calyrex's regal expression. The memory of past festivals, offerings, and statues crafted in its honor seemed to stir within the Pokémon. Calyrex's voice softened. "I know, and because of your actions, I have regained a portion of my strength. However, there is a lingering sadness in its tone. Yet, while you have shown kindness, many others have forgotten me. I can feel my power waning, my connection to mankind slipping away. The king of bountiful harvests looked toward the horizon, a heavy sorrow clouding its gaze. It had once been the beloved protector of these lands, but now its name was slipping into obscurity. Scenes from the past flickered in its mind. Long ago, when the Galar region was ruled by Calyrex, the land was prosperous, with fields yielding abundant crops and flowers blooming in every corner. The humans and Pokémon living under Calyrex's reign regarded him as their king, and in turn, he cherished them as his people. Out of love and respect, they built temples in his honor and offered tributes of gratitude. In return, Calyrex used all his strength to ensure bountiful harvest for his people. As these memories resurfaced, a wave of sadness washed over Calyrex. It pained him to think that his beloved people might have forgotten him. He turned toward Naoki with a solemn expression. "My believer, I must ask a favor of you." Naoki sensed the deep sadness in Calyrex's voice. He gave a small nod. "Of course. What do you need me to do?" Calyrex's gaze shifted toward the human village below. "I want you to go to the village and ask the people if they still remember me." Naoki thought to himself, the king of bountiful harvests still cares deeply about their faith. 1. He looked back at Calyrex and gave a reassuring smile. "I'll go ask them for you." Calyrex bowed his head slightly. "Thank you. I will wait for your return here." With that, Naoki climbed onto Coraden and soared toward the village of Freezington. As they flew toward the village, Coraden furrowed its brow in confusion. "Rayo, he seems really sad." Naoki stroked the Pokemon's head thoughtfully. "Yes, it's like if you and I were separated for a long time, and when we met again, I didn't remember you." Before Naoki could finish, Coraden shook its head frantically, letting out a distressed cry. "Rayo, we won't ever be apart." Naoki blinked, then smiled warmly. He patted Coraden's head. "Of course not. I was just giving an example. But think about it, wouldn't it hurt if that happened?" Coraden fell silent, considering the thought carefully. Its head drooped slightly. "Rayo, that would be really sad." Then, with sudden determination, Coraden straightened up and declared, "Rayo, I'll never forget you." "Naoki, I'll never forget you either," Naoki replied softly, rubbing the Pokemon's head. Affectionately, he continued, "Now, imagine that the villagers are like me, and the king of bountiful harvests is like you. See? It makes sense why he feels this way." Coraden tilted its head thoughtfully, and after a moment, it nodded with understanding. "Rayo, then let's bring the king back home with us." Naoki chuckled at Coraden's eagerness. "Well, that depends on whether Calyrex wants to come with us or not." With that, Coraden gracefully descended into Freezington village. Once in the village, Naoki scanned the area. Villagers were out and about, enjoying the break. In the snowfall, he decided to blend in as a tourist and began asking people if they remembered the king of bountiful harvests. The first villager he approached gave him a puzzled look. "The king of bountiful harvests? What's that?" the villager asked, clearly confused. "Naoki. Well, that's not a great start." He tried again with an elderly woman sitting nearby. After a moment of thought, her eyes lit up. "I think I remember my grandmother telling me a story about that when I was little," the woman said. "She told us that if a child didn't eat properly, the king would take away their body and soul, and they'd never be able to return home." Naoki sighed, muttering to himself, "Isn't this the kind of thing a ghost-type Pokémon would do?" He approached another villager, a white-haired old man with glasses. The old man smiled proudly and said, "Ah, the king of bountiful harvests? Of course I know about it. We use the legend to attract tourists. It helps bring business to the goose houses and shops here in the village." Naoki raised an eyebrow. "How do you know so much about it?" The old man grinned even wider. "Well, that's because I'm the village chief. I'm known about the king of bountiful harvests since I was a child. I even have an old storybook at home that's full of tales about him." Naoki. With these replies in hand, Naoki rode Coraden back to the cliffside where Calyrex waited. After hearing Naoki's retelling, A visible sadness appeared on Calyrex's face. The Pokémon stood silently on the snow, looking down at the frozen village below as if reflecting on what once was. Then, with a soft sigh, it closed its eyes. After a long moment, Calyrex opened its eyes, regaining the dignified and majestic posture of a king. "It seems that they no longer remember me," Calyrex said quietly. "Humans have forgotten the bond they once shared with me." Naoki shifted awkwardly, unsure how to comfort the Pokémon. After a moment, he said gently, "He still remembers you, though." Calyrex gave a small shake of his head, acknowledging the sentiment. "It is all right. Why should I dwell on this? I am a king of bountiful harvests. I am not so petty." The king's gaze turned distant. "I can no longer depend on their belief to restore my power. If only my loyal steed were by my side, things might be different." As he spoke, Calyrex turned his gaze back toward Naoki. Naoki thought to himself, "Here it comes." Calyrex continued, "I once rode a powerful four-legged Pokémon, a companion I could command with ease. The statue in the village depicts me riding that steed. Long ago they were my trusted partners, roaming the mountains by my side. But as my power faded, we were separated, and I do not know where they are now." Then, the king looked directly at Naoki, his blue eyes filled with hope. "I must ask for your help once more. If you can help me find my two beloved steeds, I will grant you a wish, whatever you desire. As long as it is within my power, I will make it happen." Naoki already anticipated this request. Just as in the game's storyline, the King of Bountiful Harvests needed the help of a traveler to reunite with his steed. In the game, the player assists Calyrex in finding one of his two companions, either Glastrier, the Ice Horse, or Spectrier, the Ghost Horse, allowing him to regain his full strength. Naoki pondered. If I help him recover both Glastrier and Spectrier, could I convince him to leave this snowy land behind and come with me to Paldea, bringing the two horses along? Lost in thought, Naoki glanced up at Calyrex's crown. "That crown is really big," he mused to himself once again. Then he recalled what he knew about Calyrex. Finding Spectrier, the Spirit Horse, or Glastrier, the Blizzard Horse, wouldn't be too difficult. As long as he could obtain carrot seeds, the preferred food of these steeds, and have Calyrex use his powers to ripen them, the horses would be drawn to the crop. However, reuniting Calyrex with one of the horses required more than just carrots. He also needed a special bridle, the reins of unity, to bind the king and the chosen steed together. The reins were no ordinary rope, but were woven from radiant petals and horse Pokémon manes, once crafted as an offering of gratitude from the people to Calyrex in ancient times. After a brief moment of thought, Naoki looked at the King of Bountiful Harvests. "I promise I'll help you." Calyrex's eyes softened with gratitude. "Thank you. I shall remain here, waiting for your return. Though my strength has not fully recovered, if you need my assistance, come to me." Naoki smiled and nodded. "Understood." Naoki remembered that the village chief had mentioned a book containing stories about the King of Bountiful Harvests. Deciding that it was the best place to start, Naoki said his farewells to Calyrex and rode off on Coraden toward Freezington village. As snowflakes began to drift down from the sky once again, Calyrex watched Naoki leave. "This little believer. He is a good person," Calyrex thought to himself. The king gazed silently at Naoki's retreating figure. A flicker of hope sparked within him. Perhaps, through this human, he could rebuild the bond he had once shared with humanity. This time, the king mused to himself, "I do not wish to be a ruler anymore." Back in Freezington village, Naoki met with the village chief. After explaining his purpose, the old man led Naoki to his home. "The King of Bountiful Harvests? I haven't heard that name in ages," the chief admitted. "It would be wonderful if he truly existed. The land here has grown barren, and it's getting harder and harder to grow crops." Naoki tilted his head. "It's strange. If Calyrex once ruled over the Galar region, why do we hear so few stories about him now?" The village chief shook his head, a wistful expression crossing his face. "Perhaps it's just an old legend passed down by word of mouth. The chief continued thoughtfully. It's like the stories that say humans were created by gods. If the king of bountiful harvests truly existed, why hasn't he shown himself after all these years? Naoki furrowed his brow. Maybe things only exist if people believe in them. The village chief shrugged. When I was a boy, my history teacher taught us that the Galar region has always been protected by the royal family. They were the ones who defended us from the darkest day. He continued, they say that long ago, darkness spread across Galar. Back then, two heroes, wielding a sword and shield, drove the darkness away and saved the region. If the king of bountiful harvests really existed, shouldn't he have come to protect his people? Back then, the chief gave Naoki a kind smile, then gestured toward a bookshelf in the corner of the room. If you're interested in those stories, the book you're looking for is on the bottom shelf. Go ahead and take a look. Hearing this, the king of bountiful harvests, Calyrex, was slightly startled. To leave my domain, for a king, there was only one reason to abandon his land. If his kingdom were destroyed, or if he had no choice but to leave. And for Calyrex, the Galar region was his home where his memories and people resided. Calyrex hesitated. Naoki waited patiently for his response. The king of bountiful harvests gazed at the young believer before him, recalling how he had been forgotten by the world, lost his power, and fallen into a deep slumber. In his mind, he saw images of Naoki, this loyal believer, spreading his name far away in another land, reminding the world of his existence. Calyrex's eyes reflected hesitation and confusion. Making a decision like this was not easy. After what felt like an eternity, Calyrex finally responded, I must think carefully about this. The fact that Calyrex hadn't outright refused gave Naoki a glimmer of hope. Naoki smiled warmly. The people and Pokémon in the Paldea region told me they would love to meet you. They're all very grateful for the stories I've shared about you. Calyrex's expression softened. I can already sense their sincerity. Naoki, give me some time to consider. Of course, Naoki replied, switching the topic with ease. I've planted all the seeds. I'll leave the rest to you. Calyrex nodded gently, then floated toward the farmland nestled within the snowy valley. Leave it to me. As he spoke, a brilliant blue light radiated from his crown, illuminating the entire valley. The newly plowed soil resonated with his energy, rippling like waves across the field. Tiny sparks of light drifted from the ground, swirling upward into the sky. Before Naoki's eyes, the seeds sprouted and grew at an incredible speed. Within moments, the entire field was filled with plump white carrots. Naoki gazed at them, and information about the crop immediately surfaced in his mind. Iceroot carrot, a rare ingredient beloved by Glastrier. Grown in snowy fields, it radiates a crisp coldness. Calyrex, standing beside him, looked at the bountiful field with joy and gratitude shining in his eyes. Thanks to you, I could achieve this, Calyrex said softly. Without your faith, I doubt I could have grown even a single carrot. With so many carrots, we will surely attract my beloved steed. Calyrex turned toward the horizon, his tone becoming lighter. Now we wait. Naoki nodded in agreement. Together, they watched the snow-covered expanse, awaiting the arrival of Glastrier. During this quiet moment, Naoki struck up a conversation about the Rains of Unity. Calyrex listened thoughtfully before responding. The rains that enhance my power. As long as I have them, I can easily command my steed. But over the years, humans stopped offering the rains. Their faith dwindled, and with it, the tradition faded. Naoki pondered for a moment before glancing at the ring of green petals around Calyrex's neck. Calyrex noticed his gaze and tilted his head in curiosity. Why are you looking at me like that? Naoki smiled. I read in an old book that to create the Rains of Unity, one needs the petals of the radiant flower and the manes of two horses. Calyrex blinked in surprise, as if recalling something buried deep within his memories. Radiant flower? Yes, of course. His voice carried a hint of awe. I had thought humans stopped offering the rains because they had abandoned their faith in me. But now I see it was because I no longer provided the necessary materials. A sad realization washed over him. I misunderstood them all this time. Calyrex sighed softly. For the radiant flower to bloom, I need an immense amount of energy. With my weakened power, I haven't been able to make it bloom for centuries. He looked at Naoki with gratitude. Thank you for helping me remember. Now, I shall try to make the radiant flower bloom once again. Calyrex's expression grew determined. His crown began to glow with a radiant blue light, the brilliance intensifying with every passing second. The energy flowed into the small bud on his neck, which began to shimmer. Slowly, a breathtaking flower, deep blue like the ocean, blossomed. The glowing flower detached from Calyrex and gently floated down, landing softly in Naoki's hand. It emitted a faint, soothing light, as if alive with warmth and magic. Calyrex smiled. I entrust this to you. Use it to forge the reins of unity. The descendants of those who once made the reins still live in the village. You will find help there. Naoki nodded. Calyrex glanced at Naoki with a hint of apology. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was asking so much of you. Naoki grinned warmly. It's no problem. Beside him, Kureiden nodded cheerfully. It's okay. Calyrex opened his mouth to say more, but before he could, a sharp hissing sound echoed from the distance. Naoki turned his head quickly, spotting a snow-white Pokémon racing toward them, its face shielded by ice armor and its powerful legs thundering across the frozen ground. Here it comes. Calyrex's voice lit up with excitement. It's my beloved steed, Glastrier. That dazzling white coat. That wild, untamed spirit. It's just as I remember it. Oh, how I've missed you. The blizzard horse galloped closer, its sharp eyes locked onto the icy carrots scattered across the field. It neighed in excitement. Neat. Something delicious. The sight of so many ice root carrots sent Glastrier into a frenzy. A feast awaited it at last. But as the Pokémon neared the field, it suddenly stopped in its tracks. Glastrier's sharp gaze landed on Naoki, Kureiden, and Calyrex standing quietly nearby. The moment its eyes locked onto Calyrex, a flash of fear washed over the horse's expression. It neighed loudly, kicking up snow, and attempted to escape. Calyrex furrowed his brow. This isn't good. Glastrier remembers being defeated by me before. It won't come near anything it finds threatening. Understanding the situation, Naoki called out, Kureiden now. I'm ready. With a burst of energy, Kureiden sprang high into the air, its muscles coiled like a spring. As it soared toward Glastrier, its body began to shimmer, gathering strength. Boom! Kureiden collided with Glastrier in a thunderous impact, releasing a surge of energy that shook the ground beneath them. Snow melted instantly, evaporating into a thick mist that curled into the sky. Calyrex watched in awe. What a magnificent Pokémon! I've never seen such Pokémon. Is it the ruler of your land? Naoki chuckled, catching his breath. Not exactly. There aren't any kings in the Paldea region anymore. The Pokémon League governs things now. It's complicated. I'll explain later. For now, they had more pressing matters at hand. Glastrier, momentarily stunned from the impact, let out a pained whinny. Anger sparked in its icy blue eyes as it struggled to its feet. The mighty horse snorted, releasing twin jets of cold air from its nostrils. It pawed at the snow aggressively, ready to charge again. Kureiden tilted its head, unfazed. Naoki and Calyrex ran closer. Watch out. It's going to use an ice-type move. Just as Naoki finished, an intense wave of cold burst from Glastrier's hooves, freezing the ground beneath it solid. The frost spread rapidly, creeping toward Kureiden, threatening to trap it in place. But instead of fear, excitement sparkled in Kureiden's eyes. It stomped a clawed foot into the frozen ground with a resounding thud. Bring it on. With a mighty roar, flames erupted from Kureiden's crimson body, licking the icy air. The fiery aura swirled around it as it lunged toward Glastrier. Ice and fire clashed in the chilly air, sending billows of steam swirling around them. The icy surface created by Glastrier melted instantly under Koraidon's scorching flames, revealing the hard, frozen earth below. Within the thick mist, the two Pokémon collided with tremendous force, creating an energy storm that blasted outward in all directions. Naoki shielded his eyes from the shockwave, bracing against the swirling snow. When the dust and steam cleared, Glastrier lay on the ground, panting while Koraidon stood proudly over it, gazing down with a look of smug satisfaction. Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, stared in disbelief. His beloved steed, defeated by this strange Pokémon? But Glastrier was far from done. With a shaky effort, the proud snow horse struggled to its feet. Its gaze darted nervously to Koraidon, realizing it faced an opponent far beyond its ability to overpower. In a panic, Glastrier turned and attempted to flee. Koraidon, however, was quicker. With one powerful leap, it landed squarely on Glastrier's back, its weight pressing the icy horse down into the snow. Glastrier let out a series of pained, mournful neighs as it tried, and failed to straighten under the weight. "Rayo, be quiet." Koraidon gave Glastrier a playful, but firm, slap on the head with its clawed hand. Glastrier whimpered, realizing there was no escaping. With no other option, it turned around, reluctantly, plodding back toward Naoki and Calyrex, each step slow and begrudging under Koraidon's watchful gaze. Calyrex looked completely stunned, speechless in the face of the unexpected turn of events. Koraidon hopped off Glastrier with a graceful leap, accidentally smacking the snow horse's side with its large tail in the process. The icy horse let out a disgruntled snort, but when it saw Koraidon's imposing figure, it quickly lowered its once proud head, humbled. Naoki struggled to keep a straight face, trying not to laugh at the comical sight. Koraidon's playful dominance had reduced the once mighty Glastrier into a compliant mount. Still grinning, Naoki reached into his backpack and pulled out a cup filled with restorative juice and some milk. "Here, Koraidon." Koraidon eagerly accepted the drink, gulping it down with obvious delight. "Rayo, so good." Finally, Calyrex snapped out of his shock. I can hardly believe it. Glastrier is a proud and untamable Pokémon. It only submits to those who can demonstrate superior strength." He sighed, the memory of his own struggles with the horse flashing in his mind. "It took me a great deal of effort to tame it in the past." Naoki glanced at Glastrier, who stood nearby with the clear look of someone who desperately wanted to bolt but didn't dare. He turned to Calyrex with a grin. "Can you restore your connection with it now?" Calyrex shook his head. "Not quite. The Rains of Unity are required to fully transmit my power to Glastrier. Only then will it truly bond with me again." Naoki thought for a moment, realizing that the Rains work similarly to Kyurem's DNA splicers, allowing Calyrex and his steed to unite their powers into a singular form. "All right," Naoki said decisively. "Let's head back to the village and make the Rains. We'll need Glastrier's mane and the radiant flower you gave me." Calyrex gave a small nod of approval. The sky above was beginning to darken, the first stars faintly flickering into view. The night was fast approaching. Naoki glanced up at the sky, his breath visible in the cool evening air. "It's getting late. We'd better hurry before it gets too dark." The king of bountiful harvests nodded gently. "I'll leave my beloved steed in your care for the time being. While you watch over him, I will investigate the whereabouts of my other steed. I entrust everything to you." With those words, Calyrex gave a final look at Glastrier, who bowed reluctantly toward Koraidon. After healing Glastrier's wounds with a soft glow of energy, the king disappeared in a flash of light, teleporting away to search for Spectrier. Naoki stood quietly for a moment, then let out a small, amused sigh. "Well, all right then." Turning toward Glastrier, he noticed the ice horse sneaking glances at the icy carrots in the field, its eyes filled with longing, almost drooling. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle. "A foodie, huh?" Trying to suppress his laughter, he gave Glastrier a gentle nudge. "Go on, it's fine. The king of bountiful harvests planted those for you, after all. Glastrier's eyes sparkled with joy, but it hesitated for a moment, nervously glancing at Coraden. Rayo. Coraden rolled its eyes, then gave an exaggerated wave with its claw, signaling that it didn't mind. Relieved, Glastrier trotted happily to the field and eagerly munched on the ice carrots. Even after finishing all the carrots, Glastrier licked the ground as if hoping for more. Naoki shook his head with a grin, but chose to ignore it. There were more pressing matters to handle. He led Coraden and Glastrier back toward Freezington Village. As the old village chief instinctively dismissed his initial thoughts. After all, it's just a legend, he muttered under his breath. Legends aren't real. But as he looked at Naoki, standing in front of him with a hopeful expression, he couldn't help but realize the truth. Regardless of whether the king of bountiful harvests, Calyrex, truly existed, it was the legend that brought tourists to this remote village. And thanks to those visitors, Freezington had started to thrive once again. With a smile, the old chief said, "Well, since you came all this way, I'll do my best to help you make the rains." Naoki beamed and handed over the radiant flower and a tuft of Glastrier's mane. "Thank you so much." The chief inspected the materials carefully, his hands trembling slightly. "I won't lie, I'm not sure if I can make something as perfect as my great-grandfather did, but it's high time we revived this old tradition." The thought of restoring the village's lost art filled the old man with renewed determination. Maybe this would attract even more tourists. With a burst of enthusiasm, the village chief dashed into another room, returning with a needle, some thread, and a determined glint in his eye. He sat down on the sofa, straightened his back, took a deep breath, and began stitching furiously. Naoki watched in stunned silence as the old man sewed with unexpected speed and intensity. Isn't this a bit dramatic?" Naoki muttered, blinking in disbelief. After what felt like hours, the chief gave a triumphant shout and held up a rough, hand-stitched rein. "There," he declared proudly. Naoki inspected the reins with a raised brow. Something felt off. Hesitantly, he asked, "Is this finished?" The chief shook his head solemnly. "No, my eyesight's not what it used to be. I couldn't sew all the details properly. We'll need someone with steadier hands to finish it." Of course, Naoki thought, recalling the game's plot. In the game, it was Uncle Peony who handled the last steps. Still, Naoki figured it was worth trying. "Mind if I give a shot?" The old chief blinked in surprise. "You know how to sew?" "A little," Naoki replied sheepishly. "I've had to patch up my clothes from time to time back on the ranch." With a nod of approval, the chief handed him the materials, shuffling aside to let Naoki take over. Naoki carefully studied the half-finished reins. "Okay, first like this, then that. And finally, we stitch it here," he mumbled to himself, slowly working the thread through the mane and flower petals. As Naoki focused, the chief leaned back, humming softly to himself. "I remember, when my grandpa taught me the story, he said that when making the Reins of Unity, the crafter had to sing a special song with gratitude in their heart. Only then would the reins be complete." Naoki froze mid-stitch. "A song." The old chief nodded, then cleared his throat and hummed a familiar tune. Something like this. "The flowers curl up round and tight. The mane is stitched with all our might, to honor the king with gifts so bright." Naoki's face flushed. "Do I really have to sing it?" The chief gave him an encouraging smile. "Of course. You can't finish the reins without the song." Naoki sighed, knowing the old man wasn't going to let this go. He remembered how, in the game, Uncle Peony had to sing this song while stitching the reins, much to his own embarrassment. "This is just like those cringy Z-move dances," Naoki muttered under his breath. But there was no turning back now. He had come too far to quit. At least there wasn't a crowd watching. With a resigned sigh, Naoki gritted his teeth and began to sing awkwardly. "The flowers curl up round and tight. The mane, stitched with all our might." "Yes, that's it." The old chief clapped his hands enthusiastically. "Now sing it again, with more heart." Naoki's face burned with embarrassment, but this time, the words came a little more easily. "The flowers curl up round and tight. The mane is stitched with all our might, to honor the king with gifts so bright. As the final stitch was sewn, a snow-white rain sparkled under the soft light, emitting a faint, cool breeze. The old village chief's jaw dropped in disbelief. It's done. The rains are glowing. No way. Does this mean all those stories my great-grandfather told me were true? He stared at the reins, utterly bewildered. The old man looked at Naoki, clutching the reins in his hands, and hesitantly asked, "Are you looking for the king of bountiful harvests?" Naoki gave him a small nod. Yes. The old chief leaned closer, his heart racing with curiosity. "And did you find him?" Naoki hesitated, unsure how to explain Calorex's situation. After a moment of thought, he shook his head. Not yet. Disappointment flickered across the chief's face. He sighed before speaking again. If you really find the king of bountiful harvests, would you come tell me? I've always wondered if those old legends are real. Naoki smiled softly. If I see him, I will. He thought to himself, that is if the king is willing. Later, after leaving the old chief's house, Naoki spotted a cozy bed and breakfast in the heart of the village. He decided not to bother the Ryan family again and instead booked a room for the night. Corradin trotted along beside him, while Glastrier was tied to the fence outside the inn. Since being defeated by Corradin, the once proud steed had become unusually compliant, bowing its head in quiet submission. Inside, the proprietress greeted them warmly and served a meal of hot soup and freshly baked bread. The room was dimly lit, with the flickering glow of lanterns casting soft light across the wooden walls, creating a cozy, welcoming atmosphere. After settling in, Naoki released Cyclizer from its pokeball. The three companions sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, sharing a meal and quietly enjoying the sight of snowflakes drifting lazily outside the window. Naoki glanced at the snow falling gently beyond the eaves, wondering aloud. The king hasn't returned yet. Maybe he's still searching for Spectrier. In the game's story, both Glastrier and Spectrier resided within the Crown Shrine. But here, things were different. Calyrex had spent so long in hiding that even he wasn't certain where the spirit horse had gone. Still, Naoki wasn't too worried. He had faith that Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, would find his way to Spectrier eventually. All they had to do now was wait. After dinner, the snowfall lightened, leaving a fresh layer of powdery snow in the courtyard. The B&B owner smiled warmly. It's not too cold outside now. Why don't you take your Pokémon out to play? You can make snowmen or have a snowball fight. Naoki opened his mouth to decline. He was in his 20s, after all. Snowball fights were for kids. But as he turned to glance at his companions, he saw the eager looks in both Corradin's and Cyclizer's eyes. Naoki sighed in mock defeat. All right. Before he could finish, Corradin let out an excited shout. Rayo, let's go. The Pokémon bounded into the snow, scattering flakes everywhere in its excitement. Meanwhile, Cyclizer cautiously poked a foot into the snow, only to recoil instantly as if the cold had stung. It looked up at Naoki with wide, pleading eyes. The effects of the translation seed crisps, which had allowed Naoki to understand Corradin and Glastrier, had worn off. Now, he couldn't make out what Cyclizer was saying, but judging by its tone and body language, it was clear Cyclizer wasn't fond of the cold. With no fur, just smooth skin, it made sense that the Pokémon would struggle with the chilly weather. Naoki thought for a moment, patting Cyclizer gently. Hang tight, buddy, he said reassuringly. Then, he turned to Corradin. Wait here for a minute. He made his way to the B&B's kitchen and politely asked the proprietress if he could borrow it. For a while, the owner smiled warmly. Of course. Go right ahead. Naoki got to work preparing several bowls of hot, clear soup with ingredients that offered some cold resistance. He ladled out portions for each of his Pokémon, including Glastrier. Glastrier sniffed at the bowl curiously, but quickly snorted and turned away, clearly unimpressed. Naoki just chuckled. Figures, he murmured. Cyclizer, on the other hand, eagerly slurped the warm soup. As it drank, A pleasant warmth spread through its body, giving it the courage to brave the snow. Feeling energized, Cyclizer sprinted into the snowy courtyard, leaving a trail of small claw prints behind. Meanwhile, Coraden had already rolled a few snowballs together. It had somehow managed to make 2 crude, lumpy snowmen, though no one knew where to learn such skills. When Naoki stepped back outside, Coraden turned excitedly. "Rayo!" it called, gesturing toward the snowman. Naoki approached with a raised brow. "What's up?" Coraden pointed at the smaller snowman, then at itself. "Rayo!" Then it pointed at the larger snowman and back at Naoki. Naoki's lips twitched with amusement. "So this one is you, and the bigger one is me?" Coraden gave a big, happy nod. "Rayo, we'll always be together." Cyclizer, watching nearby, became intrigued. It tilted its head and stared at the snowman with wide, curious eyes. Inspired by the scene, Cyclizer tried to roll its own snowball, but its paws kept slipping. After a few failed attempts, it slumped sadly. "Gow!" Seeing this, Naoki couldn't help but laugh. "That's not quite how you do it. Here, I'll show you." He knelt down, scooped up some snow, and carefully molded it into a small snowball. Then he placed it on the ground and rolled it back and forth. With every roll, the snowball grew larger, gathering more snow along the way. Cyclizer watched in awe, its eyes sparkling with admiration. "See? Just like that," Naoki said as he patted the now large snowball. "Now you give it a try." Determined, Cyclizer gave it another shot. It carefully shaped a snowball with its little paws, placed it on the ground, and started rolling. Before long, it had created a large, smooth snowball all on its own. Naoki smiled. "Great job." He rolled the new snowball over to join Coraden's snowman and then stacked a smaller one on top. "There," Naoki said proudly, stepping back. "This one's you." Cyclizer beamed with joy, practically bouncing on the spot. "Gow! That's me." Cyclizer was overjoyed. Now it could stay with Naoki, just like Coraden. Coraden stood to the side, watching the playful scene unfold with glimmering eyes. For once, it didn't feel jealous. The moment reminded Coraden of a time long ago when Naoki had patiently taught it how to make a snowman, just as he was doing now with Cyclizer. Those memories filled Coraden with warmth and nostalgia. "All right, keep having fun," Naoki called with a grin, brushing snow off his clothes. He then walked toward Glastrier, the reins of unity in hand. To his surprise, Coraden trailed behind him, curious about what was happening. As Naoki stood in front of Glastrier, an idea popped into his mind. "I remember when Calyrex used the reins. He transferred his energy into Glastrier's body too. Merge with it." Naoki mused aloud. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. "But what if another Pokémon tried? Could they also merge with Glastrier like Calyrex did?" A mischievous grin spread across Naoki's face as he turned to Coraden. "Coraden, want to give it a try?" "Rayo." Coraden tilted its head in confusion, but waddled closer nonetheless. Naoki carefully draped the glowing reins around Glastrier's neck. The moment the reins settled, Glastrier's heart skipped a beat. It could feel something ominous approaching. Before Glastrier could react, Naoki gave the signal. "All right, Coraden, hop on." Coraden blinked in surprise, but leaped onto Glastrier's back. The ice horse staggered under Coraden's weight, struggling to stay upright. It dug its hooves deep into the snow to avoid collapsing, its legs trembling from the effort. Glastrier glared back at Coraden, ready to lash out, but quickly thought better of it. This Pokémon was far too powerful, and picking a fight would only end in disaster. Reluctantly, it let out a defeated snort, enduring the humiliation. "Easy there." Naoki gently patted Glastrier's mane, trying not to laugh. "Just bear with it for a little while, okay? We're just experimenting." Glastrier's face contorted into a comical mix of frustration and disbelief, like a child forced to endure an awkward photo session. Naoki, noticing how much the horse was struggling, called out to Coraden, "Try holding the reins and see if you can channel your energy into Glastrier." Coraiden's eyes widened. Rayo. It hesitated, but decided to give it a try. Coraiden focused, summoning the dragon type. Energy flowing through its body. But nothing happened. No glow, no power surge, no transformation. Naoki furrowed his brow in disappointment. I guess it only works when Calyrex does. Meanwhile, Glastrier panting heavily, eyes rolling, looked like it was teetering on the edge of a meltdown. Sensing that enough was enough, Naoki chuckled. All right, Coraiden, let's not push it. Off before poor Glastrier collapses. Naoki looked at Glastrier with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. When the King of Bountiful Harvest comes back tomorrow, I'll ask him to grow you your favorite carrots. The once proud, arrogant Glastrier looked utterly defeated, still processing the fact that it had been ridden like a common mount by another Pokémon. However, the mention of carrots quickly caught its attention. Naoki noticed the change in the ice horse's expression and seized the moment. Holding up 5 fingers, he said, "We'll grow 500 carrots. You can eat to your heart's content." Nia, Glastrier neighed, tossing its head. Fine, this human was at least useful. If it couldn't outmatch that red Pokémon, Coraiden, it might as well submit to the human, bearing gifts just like it had once obeyed Calyrex. Naoki couldn't help but sigh. This horse is too easy to bribe. Glastrier was clearly a survivor, submitting only when overpowered and ready to flee the moment things went south. Naoki realized this was probably how it had once abandoned Calyrex when the king lost his power. Well, no point in dwelling on it now. The day had been long, and Naoki felt the fatigue of running around the snowy fields catching up with him. Deciding to call it a day, he retired to his room at the inn to rest. The next morning, Naoki awoke to the light of a new day, feeling refreshed. After a hearty breakfast with Coraiden and Glastrier, he caught a glimpse of Calyrex waiting discreetly near the edge of the village. Without a word, the King of Bountiful Harvests turned and floated away, expecting Naoki to follow. I guess he wants to talk in private again, Naoki muttered. Let's go. He returned Cyclizer to its poke ball and took the reins. With Coraiden and Glastrier trotting along beside him, Naoki made his way to a cliff overlooking the snowy village. Calyrex was already there, waiting. Naoki pulled out some translation seed crisps he had brought along and popped them into his mouth. Instantly, Calyrex's thoughts became clear to him. I figured out where my other steed is, Calyrex declared, his voice solemn. It turns out that Spectrier has taken over the crown shrine. Calyrex's expression clouded as memories resurfaced. The shrine was once a place where we spent many joyful days together. But when I lost my strength, I avoided it to spare myself the pain of remembering. I didn't expect Spectrier to claim it for himself in my absence. Naoki offered a gentle smile. Don't be upset. I finished sowing the rains of unity last night. Want to try them out? Calyrex shook his head gently. I'm not angry, just nostalgic. When Naoki revealed the glowing reins, Calyrex's eyes softened with gratitude. Yes, these are the reins of unity. I owe you my deepest thanks, Naoki. You've done so much for me already. From here on, leave everything to me. With a wave of telekinetic energy, Calyrex lifted the reins from Naoki's hands. They floated gracefully to him, glowing brighter with each passing second. Calyrex's gaze shifted to Glastrier, standing patiently beside Coraiden. The reins drifted over to the icy horse, wrapping neatly around its neck. The moment the reins settled into place, a radiant burst of light enveloped both Calyrex and Glastrier. Their forms shimmered and merged in a brilliant display. Calyrex sat atop Glastrier, holding the reins tightly. Glastrier responded with a resonating neigh, raising its front hooves high into the air. A brilliant light surrounded them, and from the large crown atop Calyrex's head, a vibrant green aura radiated outward. The king's cloak grew longer, transforming into a flowing mantle of white that shimmered like freshly fallen snow, rustling softly in the breeze. After a moment, the light faded, leaving an aura of quiet power in its wake. Calyrex sat tall on Glastrier's back, gazing down at Naoki with both dignity and warmth. A vibrant energy radiated from the Pokémon King, signaling that the former ruler of Galar had regained his strength. "Naoki, will you accompany me to the crowned shrine?" Calyrex asked in a calm yet commanding voice. Naoki blinked in surprise, quickly grasping what Calyrex was implying. The King of Bountiful Harvests was ready to confront and reunite with his other steed, Spectrier, at the crowned shrine. Without hesitation, Naoki nodded eagerly. Of course. Calyrex's stern expression softened, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Then follow me." With that, Calyrex gave Glastrier a gentle nudge. The ice horse neighed excitedly and reared up on its hind legs. "Nay!" Glastrier whinnied, its hooves striking the snowy ground with force before galloping across the snow-covered plains. "How cool is that?" Naoki whispered, awestruck for a moment before quickly springing into action. He vaulted onto Coraiden's back with ease. After them, Rayo. Coraiden roared in agreement. The instant Naoki was securely seated, Coraiden leaped into the air, charging across the snowy fields with fiery enthusiasm. The snow began to drift lazily from the sky once more, blanketing the landscape in soft flakes. Soon, Coraiden caught up to Glastrier, and Naoki found himself riding side by side with Calyrex. The Pokémon King glanced over at Naoki, giving a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Naoki returned the gesture with a determined grin. Their mounts sensed the moment and sped up, tearing through the snow in perfect sync. 20 minutes later, they reached the northern mountains of the Crown Tundra. High above the frozen landscape stood the Crown Shrine, a grand structure perched atop the mountain, looming majestically over the snowy plains. The ancient temple, though long abandoned, still held an aura of solemn grandeur. Its perimeter was surrounded by crumbled walls and the remnants of a long-forgotten era. Tall, weathered, and majestic, the crowned shrine stood as a testament to a time when it was once a place of reverence and power. At this moment, the once majestic temple stood as a deserted ruin. Glastrier snorted, releasing twin streams of frosty breath from its nostrils. Its powerful gallop slowed, and it came to a graceful halt in front of the temple's grand entrance. Calyrex sat atop Glastrier, his gaze lifting to the weathered walls of the crowned shrine. A quiet sadness glimmered in his eyes. "This is where I once lived," he whispered, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "I spent many years here with my beloved steeds. Back then, humans would come to offer me tributes, thanking me for the blessings I bestowed." Naoki listened in respectful silence, understanding Calyrex's emotions more clearly. Calyrex had lost his strength after awakening from his long slumber. His two loyal steeds had abandoned him, leaving the King of Bountiful Harvests to wander alone. Believing the humans had forgotten him, the Pokémon King carried the weight of sorrow and isolation. To avoid confronting the bittersweet memories of the past, Calyrex had stayed away from the crowned shrine, instead wandering aimlessly across the snowy plains. Was he running away? Naoki wondered silently. Calyrex lowered his gaze, turning toward Naoki. Like Glastrier, Spectrier fears being overpowered. Once I defeated both of them, they never dared to approach me again. He paused, then added calmly, "We should hide for now. When Spectrier returns, I will emerge and regain control over it." Naoki nodded. The crown shrine was large, with plenty of places to hide. Following Calyrex's lead, Naoki, Coraiden, and Glastrier quietly tucked themselves into a shadowed corner of the temple, waiting patiently for Spectrier's return. Time slipped by slowly. Just when Naoki felt his legs going numb and began to stretch his muscles, a faint sound echoed from the temple entrance. A sleek, jet-black Pokémon emerged, its deep blue mane flowing like mist and a light blue tail swishing behind it. Wisps of ghostly energy drifted from its legs as it walked gracefully into the shrine. Naoki's eyes widened. Spectrier. In the blink of an eye, Calyrex sprang into action. With a flash, the King of Bountiful Harvests, still mounted on Glastrier, appeared in front of Spectrier, cutting off the ghost horse's escape. Spectrier's glowing eyes widened in fear, and it instinctively tried to turn and flee. But Calyrex had anticipated this. He urged Glastrier forward, and the icy steed charged toward Spectrier with tremendous speed. The ground beneath their hooves froze instantly, cracking under the pressure as they sped across the temple floor. Calyrex raised one hand high, his eyes glowing with blue energy. Psychic power surged through him, drawing on Glastrier's frosty aura. In response, delicate shards of ice materialized in the air, shimmering like tiny snowflakes. The fragments swirled together, coalescing into a sleek, snow-white spear made entirely of ice. The king of bountiful harvests gripped the icy spear in his hand and, with a focused burst of psychic energy, hurled it toward Spectrier. Crack! The spear struck its target, and Spectrier let out a pained whinny, stumbling as its front legs gave out. It collapsed onto the cold ground, struggling to regain its footing. Calyrex tugged on Glastrier's reins, bringing the ice steed to a halt. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed off the stone tiles as they slowed, finally stopping just before Spectrier. With graceful ease, Calyrex dismounted, his cloak swaying behind him like falling snow. He approached the fallen spirit horse, extending a hand toward its forehead. A soft glow of energy radiated from his palm, and healing light poured into Spectrier's injured form. The ghostly mist around its legs thickened, swirling in soothing spirals as the wounds began to vanish. Spectrier's breathing calmed, and when it looked up at Calyrex, its once fierce eyes were now filled with a new gentleness. Fully restored, Spectrier rose to its feet, dipping its head in respect. It moved gracefully to stand on the king's right, with Glastrier on his left, the two horses flanking Calyrex as if they had never left his side. Naoki stepped out of the shadows with Coraden by his side, raising an eyebrow. "Is that it? All good now?" Calyrex shook his head gently, his expression calm but thoughtful. "Not quite. There's one more thing another bridle must be made." "Another bridle?" Naoki echoed, blinking in surprise before realization dawned on him. The reins Naoki had made earlier, crafted from Glastrier's mane and the radiant flower, were specific to Glastrier. To fully bond with Spectrier, a new bridle, made from the spear horse's mane, was required. Calyrex shifted slightly, a rare hint of hesitation in his voice. "I must ask more. This task is beyond me." He trailed off, his gaze softening with gratitude and something akin to guilt. He had asked so much of this kind young believer, and yet he felt as if he had given nothing in return. The weight of Naoki's earlier words and invitation to live together on his ranch echoed in the back of Calyrex's mind. It was a decision he would need to make soon. Before Calyrex could speak further, Naoki offered a reassuring grin. "Don't worry about it. I'll handle it. We've used up all the radiant flowers, but as long as I have Spectrier's mane, I know what to do." He gave Calyrex a playful wink. "Besides, it's easier the second time around. I think I've got this sewing thing figured out." Calyrex blinked, his eyes briefly widening in surprise before a soft, appreciative smile formed on his face. With a gentle nod, the king of bountiful harvests handed over the shimmering strands of Spectrier's mane. His regal demeanor was tempered with kindness and trust as he spoke, his voice calm but filled with emotion. "This will be the last task I ask of you. Once it is complete, I will give you the answer you've been waiting for." Crown Shrine, noon. Calyrex stood tall at the center of the ancient shrine hall, with Glastrier and Spectrier flanking him on either side. From time to time, the two horses exhaled frosty breath into the chilly air, creating small clouds of mist that lingered before dissipating. The three stood in silent anticipation, gazing toward the entrance as if waiting for something. The vast, empty shrine remained eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional shift of hooves against stone. After what felt like ages, Glastrier grew restless. Bored, it began to scrape at the shrine floor with its hooves, sending small chunks of stone skittering across the ground. Tap, tap, tap. The sudden noise echoed harshly in the stillness of the shrine. Spectrier turned its head sharply, glaring at Glastrier. The ghostly horse's mane shimmered with a soft, eerie glow, and tendrils of violet mist curled from its hooves as if to emphasize its displeasure. HSSS. Spectrier hissed, its eyes glowing faintly in irritation. But Glastrier, distracted by the small hole it had scratched into the floor, completely ignored the ghostly steed's warning. Spectrier's ghostly form began to shimmer with impatience, its mist thickening, but before things could escalate further, Calyrex intervened. "Enough," Calyrex said gently, yet with the unmistakable weight of authority. Immediately, both horses calmed down, standing obediently beside their king. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "I'm back." Naoki's cheerful voice rang through the shrine, instantly breaking the quiet stillness. Coradin trotted in beside him, both of them carrying large bags stuffed with supplies. The cold, solemn atmosphere of the shrine melted away as the two newcomers filled the space with lively energy. Calyrex blinked in mild surprise. "Why have you brought so much?" Naoki and Coradin plopped the bags onto the floor, rubbing their hands together to warm them. "It's not much," Naoki replied with a grin. "Just some carrot seeds for Glastrier and Spectrier, and a few supplies we picked up from the village." Naoki knelt and began unpacking the bags, pulling out neat piles of seeds and fresh ingredients, everything from potatoes to fish, and even some steaks. "We may have cleaned out most of the seeds from the village store," Naoki admitted with a chuckle. "And while we were there, I figured we'd stock up on food for everyone." Calyrex floated closer, gazing thoughtfully at the assortment of supplies. "In the past," he said quietly, "humans would offer us tributes like these. But I never needed such gifts." The king's expression softened with nostalgia. "Over time, my followers learned the preferences of my two steeds and began bringing them only the carrots they loved most." Naoki looked up curiously. "And what about you? Do you have a favorite food?" Calyrex pondered for a moment, his regal demeanor relaxing. "I am different from most Pokémon. I do not need to eat to maintain my form. However, there was once a food that piqued my interest, and I found it quite enjoyable." "Oh," Naoki's curiosity deepened. "What was it?" Calyrex smiled faintly, as if recalling a distant memory. "It was an orange-red vegetable, similar in appearance to the radishes my steeds enjoy. One of my followers brought it to me from a distant city as a gift. It was unlike anything that grows here on the crowned tundra." "An orange-red vegetable," Naoki repeated, tilting his head in thought. The image of vegetable emerged in Naoki's mind. "Isn't that just a carrot? However, there's one thing that is of concern. That is, the land on the crowned snowfield can only grow ice carrots and shade root carrots. Is it because of the soil or the environment?" All kinds of thoughts flashed through Naoki's mind. He thought for a moment and said to Calyrex, "That kind of carrots only grows outside the snowfields, and there are plenty of them in the Paldea region," Naoki explained. Calyrex tilted his head thoughtfully. "I see. It seems the land here in the snowfields is quite different." With a puzzled expression, Calyrex glanced at his two horses, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Naoki began preparing their lunch. He peeled and diced potatoes, tossing them into a pot along with some chopped meat to stew. There wasn't much variety in the snowfield, and the ingredients were far less diverse than those back on the ranch. With the harsh cold biting at them, a pot of warm, fragrant stew was just what they needed. The rich aroma of tender meat and potatoes filled the air, making everyone's mouths water. Naoki couldn't help but swallow hungrily as he set the pot over the campfire. As the stew simmered, he pulled out his needle and thread, along with Spectrier's mane and the radiant flower petals from his bag, and started crafting the second Reins of Unity. Coradin and Cyclizer lounged lazily beside Naoki, watching the process with curious eyes. On the other side of the fire, Calyrex and his two horses stood quietly, their presence serene. The glow of the fire reflected in Calyrex's gaze, softening his once imposing expression into something graceful and calm. His horses, Glastrier and Spectrier, exhaled small clouds of mist, watching with quiet curiosity as Naoki's hands skillfully stitched the reins together. Piece by piece, the shimmering blue-purple strands of Spectreer's mane were woven into the rein, transforming under Naoki's hands. Soon, most of the work was complete. All that's left is the final step, Naoki thought, his brow furrowing slightly. Now I need to sing with gratitude. However, when Naoki glanced up, he was startled to find Calyrex watching him with an amused and elegant expression, as if patiently waiting to see how things would unfold. Feeling embarrassed, Naoki cleared his throat and mumbled, "Well, the next part is very important. It requires absolute focus, no distractions. I need to finish it alone." Calyrex's eyes sparkled with understanding. A soft chuckle escaped him as he gave a small nod. "I see. Then I will take my 2 steeds for a walk. We will return shortly." With that, Calyrex gracefully mounted Glastreer, with Spectreer following at his side. The 2 horses trotted off into the snowy landscape, leaving Naoki and his companions alone in the shrine. Naoki let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, I thought I was going to have to sing in front of him. With no further hesitation, Naoki began the final step, singing the tune with all his heart. "The flowers are rolled up in a round shape. Put up the mane and present it to my king." As the last note hung in the air, Naoki noticed something strange. Coraden and Cyclizer were sitting quietly nearby, both staring at him. Naoki froze. "Don't tell anyone about this, okay?" Coraden gave a slow, understanding nod. Got it." Cyclizer bounced on its paws excitedly. "Geo, I won't tell." Satisfied, Naoki smiled and turned back to the reins. In his hands, the reins now glowed. Faintly, a soft shimmer dancing along their length. The second set of reins of unity was complete. Just as Naoki finished, Calyrex returned, riding atop Glastreer, with Spectreer close behind. Naoki stood and handed the glowing reins to the king. Calyrex accepted them with a grateful nod, his expression warm and serene. Though he said nothing, the appreciation in his gaze spoke volumes. With a flick of telekinetic power, the reins floated from Calyrex's hands and wrapped gently around Spectreer's neck. A radiant purple glow erupted from both Calyrex and Spectreer, the lights swirling around them as if binding their energies together. The moment the reins fused completely with Spectreer, Calyrex's regal cloak billowed, growing longer and more majestic. Spectreer underwent a remarkable transformation. The ethereal mist that drifted from its limbs thickened, spreading across the shrine floor. For a moment, it seemed as though Spectreer was walking on air, its hooves never quite touching the ground. The ghostly mist shimmered with a deep, enchanting purple glow, giving the Pokémon an otherworldly presence. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the mist receded into Spectreer's body, leaving the shrine in serene stillness. Calyrex, seated gracefully atop Spectreer, looked every bit the majestic ruler he once was. His regal cloak swayed gently behind him, and though his expression was proud and composed, his gaze toward Naoki was filled with heartfelt gratitude. "Thanks to you, I have regained my full strength," Calyrex said softly. His voice carried a mix of nostalgia and warmth. "For the longest time, I believed that humanity had forgotten me. I thought I had lost my beloved steeds, and with them, my purpose. I wandered alone, lost in a deep abyss of loneliness." He paused, his expression softening further. "But you pulled me from that darkness. Your faith rekindled a light I thought was extinguished. I can never thank you enough," Calyrex continued, his voice sincere. "There are no words to express the depth of my gratitude. If there were any way to repay you, I would." The Pokémon King smiled warmly, his eyes shining with newfound hope. "Naoki, from this day forward, I humbly ask that you guide me. Wherever our journey takes us, I will follow you." "Naoki, from now on, I'll be grateful for your guidance." Hearing this, Naoki was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, looked at him and continued, This is my answer. From this moment on, I am no longer the king of Galar. This was the decision that Calyrex had come to after much careful thought. The Galar region had undergone tremendous changes over the years. It was no longer the Galar that Calyrex once knew, and the title of King of Galar now belonged to the past. In his mind, Calyrex envisioned the place where Naoki lived, a land with new people, new Pokémon, and the warmth of the sun. There were so many things in this world that Calyrex had yet to experience or understand. As these thoughts solidified in his mind, Calyrex's once wistful gaze became resolute. Really, Naoki finally grasped the gravity of what Calyrex was saying, his face lighting up with joy. "Are you serious?" Calyrex nodded gently, his expression sincere. "I do not lie, Naoki. Take me to the place where you live. I wish to see it." Naoki smiled warmly, replying with equal sincerity, "Of course." At that moment, the smell of the stew wafted through the air. The potatoes and meat in the pot had finished cooking, and the delicious aroma of the savory dish filled the room. Coraden and Cyclizer's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they stared eagerly at the pot, hoping for a taste. Even Calyrex, who typically remained composed, was drawn in by the scent. "I've never smelled anything like this before," he commented with mild curiosity. Naoki chuckled and offered, "Would you like to try some?" To his surprise, Calyrex shook his head gently. "No, thank you. It's not that I dislike it, but my steed and I do not eat meat." Understanding immediately, Naoki smiled. "Ah, I see. You're both vegetarian Pokémon." After thinking for a moment, Naoki rummaged through his bag and pulled out a piece of freshly baked bread. He handed it to Calyrex. "How about this?" Calyrex accepted the bread, took a small bite, and chewed thoughtfully. "Well, how is it?" Naoki asked eagerly. Calyrex nodded approvingly. "While it's not as good as the carrots my steed and I favor, it's quite enjoyable. I like it." "Glad to hear that," Naoki said with a grin. He then fed similar pieces of bread to Glastrier and Spectrier, both of whom nibbled at it contentedly. Naoki turned back to the stew, lifting the pot's lid to check on the dish inside. The scent intensified as the steam rose. He couldn't help but smile when he saw the rich, hearty meal inside. A message popped into his mind. Meat and potato stew, B+, a high-quality dish made by stewing diced potatoes and meat together in a large pot over high heat. The broth has perfectly absorbed into the soft potatoes, and the soup is rich, making it an ideal meal for cold weather. Cooking effect, cold resistance recovery, level 2. After eating, the body will warm up significantly and physical strength will be restored. Last 6 hours. Comment, a dish that both fills the stomach and warms the body. Perfect for humans and Pokémon sensitive to the cold. Dual effect, keeping warm and restoring physical strength. Naoki chuckled to himself. Looks like hot soup noodles can be retired for now, he thought. Considering the time, it seemed the effects of the hot noodle soup they'd eaten earlier were starting to wear off. This hearty pot of potato and meat stew was the perfect way to replenish their energy and stay warm. Naoki served the stew to Cyclizer and Coraden. The two Pokémon eagerly dove into their bowls, happily munching away without hesitation. While they ate, Calyrex glanced at Naoki and asked thoughtfully, "What do you plan to return to Paldea?" Naoki paused, giving it some thought before replying, "Probably in a few days. I still have some things to finish up here, and once that's done, I'll head back." One of Naoki's tasks was to visit other cities to buy steel feathers from Corviknight. He planned to bring them back to the ranch. Beyond that, there were a few other matters he needed to address on the Crown Tundra. Glastrier and Spectrier, for example, both loved the ice and shade root carrots unique to this region. Since the two steeds would be joining them at the ranch, Naoki needed to figure out a way to keep them happy. The issue was that these special carrots could only grow on the snowy soil of the Crown Tundra, making them a rare regional specialty. Back at the ranch, the two steeds wouldn't be able to eat their favorite carrots unless Naoki found a way to replicate the conditions needed to grow them. With that thought in mind, Naoki turned to Calyrex. "I was thinking, if I could figure out why the ice and shade root carrots only grow here, Maybe I can create a special plot of land at the ranch and grow them. Snowy Valley. This was the first stop on Naoki and Calyrex's journey. A cool stream wound through the snow-blanketed land, its gentle gurgling the only sound in the serene valley. Naoki and Calyrex stood side by side at the edge of an open field, surrounded by quiet beauty. Naoki crouched down, scooping up a handful of soil with a small shovel. He sifted it through his fingers, comparing it to the soil from his ranch. It feels tough and compact, Naoki observed, probably because of the environment, frozen solid, unlike the soft soil back at the ranch. Curious, Naoki took a closer sniff. Then, on impulse, he put a pinch of soil in his mouth. It tastes like regular soil, he muttered, before grimacing slightly. But there's a sharp, icy energy in it. Feeling the frosty tingle spreading from his mouth to his nose, Naoki spat out the dirt and rinsed his mouth with water. As he pondered the peculiar qualities of the soil, a thought struck him. This land is saturated with ice-type energy. Could that be why the carrots here mutate? The energy must infuse the seeds and turn them into the snow-white carrots Glastrier loves. Calyrex floated nearby, his serene gaze fixed on Naoki. "Have you discovered anything?" he asked. Naoki nodded. "I think so. If we could infuse soil in other places with the same ice energy, maybe we could grow these white carrots elsewhere." Calyrex considered this for a moment before replying. "When I ride Glastrier, I can channel ice-type energy through it using my powers. Let's try infusing the soil here with that energy." "Sound good." Naoki grinned, eager to test the theory. Meanwhile, Glastrier showed little interest in their conversation, focusing entirely on the field. It impatiently scraped at the ground with its hooves, snorting clouds of frosty air from its nostrils, eager to see the white carrots it loved so much. Calyrex sighed, the affection in his voice unmistakable. "My beloved steed has always been this way." Naoki chuckled as he rummaged through his bag, pulling out several packets of carrot seeds. With Coraiden's help, he carefully planted the seeds across the snowy field. As the last seed settled into the soil, Calyrex floated to the field's edge. He raised his hands, channeling a wave of shimmering blue energy. The light spread across the field like a tide, the ice energy merging with the soil. When the glow faded, the field was bursting with rows of plump, snow-white carrots. Glastrier neighed joyfully and trotted toward the crop, its hooves clattering rhythmically against the frozen ground. Lowering its head, it eagerly began munching on the frosty carrots. Across the field, Spectrier watched quietly, its usually composed expression softened with a hint of envy as it observed Glastrier enjoying the feast. Naoki plucked one of the carrots from the ground and examined it closely. It was pure white, like freshly fallen snow, and cool to the touch, radiating a faint, icy chill. Naoki took a curious bite of the snow-white carrot and was surprised by the experience. It wasn't just cold on the outside, but the flesh was icy too. The taste was unusual, laced with a distinct chill, as if it carried the essence of ice-type energy. This strange discovery confirmed Naoki's earlier theory, but further experiments would be needed to fully understand the properties of these unique crops. Once Glastrier had finished munching down every last white carrot from the field, Naoki and Calyrex mounted their Pokémon Naoki on Coraiden and Calyrex on Spectrier and set off toward their next destination, the cemetery. Though much of the Crown Tundra was covered in snow, the southern parts gave way to vast wilderness. By mid-afternoon, they had crossed the snowy expanse and reached a landscape full of greenery, dotted with trees, lakes, hills, and caves. Standing atop a hill, Naoki squinted toward the distant south and spotted something incredible, a colossal tree that towered at least 15 meters high. Near it, another field stretched out, dominated by a vibrant, light red fruit tree. Even though Naoki knew about the giant tree from the games, seeing it in real life was awe-inspiring. Calyrex followed Naoki's gaze and gave a thoughtful nod. That tree has stood here for many, many years. Its fruits sustain the Pokémon of this land, drawing powerful creatures to its trunk. Many great Pokémon have rested beneath its boughs over the ages. Naoki's heart skipped a beat. Wait, are you talking about the Galarian forms of the legendary birds? He recalled that, in the games, the legendary Triorticuno, Zapdos, and Moltres had visited the giant tree. And it wasn't just them. Other legends like the Regi Pokémon had also made their presence known here. Yes, they are among the many Pokémon drawn to this land, Calyrex confirmed. But not only the birds, other ancient giants rest here as well. They traveled further, soon arriving at the remnants of an ancient stone ruin. Cracked pillars and worn carvings hinted at its immense age, and a heavy sense of mystery hung in the air. Calyrex's voice was soft, filled with reverence. This ruin is known as the Giant's Bed. Long ago, ancient Pokémon slept here. They have slumbered for centuries, guarding this land. The sleeping giants, Naoki murmured. You mean the Regi Pokémon? His heart raced at the thought of encountering these powerful beings Registeel, Regirock, Regieleki, and Regidrago. Can I open the ruins and take a look inside? Naoki asked eagerly, his excitement getting the better of him. Calyrex, however, shook his head with quiet caution. I would advise against it. These giants rest peacefully now, but waking them could provoke their anger. Such a disturbance would not only endanger us, but also the nearby Pokémon. Naoki nodded in understanding. Right, it's best not to mess with them then. As they continued onward, Calyrex glanced ahead and pointed toward a patch of dark soil. This is where the shade root carrots grow. Naoki looked up and saw a deserted field nestled between graves. The area was scattered with crumbling tombstones, casting an eerie, ominous atmosphere. A faint chill lingered in the air, making the place feel as though it could easily be haunted. Ancient cemetery. The people buried here must be from centuries ago, right? Naoki thought to himself. He silently whispered an apology in his heart for disturbing the resting souls, then walked forward with his Pokémon trailing behind. Calyrex floated beside him, observing the field. Do you plan to continue your investigation? Here. Naoki shook his head almost immediately. No, thanks. Humans can't sense ghost energy the same way Pokémon do. Calyrex gave a slow nod, understanding his reasoning. Very well. How do you intend to proceed with your experiment? Naoki pulled out a small pouch of carrot seeds from his backpack. Let's see if this soil can grow shade root carrots. I see, Calyrex replied, his voice calm and supportive. Working with Koraidon, Naoki planted all the seeds into the blackened soil. The seeds disappeared beneath the earth as he gently patted the ground, completing his task. Once finished, Calyrex floated forward. A soft glow surrounded him as he raised his staff, channeling his energy. In an instant, the seeds sprouted, transforming into a patch of dark purple carrots. Their eerie color glistened against the black soil, giving them a peculiar appearance. Naoki turned to Spectrier with a gentle smile. All right, Spectrier, these are for you. Go ahead and eat. Spectrier stared at Naoki for a moment, snorted quietly, and then stepped forward with elegance. Its movements were slow and deliberate, as if savoring the atmosphere. Lowering its head, it began nibbling at the freshly grown carrots with refined, measured bites. Unlike Glastrier's messy, ravenous eating, Spectrier's approach was calm and methodical, as though it was savoring every bite. The Pokémon's graceful demeanor made it seem as if even eating was an art form. Naoki watched, glancing back and forth between Glastrier and Spectrier. And now, the real question loomed in his mind. Which horse should he ride in next year's Pokémon race? Wherever Glastrier passes, the ground freezes instantly. Its immense strength and destructive power are undeniable, but its personality is rough, prideful, and battle-hardened. In contrast, Spectrier carries an air of tranquility. It never initiates conflict with other creatures and moves with graceful elegance, its hooves treading lightly on ethereal, ghostly mist. Its calm demeanor and sleek form give it an otherworldly beauty, like a fleeting shadow. In the moonlight, Naoki scratched his head, caught in a real dilemma. Spectrier continued nibbling at the shade root carrots near the field, savoring each bite with quiet satisfaction. Meanwhile, Naoki scanned the surrounding area, mentally noting the terrain and environment. To confirm the reason for the unusual mutation of the carrots in the crown tundra, Naoki knew the best approach was a side-by-side comparison. The location of the ancient cemetery marked the edge of the snowfield. Although it was still cold here, hardy green plants had managed to grow nearby, suggesting the area was less saturated with ice energy. After contemplating for a moment, Naoki walked toward a patch of land opposite the ancient cemetery. He paused and turned to Calyrex. By the way, if you keep using your powers to accelerate crop growth, will it take a toll on you? Calyrex gave a reassuring shake of his head. Not at all. Thanks to you and my steeds, my strength has fully returned. Any energy I use will replenish quickly. Good to hear. Naoki smiled. Then he shared his idea. I want to plant carrot seeds here, further from the cemetery, to compare the growth with the ones near the blackened soil. This way, we can figure out what causes them to mutate into shade-root carrots. Calyrex considered the plan and gave a nod of approval. A good idea. Let's begin. Naoki asked Coraden to help dig small holes in the ground with its claws. Together, they planted the carrot seeds in neat rows. When the planting was done, Calyrex floated toward the field, channeling his powers once more. A wave of shimmering blue energy washed over the soil, coaxing the seeds to sprout. In an instant, the soil shifted and a snow-white carrot emerged, glowing faintly in the afternoon light. Naoki crouched to inspect the carrot. It's the same type of white carrot that Glastrier loves, but... He paused thoughtfully. It doesn't seem as pure as the ones we grew on the snowfield. He turned the carrot over in his hands, feeling its faint chill. Could it be that the ice energy isn't as strong here as it is on the tundra? Calyrex floated beside him, sharing in his reflection. Perhaps it could be the level of energy in the environment. Naoki scratched his chin. I'm not sure yet, but I've got an idea for another experiment. He looked up as Spectrier, having finished its meal, silently approached, licking its lips contentedly. The ghost horse's graceful movements drew Naoki's attention back to Calyrex. I remember, Naoki said, that you can control the auras of both Glastrier and Spectrier using your powers, right? Calyrex nodded gently. Indeed. Over the years, my abilities have become intertwined with those of my beloved steeds. When I ride Glastrier, I can focus my powers to harness the cold air it produces, forming massive ice weapons. You've already seen me use this technique. I call it the Snow Lance. And when I ride Spectrier, my spiritual energy merges with its essence, enhancing its ghostly strength. I can summon countless flickering flames that descend like falling stars. This move I call Astral Barrage. Naoki nodded thoughtfully, processing the information. Both Snow Lance and Astral Barrage were powerful abilities unique to Calyrex when riding his respective steeds, showcasing the bond they shared. And now, Naoki said, a spark of excitement in his voice, I need a favor from you. Calyrex tilted his head slightly, curious. What do you have in mind? Naoki pointed toward the field. I'd like you to ride Spectrier and focus your energy to condense its ghostly aura. Let's infuse the energy into this field and see what happens. Calyrex immediately understood Naoki's intention. He gave a slight nod and said warmly, Leave it to me. With a flash, Calyrex used his teleportation ability to appear on Spectrier's back. Once again, the king and his loyal steed were reunited, their bond rekindled. Calyrex, now in his Shadow Rider form, looked majestic atop the ghostly horse. In the next moment, a faint purple mist emanated from Spectrier's body, drifting gently across the field and merging with the soil. It is done, Calyrex announced with quiet pride. Naoki nodded, planting a second seed into the soil. Calyrex raised his hand, channeling his powers to encourage the crop's rapid growth. A brilliant blue light shimmered across the land, and within seconds, a familiar black radish sprouted from the same patch of earth. Naoki's eyes widened. It worked, just as I suspected. This confirms it. Ice-type and Ghost-type energies are essential for growing snow-white carrots and shade-root carrots, Naoki murmured thoughtfully. With this knowledge, Naoki felt confident about creating special fields back at the ranch. By harnessing the unique powers of Glastrier and Spectrier, he could cultivate black and white carrots, ensuring the two steeds would have their favorite foods even in Paldea. "It's perfect," Naoki exclaimed with excitement, turning to Calyrex to share his discovery. Calyrex listened patiently, a smile spreading across his face. "That's wonderful news. Now I need not worry about my beloved horses being deprived of their favorite food when we leave the Crown Tundra." However, Glastrier and Spectrier both froze at the mention of leaving the tundra. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and they exchanged uneasy glances. This snow-covered land held deep meaning for them. Long ago, in the ancient Crown Tundra, Glastrier, known as the Icebringer, ran Spectrier, referred to as the Phantom Flame, reigned as kings among Pokémon. Their strength was unmatched, and they ruled over the wilderness with pride. But that changed when humans arrived and encroached on their territory. Enraged, both steeds launched fierce attacks on the invaders and their Pokémon allies. Their wrath seemed unstoppable until the day Calyrex appeared. After being bested by the mighty Pokémon King, Glastrier and Spectrier formed a deep, unbreakable bond with him. From that moment on, they became Calyrex's loyal companions and ruled beside him, their fierce spirits softened by friendship. Now, the idea of leaving the tundra, their ancient home, stirred uncertainty in the two steeds. They had never imagined departing from the land that defined them. Sensing their hesitation, Calyrex spoke with calm authority. "This place no longer belongs to us. The humans who once honored us as kings are long gone, lost to the past." Spectrier and Glastrier blinked, still showing hints of reluctance about leaving their home. Noticing this, Naoki smiled and said, "Don't worry when we get to the ranch. I'll grow plenty of carrots just for you." At the mention of food, Glastrier's hesitation melted away instantly. The icy horse neighed happily, snorted twice, and began prancing in place, up tiny clouds of frost. "Naoki!" Calyrex observed the scene, an amused glimmer in his eyes. Beside them, Coraden let out a delighted sound. "Ah, God, this is great." Before they knew it, the moon had risen high into the night sky. The hazy moonlight bathed the land in a silver glow, while the vast starry sky stretched endlessly above them. Beneath their feet, the snowy tundra sparkled under the gentle light. Naoki rode atop Glastrier, who trotted energetically through the night, kicking up snow as they traveled south across the Crown Tundra. Glastrier, with its fiery temperament, seemed eager to stretch its legs beneath the stars. To Naoki's left, Coraden sprinted in its mount form, keeping pace effortlessly. To his right, Calyrex rode Spectrier with quiet grace, the ghostly horse's hooves gliding silently over the snowy ground. Their destination, Giant's Bed, where the enormous pink tree, known for nurturing countless Pokémon, stood proudly. As they approached, the silhouette of the towering tree loomed larger and larger, its pink blossoms glowing faintly under the moonlight. Naoki marveled, craning his neck to look at the colossal tree. Turning to Calyrex, who rode calmly beside him, he asked, "How did it get so big?" Calyrex lifted his gaze toward the giant tree and answered with a soft, reflective tone. "This land nurtured it, just as it nurtures everything that lives here." Naoki blinked, trying to wrap his head around the idea. "Huh? The land nurtured it?" Calyrex nodded gently. "Yes, the earth embraces all of its children, nourishing them so they may flourish. Through this tree, it provides for the Pokémon who call this land home." "Naoki, what?" He scratched his head, struggling to grasp the concept. "Are you saying the land itself has a will?" After a moment of thought, Naoki figured Calyrex must be referring to the forces of nature. "It's kind of like the Viridian Forest in Kanto." Naoki mused. "They say the forest blesses certain humans, granting them the power to communicate with Pokémon and even use the forest's energy." He remembered the Pokémon movie Secrets of the Jungle, where the boy Coco had used jungle healing, a move normally reserved for Zarude to protect his father. That must have been the forest's blessing, Naoki thought. The bond between Coco and Zarude must have moved the spirit of the forest, allowing Coco to use jungle healing even though he's human. This world feels like a dream, Naoki thought with a wry smile. He remembered moments from the Pokémon anime where things took strange, almost magical turns, like the time Ash Ketchum was turned to stone in Pokémon. The first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back. In that scene, Pikachu and all the surrounding Pokémon shed tears, and somehow, through the mysterious power of these tears, Ash was brought back to life. As a modern, logical person, Naoki couldn't help but feel baffled. It's just like those stories where characters defeat the final boss with the power of love, friendship, or some mystical bond. Way too cheesy, he muttered to himself with a sigh. By now, they had reached the tranquil shores of Lake Bolonlia, surrounded by the towering hills of the giant tree. Both Glastrier and Spectrier came to a gentle halt, their hooves barely disturbing the calm atmosphere. Naoki dismounted, along with Calyrex, and they decided to set up camp for the night. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Despite the fading light, they could still see wild Pokémon roaming nearby. Overhead, a Swablu drifted through the sky, and the shadows of the trees, sharp-eyed. Corvisquire perched quietly, keeping watch. In the grass below, herds of Wooloo grazed peacefully, while Cottony drifted lazily with the evening breeze. At the water's edge, Barboach swam in lazy loops beside dull-eyed Magikarp splashing aimlessly. Basculin darted about in small bursts, disrupting the stillness of the lake. Naoki marveled at the rich variety of Pokémon. The vibrancy of this ecosystem filled him with awe. These Pokémon, they're all nurtured by the giant tree, he realized, recalling Calyrex's word from earlier. The sight tugged at Naoki's heart, reminding him of a special tree back on his ranch. It's just like the world tree, he whispered aloud. He turned to Calyrex. There's a tree on my ranch, too. If it grows tall enough, do you think it could raise as many Pokémon as the giant tree does? Calyrex gave him a curious look. A tree? Naoki nodded. I call it the world tree. It's an incredible tree, but it takes 100,000 years to fully grow. Calyrex pondered this for a moment, his serene expression unwavering. The world tree, he murmured. I have never heard of such a tree, but if time is the only obstacle, perhaps I can help it grow. Naoki recalled the 3 goats on his ranch, who worked tirelessly to nurture the tree. Every time they channeled their energy into its growth, they were left utterly exhausted, completely drained, but with a look of satisfaction on their faces. If I wait for it to grow naturally, I'll never live to see it fully grown, Naoki thought somberly. He turned to Calyrex, a hint of hope flickering in his eyes. That might take a lot of your energy, though, he said cautiously. Calyrex smiled warmly. So what? You pull me out of the abyss and spread my name across the land, giving me the strength to endure the harsh cold of the crowned tundra. Naoki felt a wave of emotion wash over him. What a truly kind-hearted Pokémon. Just then, the sound of Koraidon's stomach growling shattered the heartwarming moment. Naoki turned and saw Koraidon tilting its head, giving him an innocent look as if to say, what happened? Naoki. Well, that ruined the mood. All right, I'll start cooking, Naoki announced, rolling up his sleeves. For dinner, Naoki prepared grilled steak and vegetarian sandwiches made with fresh vegetables. The steaks were for Koraidon and Cyclizer, while the sandwiches were set aside for Calyrex. As for Glastrier and Spectrier, they had already devoured over 100 carrots earlier in the afternoon. Their bloated bellies confirmed that they weren't hungry anytime soon. Making the sandwiches was simple. Most of the ingredients were fresh vegetables. He chopped the vegetables into neat slices, layered them between soft bread slices, and added a drizzle of ketchup and salad dressing. A perfect vegetarian sandwich was ready. Naoki glanced down at the sandwich, amused. This only boosts grass-type moves. Oh well. He shrugged and continued cooking. After preparing meals for the Pokémon, Naoki turned his attention to his own dinner. Tonight, he decided on omuris, a warm and comforting dish for the chilly night. While cooking, Naoki suddenly remembered something the old chief from Freezington Village had told him. He glanced over at Calyrex and asked, "By the way, the chief the descendant of those who once cracked to know if you truly exist. He asked me to tell him if I found anything. Should I tell him about you?" Calyrex's serene expression didn't change. After a moment of quiet reflection, he shook his head gently. "No need. I am no longer the king of bountiful harvests. From now on, I am just a humble farmer." Naoki decided it was probably for the best. "All right then, I won't say anything to the chief." With that matter settled, Naoki smiled. "In that case, we'll set off tomorrow." There were still errands to run. Naoki needed to visit the major cities of Galar to purchase steel feathers shed by Corviknight. It would take a bit of time, but it was necessary. Once the errands were complete, he could return to the ranch with Calyrex and the others to spend a peaceful winter together. Calyrex gave a soft nod, his gentle gaze reflecting the trust he now had in Naoki. Okay. Night had fallen, and the world was silent. The Pokémon living near the giant's bed had returned to their nests, yawning and settling down to sleep. Occasionally, nocturnal Pokémon rustled through the tall grass, their movements barely breaking the stillness. From the hilltop, Naoki could see the surface of the Galar Sea shimmering under the moonlight. Thanks to the ocean currents, this area was warmer than the northern snowfields, creating the perfect environment for a rich and vibrant Pokémon ecosystem. Naoki sat in front of the campfire with his Pokémon companions and Calyrex, enjoying the peaceful evening. After hearing Naoki's plan to leave the Crown Tundra the next day, Calyrex cast his gaze toward the distant Galar region and spoke softly. "Before we leave, I want to visit one more place." Naoki looked up in surprise. "Where do you want to go?" Calyrex's voice was calm but resolute. "To the place where the hero and the warrior reside." Naoki's eyes widened in recognition. "The hero and warrior? Do you mean Zacian and Zamazenta?" Calyrex gave a slight nod. "Yes, they were my allies during a time of great calamity." Naoki's heart skipped a beat. "Do you mean the darkest day? The disaster caused by Eternatus?" Calyrex's expression grew solemn. "Yes, when the Galar region faced destruction, we stood together to prevent it." Naoki was curious. "Could you tell me what really happened?" "The history books are vague, and most people only remember the hero with the sword and shield. The role you played has been forgotten." Calyrex nodded, the flickering firelight reflecting in his eyes. "I will tell you everything." Naoki scooted closer to the campfire, eager to hear the story. With his Pokémon listening quietly, Calyrex began to recount the events of the past. "A long, long time ago, I lived peacefully on this land with my beloved steeds and the humans who believed in me. One day, I saw a vision of a disaster and overwhelming darkness that would consume the Galar region. To prepare, I summoned two powerful beings, Zacian, the king of swords, and Zamazenta, the king of shields. They listened to my warning and vowed to prevent the impending disaster. As a gesture of trust, I performed a coronation for them at the Crown Shrine, bestowing upon them the power of the king. I also enlisted Melmetal, a mythical Pokémon known for its mastery over metal, to forge powerful weapons for them, a sword and a shield, infused with the essence of kingship. With these sacred artifacts, Zacian and Zamazenta gained the strength needed to confront the darkness. They went forth to face the calamity, while I focused on protecting the forest Pokémon. Using all of my power, I moved the Pokémon of the forest to safety. But the effort drained me completely, and I fell into a deep slumber. What happened afterward, I do not know." Naoki listened, captivated by the tale. "So that's the truth," he murmured. Calyrex gazed into the fire, his voice tinged with concern. "Even now, I sense traces of the disaster lingering in Galar. I fear that the danger was not fully eliminated." Naoki furrowed his brow. "Is that why you want to visit Zacian and Zamazenta? To warn them?" Calyrex nodded. "Yes, I must tell them what I have sensed so they can be prepared for what might come." Naoki could sense the deep care Calyrex still held for the Galar region. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Why not stay here and fight alongside them? They could use your help." Calyrex shook his head, his expression calm but resolute. "I'm no longer needed here. When my power was fully restored, I glimpsed the future. This time, I saw that the King of Sword and the King of Shield will successfully repel the source of disaster with the help of 2 humans," Calyrex said with quiet certainty. "I see." Naoki nodded, realization dawning on him. The 2 humans Calyrex mentioned were most likely Victor/Gloria and Hop, Leon's younger brother. But something else caught Naoki's attention. The swords and shields used by Zacian and Zamazenta were actually crafted by Melmetal. Naoki muttered in disbelief. That was completely unexpected. After hearing the full story, Naoki sighed, imagining how these powerful Pokémon must have united during the ancient calamity to confront Eternatus together. Calyrex tilted his head slightly, curious. "Why do you sigh?" Naoki gave him a small smile. "The disaster you're talking about is what humans now call the Darkest Day. After you fell asleep, Zacian and Zamazenta successfully repelled it. But when the battle was over, they went into seclusion." He continued with a hint of sadness. "After the Darkest Day ended, the humans started to rewrite history. They founded a kingdom and claimed the deeds of Zacian and Zamazenta as their own, fooling future generations into believing that royal family was responsible for saving the Galar region." Calyrex remained serene, his expression calm despite the weight of Naoki's words. "I see. You seem to care more about this false recognition than I do." Naoki blinked. "Don't you care about what happened?" Calyrex shook his head gently, a faint smile forming on his face. "At that time, neither I nor the Sword Kings sought fame or glory. We only wanted to protect the Pokémon that lived on this land. That was all that mattered." He closed his eyes for a moment, reflecting. "Besides, the humans I once knew, and those who believed in me, are long gone. There is no use dwelling on what has been lost." Naoki felt a pang of sympathy, but nodded in agreement. "You're right. It's just a little sad." With the first light of dawn, Naoki, Calyrex, and Coraden set off from the giant's bed. The majestic sight of the pink blossoms on the towering tree faded behind them as they rode southward. However, there was a lingering sense of disappointment in Naoki's heart. Despite their exploration of the ancient lands, there had been no sign of the Galarian forms of Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. Naoki couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. "Why the long face?" Calyrex asked curiously, noticing Naoki's distracted expression. Before Naoki could answer, Coraden, ever perceptive, gave Naoki a knowing look no one knew him better. The Pokémon tilted its head, seemingly exasperated by Naoki's thoughts. Coraden's expression clearly said, "I know exactly what you're thinking." Sure enough, Naoki confessed with a wistful sigh, "I read once that 3 legendary bird Pokémon lived near that giant tree. I was really hoping to see them today." Calyrex immediately understood which 3 Pokémon Naoki was referring to. "They don't live here permanently," Calyrex explained. "They only stop by the tree occasionally to rest. But if all 3 happen to meet at once, they always end up fighting. Looks like I picked the wrong time to visit." Naoki sighed with disappointment. Coraden let out a long-suffering groan. "Aga!" Calyrex chuckled softly. "If you'd like, I can accompany you to find them next time." Naoki smiled, but shook his head. "Let's leave it for now. There's a lot to do once we're back." For one, Naoki had to ask Kelly to help build stables for the horses and prepare for the forest restoration in spring. With both Glastrier and Spectrier in his carriage with a strong sense of territory, he needed to build separate stables to keep the peace. Instead of heading back to Freezington Village, Naoki and Calyrex took a different route towards Snowpoint Station, where the steam train to the Galar region awaited. As they neared the edge of the snowfield, Naoki brought Coraden to a halt and turned to Calyrex. "We'll be traveling by train to Galar. You might meet other humans there. Do you mind that?" Calyrex thought for a moment, his gaze distant. "I suppose the humans of this era wouldn't recognize me anymore. It doesn't matter." "Good. Naoki then glanced at Spectrier and Glastrier. There's one thing, though. The train doesn't allow large Pokémon on board, so I'll need to keep them in their Pokeballs for the trip. Is that all right with you? Pokeballs? Calyrex tilted his head in confusion. Naoki pulled out a standard red and white Pokeball, holding it up for Calyrex to see. It's a tool developed by humans to carry Pokémon. When you press the button, it stores the Pokémon inside, letting you take them anywhere. As they continued walking, Naoki explained the various ways humans now interact with Pokémon, covering topics like trainers, breeders, and the bonds that people form with Pokémon partners. Calyrex listened thoughtfully, nodding occasionally. When Naoki finished, Calyrex gave a small smile. I understand. In that case, you may keep them in the Pokeballs for now. Naoki approached the two steeds, gently placing a hand on their heads. First, he tapped the button of an empty Pokeball against Spectrier, who dissolved into a flash of red light and disappeared into the ball. Then, he repeated the process with Glastrier. Both Pokeballs shook briefly before settling with a soft click, signaling the capture success. Calyrex watched the entire process with wide eyes, clearly astonished by what he had just witnessed. How is this possible? Calyrex asked, his tone filled with wonder. Naoki scratched his head, a bit sheepishly. I've heard it has something to do with Pokémon being able to temporarily shrink their size when they're relaxed or conserving energy. But honestly, I don't know the full details, it's just a theory. Calyrex fell silent for a moment, his expression pensive. Then, with sudden curiosity, he asked, Can I enter a Pokeball too? After all, to you humans, I am also a Pokémon. Naoki, is that okay? The king of bountiful harvests looked genuinely eager to try. With a sigh, Naoki pulled out a third Pokeball, pressed the button, and gently aimed it toward Calyrex. To Naoki's surprise, the Pokeball accepted Calyrex without even shaking. It clicked shut instantly, remaining perfectly still. Moments later, Calyrex emerged from the Pokeball on his own, an amused smile spreading across his face. Fascinating, the former king of Galar remarked, his voice filled with wonder. Humans truly are a clever species. Remembering Naoki's earlier explanation about the bond between trainers and Pokémon, Calyrex turned to him with a playful grin. So, does this mean I'm now your Pokémon? Trainer, I look forward to your guidance. Naoki, trying to clear up any misunderstanding. Naoki waved his hands nervously. I am not really a trainer. I'm just a farmer, like you. Calyrex chuckled warmly. Ha ha, you're right. I'm no longer a king, just a humble farmer. From now on, we are fellow farmers. Naoki. The two shared a light-hearted laugh before continuing along the snowy path, making their way back to the station. As they neared the station, something unusual caught Naoki's attention. A bright red cordon stretched across the road, marking it as a restricted area. Signs near the blockade bore symbols warning of extreme danger. The station's doors were shut, and the lights inside flickered dimly. That's odd, Naoki muttered, furrowing his brow. Calyrex, riding calmly beside him on Spectrier, grew serious. I sense something unusual. There's an ominous aura here. He turned toward the distant mountains, where an eerie glow illuminated the sky. Flames licked the snowy peaks, casting a deep crimson hue across the horizon. Naoki and Koraidon both noticed the unsettling sight. A fire? In sub-zero temperatures? Naoki whispered in disbelief. That doesn't make any sense. Just then, a strange noise echoed through the air, a low, labored panting, followed by the rapid flutter of wings. A moment later, a monstrous figure descended from the sky, landing heavily in front of Naoki and Calyrex. The creature was unlike anything Naoki had seen before. Its grotesquely inflated muscles bulged with unnatural power, and two pairs of translucent, crimson wings beat rhythmically behind it. Its small, flat head housed eerie, spherical black eyes, and below them sat a sharp, blade-like beak that gleamed ominously in the dim light. Naoki's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the creature immediately. An ultra beast, Buzzwole! The realization hit Naoki like a thunderbolt. But how? Ultra beasts like Buzzwole were supposed to reside in the ultra space near the Alola region. How could one have found its way to the Galar region? Just as Naoki stood frozen in disbelief, Buzzwole, the hulking ultra beast, flexed its enormous arms and performed a textbook bodybuilding pose. With every muscle bulging, it was clear that Buzzwole was showing off its incredible strength. Danger! A sharp, urgent voice came from nearby. Naoki turned to see a man in a Galar League uniform sprinting towards him, accompanied by a Snorlax lumbering behind. The man locked eyes with Naoki and called out, "Please leave this area. The Galar League has blocked off this zone, and the station is temporarily closed. You'll need to find another route to Galar." Before the man could finish, Buzzwole, disturbed by the commotion, scowled. Its muscles inflated rapidly, and a deep, ominous buzzing echoed from its abdomen. In an instant, the ultra beast shot forward like lightning, the gust from its speed blowing the man's hat off. The man barely had time to react before he heard a pained bellow from his Snorlax. Turning back, he saw the horrifying sight of Buzzwole gripping Snorlax tightly. With no regard for the Snorlax's desperate thrashing, Buzzwole jabbed its needle-like proboscis into Snorlax's neck. Snorlax's massive body began to deflate, its once imposing frame collapsing like a punctured balloon. In a matter of moments, the Pokémon was reduced to nothing more than loose skin lying limp in the snow. The man's eyes widened, filling with rage and disbelief. Buzzwole, its muscles now pulsating as though molten lava coursed through them, loomed over the man, its massive frame casting a shadow. Naoki stood frozen, his mind racing to process the unexpected danger. Calyrex, standing nearby, frowned deeply at the sight. Just as Buzzwole prepared to lunge at the man, Calyrex's regal voice rang out with unwavering authority. "How dare you?" Buzzwole's attention snapped to the voice. The Ultra Beast's aggressive stance shifted toward Calyrex, intrigued by the challenge. Naoki, snapping out of his shock, saw Calyrex preparing to engage. Without hesitation, he grabbed a Pokeball and hurled it, releasing a Pokémon to assist. A flash of white light erupted from the ball, revealing Spectrier, the ghostly steed standing tall beside Calyrex. Buzzwole's aura intensified as it locked eyes with its new opponents. With a guttural roar, it launched itself toward Calyrex and Spectrier, muscles rippling with every movement. Calyrex wasted no time. With a quick movement, he leapt gracefully onto Spectrier's back. In an instant, a powerful psychic wave surged outward from Calyrex, causing the ghostly energy surrounding Spectrier to swirl and churn violently. Suddenly, countless dark purple, phosphorescent flames flickered to life around them, like embers drawn from another world. With a commanding sweep of his arm, Calyrex unleashed the flames. They shot forward like falling stars, raining down on Buzzwole from every direction. The man, still frozen in place, could only stare in awe at the spectacle unfolding before him. What kind of Pokémon is that? This is a bonus chapter for reaching 2,500 Power Stones. The next bonus chapter will be released at 3,000 Power Stones. Buzzwole's muscles bulged wildly, as though molten energy surged beneath its crimson skin. Power rippled along its massive arms, each vein glowing with intensity. Its momentum surged, escalating rapidly with raw strength. With a thunderous roar, Buzzwole swung its fist straight into the sky, filled with ghostly, dark purple flames, as if it intended to punch the ominous fire away. But the moment its fist made contact with the phosphorescent flames, Buzzwole's eyes widened in shock, and it let out a pained screech. "Buzzwole! It hurts!" It stared at its fist in disbelief, realizing the spectral fire clung to its skin like an unrelenting parasite, draining the very essence of its vitality. More flames fell, igniting Buzzwole's back, arms, and abdomen in a cascade of purple fire. A searing sensation coursed through its body as the spectral blaze spread across its form. Buzzwole thrashed about in agony, roaring as it tried to extinguish the fire. It rolled frantically in the snow, desperate to snuff out the relentless flames. However, these were no ordinary flames. They were infused with the ghostly power of Spectrier, impervious to simple efforts. From atop Spectrier's back, Calyrex observed the Ultra Beast struggle with composed dignity. Gradually, Buzzwole's wild thrashing slowed, its strength drained by the relentless energy consuming it. Exhausted, the Ultra Beast collapsed, lying motionless on the snow, its massive chest heaving with labored breaths. Mark, the Galar League officer, stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide at the sight before him. He stared at the mysterious Pokémon that had defeated Buzzwole so effortlessly. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the communicator in Mark's ear. "Mark, report. What's going on out there?" Mark jolted back to his senses, quickly pressing the device on his ear. "We've found the target, but there's been an unexpected situation." "What kind of situation?" the voice on the other end demanded. Mark glanced nervously at the collapsed Snorlax. "The Ultra Beast drained my Snorlax dry. But a trainer no. Several Pokemon I've never seen arrived just in time to stop it." As he continued the report, Mark noticed Calyrex riding Spectrier, slowly approaching Buzzwole's limp form. "Wait, that Pokemon, it's healing the Ultra Beast." Mark exclaimed in disbelief, sprinting forward. A soothing aura emanated from Calyrex, enveloping Buzzwole in a gentle glow. Slowly but surely, the spectral fire faded, replaced by a warm energy that mended the damage. Mark hurried over, shouting in alarm, "Stop! It's dangerous!" Naoki, still calm, glanced at the badge pinned to Mark's uniform and realized the man was with the Galar League. "Relax," Naoki said reassuringly. Before Mark could protest further, Buzzwole's injuries were fully healed. The Ultra Beast slowly stood, wobbling slightly as it regained its footing. Its eyes, now filled with fear, locked onto Calyrex. Calyrex gazed at Buzzwole with calm authority. "Your offense is forgiven. Now, return to where you belong." Buzzwole paused, seemingly lost in thought. It raised one arm and scratched its head, looking perplexed. "Buzzwole, I don't know where to go." Calyrex remained silent, watching the Ultra Beast with a serene but curious expression. After a brief moment, the King of Harvests asked gently, "Where are you from?" Buzzwole puffed up its chest slightly and bellowed, "Buzzwole." At that moment, the effect of Naoki's translation seeds wore off, leaving him unable to understand Buzzwole's speech. Naoki paused for a moment, then turned toward Mark, curious about the earlier exchange between Buzzwole and Calyrex. "Do you know where it came from?" Mark blinked, slightly caught off guard, then answered reflexively, "From a complicated cave." Hearing this, Naoki nodded thoughtfully. "Just as I suspected, Buzzwole must have escaped from an ultra wormhole." He recalled that in both the games and the anime, there was mention of an ultra wormhole appearing in the Galar region. Specifically, this wormhole could be found deep within the Crown Tundra's cavernous depths, the very same cave where trainers embark on Dynamax adventures. In the Pokémon anime, Lily's father, Moan, had also disappeared through an ultra wormhole, only to eventually resurface. After mulling it over for a moment, Naoki said, "It looks like Buzzwole lost its way. We should help it find its way back to the wormhole." Mark stared at Naoki, his expression a mixture of awe and confusion. "Wait, you can understand Pokémon speech?" Naoki gave a subtle smile, neither confirming nor denying it. "One of my Pokémon is telepathic," he said casually. "Oh, that makes sense," Mark said with sudden realization. However, with a nervous glance at Buzzwole, he added, "Could you help me get it back to the cave? I mean, before it causes more trouble." Naoki popped a translation seed crisp into his mouth and turned to Calyrex. Before Naoki could respond to Mark, Calyrex said, "I intended to head there anyway. That unusual energy, I sensed earlier it's coming from the same place." Naoki nodded. "All right, let's go together." With that, Calyrex shifted his gaze toward the collapsed Snorlax. Riding gracefully on Spectrier, Calyrex extended his right hand. A vibrant, green energy began, to flow from his palm, radiating life into Snorlax's deflated form. In mere moments, the once withered Snorlax began to reinflate like a balloon, its body slowly returning to its original, round shape. Mark stood there, mouth agape, utterly stunned by what he had just witnessed. He glanced at Naoki, then at Koraidon, and finally at Calyrex and Spectrier. Are they all your Pokémon? Naoki gave a small nod. Yes. Mark's eyes widened in disbelief. That's incredible. As a League staff member and trainer, Mark knew well that there was no record of such Pokémon in the Galar region. This could only mean that the powerful trainers standing before him must have come from another region. Mark led the group forward, glancing back curiously. May I ask where you're from? Naoki smiled. Of course. I'm from Paldea and just arrived in the Galar region not too long ago. Paldea. Mark's interest instantly piqued. That means the Pokémon accompanying Naoki ones he had never seen before were also from the Paldea region. Looking at their well-trained and lively appearance, Mark couldn't help but marvel. That's incredible. You must be a really skilled trainer. Naoki, here we go again. With a polite smile, Naoki responded, No, I'm actually just a farmer. Mark blinked, stunned. A farmer? That can't be right. How could a simple farmer raise such powerful Pokémon? Seeing Mark's disbelief, Naoki sighed inwardly. Why did no one ever believe him when he said he was just a farmer? Mark, unaware of Naoki's thoughts, kept sneaking glances at him as they walked. After a moment, Mark suddenly exclaimed, I've got it. Naoki? Question mark. What exactly did he figure out? Before Naoki could question him further, they reached their destination. They had arrived in a secluded area surrounded by steep cliffs. Various police cars and helicopters were parked on the snowy terrain. Naoki noticed some of the vehicles were scorched and still smoldering as if a major explosion had taken place recently. Mark gestured toward the scene. All this destruction, it was caused by that mysterious Pokémon. It's strong enough to send a car flying with a single punch. We had to deploy a lot of people to handle it. A group of officers standing nearby noticed their arrival and shifted their attention toward Naoki, Calyrex, and Koraidon. Naoki expected that someone among them might recognize Calyrex, the former king of bountiful harvests. But to his surprise, nothing. Not a single flicker of recognition crossed their faces. Calyrex glanced at the ominous, gaping cave ahead. His expression was serious as he spoke. I can sense that the strange energy is coming from that cave. It seems to connect to a world beyond our understanding. Naoki blinked, suddenly realizing what Calyrex meant. The strange energy must be the presence of an ultra wormhole. The unfamiliar world, Calyrex sensed, must be ultra space, the home of the ultra beasts. It's just that it's very weak now and will disappear soon, said Calyrex. Hearing this, Buzzwole became visibly anxious. Buzzwole, what? Was it really going to disappear and never return? Naoki was speechless. Why did you come here if you knew you couldn't stay? Buzzwole scratched its head, flexing its muscles absent-mindedly. Buzzwole, curious. Naoki sighed. It was a shame, really. Naoki thought to himself. If only it had been Pheromosa and Steadity have taken that one home for sure. As for Buzzwole, Naoki glanced at the muscle-bound Pokémon and shook his head. While its physique was impressive, it didn't quite compare to the likes of Kamou or Urshifu. Besides, he could already imagine the chaos if Buzzwole ever got loose on the ranch. It might end up draining the poor chickens dry without a second thought. Yeah, no, definitely not worth the trouble, Naoki concluded. Just then, Mark finished his report and returned to Naoki's side. All set. Now we just need to send it back underground, Mark announced confidently. Naoki blinked. What do you mean, underground? Mark looked confused. Isn't this one of those Pokémon that crawled up from deep underground? Naoki, they really have no idea about the ultra wormholes, huh? Rather than explaining, Naoki decided to leave it alone. Some things were better left unsaid. He and Calyrex watched as Buzzwole flexed one last time before lumbering off under the guidance of the Galar staff. Farewell, big guy, Naoki muttered with an amused smile. Calyrex, standing beside him, narrowed his eyes briefly. The energy from that portal has vanished. Naoki nodded in agreement. Looks like the Ultra wormhole finally closed. At that moment, a group of Galar League officials rushed out of the cave in a frenzy. It's gone. That muscle-bound Pokémon ran into a glowing portal and just disappeared. So, it wasn't from underground, but from another world. Watching the scene unfold, Naoki turned to Calyrex. Well, that's our cue. I think the train station should be operational again by now. Calyrex gave a small, knowing nod. Naoki rode on Spectrier, following closely behind Coraden as they galloped across the snowfield, the icy winds trailing in their wake. Mark and the other Galar League staff watched in stunned silence, realizing too late that the mysterious trainer had already vanished into the distance. Wait, he's gone, Mark exclaimed. The staff exchanged puzzled glances. It's strange. That Pokémon could actually ride on another Pokémon to fight. Yeah, and according to your report, it only took one move to defeat that Pokémon. To capture such powerful Pokémon, that guy from Paldea must be an incredible trainer. What a shame we missed the chance to thank him. It would have been great to make friends with him. The next day, Postwick Town. Postwick Town was a quiet, peaceful place nestled in the outskirts of the region. The streets were calm, with only the occasional sound of wild Pokémon calling in the distance. Since Calyrex wished to visit the slumbering Weald to search for Zacian and Zamazenta, Naoki decided to take the train here, disembarking at Postwick Town Station. Their plan was to travel south to Postwick Town, where the mystical forest was located. Nearby, walking down the main street, Naoki strolled alongside Coraden and Calyrex, while Glastrier and Spectrier rested inside their Pokeballs. Coraden curiously looked around, taking in the unfamiliar sights and marveling at the lively streets. Everything felt new and exciting to it. Calyrex also gazed thoughtfully at his surroundings. This world has changed so much compared to the one I knew. He mused aloud, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. Naoki nodded, keeping pace with him. Yeah, it really has. Naoki had done some research on the ancient history of the Pokémon world, and he couldn't help but sigh. There was a time when humans saw Pokémon as monsters or tools of war. But with the advancements of science, Pokémon have become a natural part of human life. Calyrex gave a small, approving nod. A soft smile formed on his face. I like the way the world is now. Naoki grinned. Yeah, me too. At that moment, Coraden beside Naoki suddenly perked up, its eyes widening in surprise. Rayo, Coraden called, alerting Naoki and Calyrex. The two followed its gaze to see a crowd gathering on the road just ahead. Naoki tilted his head in curiosity, instinctively stepping closer to get a better look. Pushing through the small crowd, they came upon Urshifu standing in the middle of the street, holding a young boy in its arms. The Pokémon looked visibly anxious, clutching the child close to its chest, as if protecting him. Rayo, let me see. Coraden also wanted to squeeze in to take a look. Just then, an elderly woman with silver hair approached the scene. Her gentle expression and calm demeanor instantly stood out. Naoki recognized her at once. Professor Magnolia, Naoki exclaimed softly. She was a renowned researcher of Dynamax phenomena in the Galar region. Magnolia leaned over to examine the boy cradled in Urshifu's arms. After a quick assessment, she turned toward the towering Pokémon. Are you this boy's Pokémon? She asked, her voice steady yet concerned. This child has a high fever. He's seriously ill and needs medical care at once. To Naoki's utter shock, Urshifu responded, Sure, Fu. No, I'm his father. Naoki blinked in disbelief. Wait, what? Before Naoki could process what he had just heard, the bear Pokémon shifted the boy in its arms and hurriedly followed Professor Magnolia down the street. It seemed they were heading toward the Pokémon Center. The crowd slowly began to disperse, though a few people lingered, casting curious glances at Naoki, Calyrex, and Coraden. Naoki stood frozen for a moment, still trying to wrap his head around what he had just witnessed. He finally turned to Calyrex and Coraden, his confusion written all over his face. Did I hear that correctly? That Pokémon said it's the kid's father. Naoki asked, incredulously. Coraden nodded enthusiastically. Rayo. Yup, you heard it. Calyrex also gave a small nod, his expression calm. It seems the Urshifu has indeed raised the human child as its own. Naoki's mind immediately flashed to the story of Zarud and Coco from the movie Secrets of the Jungle. Oh no, could this be another case like Coco and Zarud? Naoki muttered, rubbing his temples. It was hard to believe. Could this boy really have been raised by an Urshifu? A Cubfu that had evolved into an Urshifu, a wild Urshifu in the Galar region. That one of the strongest Pokémon in existence, practically a legend in its own right. Naoki's excitement bubbled over. That tall, powerful frame, those mighty arms, the determined protective eyes, and that smooth yet bristly fur. One incredible Pokémon. Hailing from the Paldea region, Naoki had never encountered an Urshifu in person before. Unable to contain his curiosity, he grabbed Coraden and Calyrex, both poorly disguised with sunglasses, and sneaked into the Pokémon Center to get a closer look. The boy Urshifu had carried was being treated in the emergency room. Meanwhile, the big bear Pokémon stood anxiously in the lobby, its eyes glued to the door, pacing restlessly. Professor Magnolia, seated on a nearby sofa, looked on sympathetically. Don't worry, she said gently to Urshifu. The child will be fine. But Urshifu remained visibly distressed, its expression downcast and tense. Naoki, pretending to be a trainer resting in the Pokémon Center, settled on a nearby bench. He picked up a newspaper to blend in, but his attention remained firmly on the towering Pokémon. Aga! Coraden was speechless, knowing full well Naoki's fascination had been piqued once again. Meanwhile, Calyrex, sitting coolly with his oversized shades, scanned the surroundings. Just then, the red light above the emergency room door flickered off and was replaced by a green one. The door swung open, and Nurse Joy emerged, her expression both serious and stern. Naoki perked up, watching intently. Nurse Joy addressed Urshifu directly. What happened? Where are the child's parents? If you had waited even 10 more minutes to bring him here, things could have ended very badly. Urshifu seemed to want to say something, but hesitated, shifting its weight awkwardly from one paw to the other. Professor Magnolia stepped in with a kind smile. It's all right now. The child is safe. But Nurse Joy, still visibly frustrated, crossed her arms. It's so irresponsible of the parents to not show up themselves. Instead, they sent a Pokémon to bring the child all this way alone. At these words, Urshifu lowered its head, its expression filled with guilt and sadness. Nurse Joy's stern demeanor softened at the sight. The child is going to be fine, she added more gently. If you're worried, you can go see him in the ward. At her invitation, Urshifu hurried down the hall, eager to be at the boy's side. Naoki watched all of this unfold with great interest. If what Naoki overheard earlier was true, then Nurse Joy's words must have stung the heart of the poor Urshifu. It must feel really guilty, right? At that moment, Nurse Joy noticed Naoki and his companions sitting quietly in the corner. Composing herself, she approached them with a professional smile. Hello, how can I help Dash? Her words trailed off as she spotted Calyrex sitting calmly, wearing sunglasses. Unable to stop herself, she blurted out, what a big head. Calyrex, Naoki. How rude. Realizing her slip, Nurse Joy immediately clapped a hand over her mouth. Oh my, I'm so sorry. That just slipped out. Calyrex gave a weary sigh. It's fine, I don't blame you, he said, waving a hand dismissively. However, to Nurse Joy, Calyrex's words came out as Cal Mujiji. Naoki leaned forward with a reassuring smile. He says he forgives you. Relieved, Nurse Joy nodded apologetically. Thank you, and I'm sorry again. In an effort to make amends, she headed to the counter and returned with 3 cups of nutritious berry juice. This juice helps restore a Pokémon's energy. It's good for all types, she explained with a kind smile. Naoki handed the drinks to Koraidon and Calyrex, popping straws into their cups. Then he smiled and said, "Could you get us one more?" Nurse Joy gave a polite nod and left to prepare another. While she was gone, Naoki released Cyclizer from its Pokeball. When Nurse Joy returned with the extra juice, each Pokemon began sipping happily through their straws. Calyrex held his cup carefully with both hands, sipping from a straw with a serene expression. Judging by his contented look, the juice must have been delicious. After finishing the drink, Calyrex gave a small nod of approval. This is indeed quite good. The temperature on the Crown Tundra is too cold for fruit trees to grow, so I haven't had a drink like this in a very long time. Naoki smiled warmly. There are plenty of fruit trees on my ranch. You can drink as much juice as you want when we get back. Calyrex chuckled softly. I'm not a child, you know. You don't need to talk to me like one. But I appreciate the sentiment. Though he wouldn't admit it, he didn't mind the kindness at all. Naoki scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. Koraidon and I are just used to it. Just then, Ursha for the martial arts Pokemon came rushing out of the room with a determined stride. Naoki blinked in surprise. Where's it going? Calyrex floated closer, equally curious. Shall we follow? Naoki nodded, and together with Koraidon and the rest of their Pokemon, they trailed after. Urshifu. The bear Pokemon marched through the streets of Postwick Town without stopping, eventually crossing the town's borders. Naoki furrowed his brow. Is it running away? At that moment, Urshifu abruptly stopped in its tracks. It turned toward them, eyes narrowing, with cautious wariness. Oru, who are you? Naoki tensed slightly, realizing just how sharp Urshifu's senses were. This one must be incredibly strong. Deciding to confront it directly, Naoki called out, You left the boy back at the Pokémon Center. Urshifu's expression flickered with a mixture of pain and hesitation. Haru, it muttered. Softly. Naoki raised an eyebrow. Haru, Urshifu's eyes widened. Wait, can you understand me? Calyrex floated forward, radiating calm reassurance. We mean no harm, he said kindly. We're just curious about your relationship with a human boy. Urshifu hesitated, glancing between Calyrex and Naoki. After a long pause, it sighed deeply, its gaze softening. He's Haru, my son, Urshifu admitted quietly. Naoki and Calyrex exchanged a knowing glance. Just as we thought. Meanwhile, Koraidon's jaw dropped in shock. Aga, can Pokemon have human children? Naoki shot Koraidon a flat look. Seriously? He's a male Pokemon. How would that even work? He couldn't help but marvel at Koraidon's wild imagination. Urshifu glanced at Koraidon, shaking its head. No, I found him. I raised him. As Urshifu spoke about the boy, its face softened with love and pride. The affection in its voice was undeniable. This boy meant everything to it. It was a long time ago, Urshifu explained. I was practicing my moves under a waterfall when I saw him, just a baby, drifting downstream in the river. It was clear that humans had abandoned him. If I hadn't taken him in, he wouldn't have survived, Urshifu said, his voice soft with emotion. So I adopted him as my son and named him Haru. I love him deeply. I used to take him across the grasslands to gather food, and he'd join me at the waterfall to practice martial arts year-round. Haru is a smart child. He helps Pokemon in the forest. Even the more aggressive ones grow calmer around him. As Urshifu reminisced, his expression became tender, his eyes filled with affection. Calyrex listened quietly before asking gently, Then why did you leave him? Urshifu's expression clouded with sadness. Because Haru is human. The forest is no place for him to live. That human nurse was right. I am not a suitable father. I can't keep Haru tied to me, away from the world he belongs to. If he stays among humans, he'll grow up safe and healthy. He won't have to worry about hunger or illness, and he'll sleep in a warm room, protected from storms and the cold. Naoki nodded slowly, beginning to understand Urshifu's feelings. After a moment, he said, You've already proven yourself to be a good father. Urshifu looked at Naoki, startled. But I don't think Haru knows you left yet, Naoki added gently. Urshifu's face shifted with uncertainty. Calyrex spoke next, his voice calm but filled with understanding. I can feel the love in your heart. If you care so much about him, why are you leaving? Naoki chimed in. When he wakes up, the first person he'll want to see is you. But if you're not there, everything in a human world will feel strange and overwhelming to him. Beside them, Kureiden nodded his head in agreement. Ah, Ga. Urshifu blinked, imagining Haru waking up alone and frightened. A sudden wave of panic washed over him, and without another word, he turned on his heel and sprinted back toward the town. Naoki watched the bear's retreating figure, feeling a warm sense of admiration. I never thought I'd witness something like this, he murmured, touched by the scene. It makes me like Pokémon like Urshifu even more, Naoki added with a smile. It's just a shame they're so rare. He couldn't just take someone else's father, could he? Well, forget it. With Kureiden and Calyrex at his side, Naoki felt more than content. The key to life is knowing when to be satisfied, he reminded himself with a grin. Calyrex beside him observed the encounter with a sense of renewed hope. The former king of Galar murmured thoughtfully, "This has shown me new possibilities between humans and Pokémon." He then smiled warmly and added, "I hope that boy recovers soon. All right, it's time to get moving," Naoki declared enthusiastically. Calyrex gave a small nod in agreement. And so, the group resumed their journey, heading towards the town as the sky began to glow with the warm hues of evening. The setting sun blanketed the landscape with shades of gold, as if the whole world were submerged in the fizz of summer orange soda. Like Kosagi Town, this town also thrived on ranches, but instead of raising Knackley or Miltank, the fields were filled with fluffy Wooloo round forms grazing lazily under the sunset, radiating a peaceful atmosphere. Naoki admired the tranquil sight. It felt as though time had slowed to a gentle hum in this sleepy town. Calyrex observed the scene, his voice soft with nostalgia. It's been so long since I've experienced such a peaceful life. Now, I think it's something I can look forward to again. Beyond the rolling hills lay a quiet forest, shrouded in evening's glow. Calyrex turned his gaze toward the woods and said with certainty, "Let's go. Zacian and Zamazenta are waiting for us in the forest ahead." Naoki felt a wave of excitement surge through him. Was he really about to meet Zacian and Zamazenta? I've only been in Galar a short time, and I've already encountered 4 legendary Pokémon. This trip has been so worth it, Naoki thought, a grin spreading across his face. With growing anticipation, he and Calyrex made their way towards the forest. As night began to fall, the forest around them grew still and quiet. The gentle babbling of a nearby stream accompanied them, and the path they followed was lined with thick foliage. Tall trees stretched skyward, their branches entwined, forming a canopy that blocked most of the moonlight. The trees in the distance were veiled in a soft mist, giving the forest a dreamy, surreal feel, as though they had stepped into a world woven from a dream. The forest path twisted and branched endlessly. Naoki and Kureiden were unsure which way to take, so they let the Calyrex lead the way. They walked for what felt like hours, the mist growing denser with each step, until their visibility shrank to less than 5 meters. Suddenly, Calyrex stopped. Naoki, curious, was about to ask what was wrong when he noticed Calyrex's serious expression as he gazed ahead. Following Calyrex's gaze, Naoki saw 2 sleek figures emerging from the thick fog. The one on the left had blue fur with white, scar-like patterns across its body. Its braided ears hung elegantly over its narrow limbs, giving it a majestic, agile appearance. The other was covered in red fur resembling armor, with a tuft of curled hair crowning its head. Its body had sharp, angular features, with patterns that looked like battle scars. Its face was shaped like a small shield. Zacian and Zamazenta, the 2 legendary Pokémon, stood with calm composure, casting quick glances at Naoki, before turning their focus to Calyrex. Like knights honoring their sovereign, they knelt before Calyrex. Calyrex's voice was calm and regal as he spoke. There is no need for formalities. The two Pokémon stood as if understanding the purpose of Calyrex's visit. They lifted their heads to the sky and howled in unison, their cries reverberating through the mist. Arf! Awoo! We have driven away the darkest day. Calyrex gave a small nod. I know, but the darkness has not been fully vanquished. Its remnants still linger across this land. A flicker of confusion crossed Zacian and Zamazenta's faces. Calyrex met their gaze and spoke softly. I am no longer the ruler of this land. Soon I will leave. From now on, everything here will be in your care. The two Pokémon widened their eyes in shock. Zamazenta stepped forward, tilting its head with a soft whimper. Awoo, why are you leaving? Is it because of his human? Calyrex glanced at Naoki and gave a serene smile. Yes and no. The people of this land no longer need me. They have learned to walk their own path. Zacian's ears flattened in worry. Woof, woof, but the darkness still lingers. If you leave, are we truly enough to stop it? And our weapons are rusted and worn. Calyrex shook his head gently. I have given you the power of kings. That power will guide you when the time comes. And know this, I have seen the future. This time, the darkness will be defeated for good. The two Pokémon lowered their heads slightly, their expressions mixed with uncertainty and determination. Calyrex continued, his tone reassuring. Until that day comes, you only need to wait and prepare. In the deepest part of slumbering Weald lay the hero's rest, a quiet, mystical court concealed by thick forest and layers of mist. The remains of a broken stone arch, covered in soft moss, stood proudly amidst the greenery. At its base was an ancient stone tablet, the carved words long eroded by time, their meaning lost to the ages. Before the tablet rested two weathered, rusty weapons, one a sword and the other a shield. Both relics lay dormant, bathed in soft beams of moonlight filtering through the canopy above. This place was the sanctuary of Zacian and Zamazenta. In ancient times, after banishing the looming darkness, the two heroes had retreated here to live in peaceful seclusion. Naoki and Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, stood before the royal court, observing the old, sacred artifacts glowing under the moonlight. On either side of Calyrex stood Zacian and Zamazenta, their gazes focused on their ancient weapons. In deep, low growls that sounded like words carried on the wind, the legendary Pokémon spoke. Woof! While battling the darkness, our weapons were damaged by its power. When peace returned, we laid them to rest here in the hero's rest. Naoki listened in silence, absorbing the weight of their words. He glanced at Zacian, whose noble form stood steady beside Calyrex. Both Zacian and Zamazenta were still in their hero of many battles forms without their sword and shield. They could not transform into the crowned sword and crowned shield forms that once defined their legendary strength. Woof! King, when will you leave? Zamazenta asked, breaking the quiet with a note of concern. Calyrex shifted his gaze from the rusted artifacts to the forest beyond and answered with calm finality. I will leave this place once Naoki has completed his work. Naoki blinked in mild surprise at the mention of his name, but before he could react, the two legendary Pokémon turned to study him with curious expressions. Zacian and Zamazenta exchanged glances, sensing that the human standing before them was no ordinary traveler. Naoki felt the weight of their gaze, aware that his presence was being scrutinized. Zamazenta's sharp eyes wandered toward Coraden, who stood silently by Naoki's side, radiating an aura of quiet power. Zamazenta's hackles raised slightly in unease. The aura surrounding the Pokémon accompanying Naoki was subtle, but unmistakably overwhelming, strong enough to rival their own, or perhaps even surpass it. Though they still did not fully understand why their former king chose to accompany this human, Zacian's curiosity got the better of him. Woof, woof. King, will we see you again someday? Calyrex offered no definite answer. Instead, he spoke gently, as if leaving behind a riddle. Once your duty is fulfilled, should you wish to see me again, follow the traces I leave, and you may find me in another land. Hearing this, Zacian and Zamazina's expressions brightened. Woof! We understand. Watching the two legendary Pokémon bow respectfully to Calyrex, an amusing thought suddenly crossed Naoki's mind. These two, they don't seem like swimmers. Like Groudon, they probably can't fly either. So, how would they manage to cross the ocean if they had to? That's a problem. It was getting late, and to give Zacian and Zamazina a bit more time with Calyrex, Naoki decided to set up camp nearby. He pitched a tent and lit a small campfire, with Coraidon and Cyclizer lending a hand. The Spectrier and Glastrier stood quietly nearby, snorting occasionally as they grazed on the soft grass at the edge of the royal court. Zacian and Zamazenta rested close to the fire, their heads gently laid on their front paws, eyes calm as they watched the flames dance. The sight stirred something in Naoki's heart. They really do look like big dogs, and they're adorable. He sighed wistfully. If only I could bring them back to Paldea. Naoki mused dreamily. Imagine Calyrex running a farm, with Zacian and Zamazenta working as sheepdogs or guard dogs. But Naoki knew it wasn't possible. Zacian and Zamazenta had an important mission to defend the region from Eternatus. Taming them wasn't an option. I wish I had brought a camera, Naoki muttered to himself. Getting a photo with two legendary Pokémon would have been amazing. With a shake of his head, Naoki shifted his gaze from the resting wolves to Calyrex, who sat calmly by the fire. We'll head out early tomorrow, Naoki said to Calyrex. Once we wrap up everything here, we can finally head back to Paldea. Calyrex gave a slight nod of approval. Yes. The next morning, Naoki packed his belongings, carefully restored the campsite, and prepared to set off with his Pokémon companions. Zacian and Zamazenta stood proudly in the morning light, their noble expressions calm as they watched Calyrex, the former king of Galar, take his leave. Calyrex gave the two Pokémon a respectful nod before turning to follow Naoki out of the slumbering Weald. When they reached Postwick Town, Naoki noticed a group of children playing and laughing together on the street. He paused for a moment, watching them. Calyrex turned to him, tilting his head in curiosity. What's on your mind? Nothing, Naoki said with a soft smile. It just feels a bit strange. He thought about Victor and Hop, two young trainers who would soon become the heroes of Galar. Right now, they're probably about the same age as these kids, wetting their beds, crying, when they lose their favorite toys. He chuckled quietly to himself. Who would have thought that, in a few years, they'd save the entire region? Let's go, Naoki said, his gaze softening. The group followed the same path and boarded the steam train bound for Winden City. This city is known as the headquarters of the Galar Flying Taxi Fleet, where travelers can also purchase rare materials like Corviknight shed feathers. The plan was to stock up on supplies, since acquiring only a few feathers wouldn't be enough. As Tinktuff evolves, their strength and skills grow exponentially, rendering earlier tools insufficient. These Pokémon need to forge new and stronger hammers during each stage of their evolution, consuming large amounts of metal in the process. Additionally, Naoki also had to gather materials for Palmot's hammer, ensuring the Pokémon had the best tools to work with. Collecting everything in one trip seemed like the most efficient option, as it would save time and prevent unnecessary journeys. The train, known for its impressive speed, swiftly carried them across Galar. After roughly 8 hours, they arrived at Winden City. The moment Naoki and the Calyrex stepped off the platform and out of the station, they were taken aback by the bustling industrial landscape. As the largest city in the Galar region, the sheer scale of Winden City seems even grander than Lumio City in Kalos. Skyscrapers tower over the landscape, with 2 interconnected monorail lines circling the city, threading through modern districts and bustling hubs. The architecture is a blend of past and future, featuring the Palace Gate Arena, resembling a giant pink rose in full bloom, and luxurious hotels inspired by Victorian and Gothic styles. In contrast, sleek, high-tech towers stand proudly, flaunting the city's modernity. At the heart of it all lies a vast central park that offers a tranquil oasis amidst the urban sprawl. At the center of the park, a giant black statue of a corviknight dominates the scene. The steel wings of the statue shimmer under the sunlight, giving off an imposing aura of strength and majesty. Above, flocks of Rookidy and Corvisquire glide through the sky, filling the air with their playful cries. The streets are alive with movement. Office workers, dressed in sharp suits and holding briefcases, weave through the crowds, while fashionable upper-class ladies carry small, ornamental fans or silk pouches, and the sounds of cars, chatter, and the occasional corviknight wingbeat create the rhythm of the city's life. It is indeed a metropolis shaped by the vision of Chairman Rose. His influence is visible in every corner of the city, from its infrastructure to its sense of ambition. Even Calyrex is struck with awe, gazing at the gleaming silver towers that reach for the heavens. After a moment of silent reflection, he murmurs, "Humans are truly remarkable. To think they have built something so grand. It is beyond my expectations." Corviknight Flying Taxi Headquarters. Naoki strolled through the bustling streets of Winden City alongside Coraden and Calyrex. They followed signs in the city center, making their way toward their destination. The streets were lively with people coming and going, most accompanied by one or two Pokémon. Some were casually shopping, while others were trainers visiting the Winden market for the first time, marveling at its wonders. In this world, shopping with Pokémon was as ordinary as breathing. Despite Coraden and Calyrex being extraordinarily rare Pokémon, they drew little attention mainly because no one recognized them. That didn't stop the occasional overeager trainer, though. Every now and then, an excited young trainer would catch Naoki's eye, rushing over to block his path and issue a challenge. Just like now, a boy wearing a red and white baseball cap, with a score bunny hopping excitedly at his heels, stood in front of them. His eyes sparkled as he pointed at Coraden and Calyrex. "A Pokémon I've never seen before. You're a trainer too. Right, let's have a battle." Naoki glanced down at the energetic little rabbit and couldn't help but smile. "You must have just started your journey, huh?" The boy proudly held up 3 fingers. "It's been 3 months." Naoki gave him a polite, encouraging smile. "You've come far, but it wouldn't be fair for you to battle me. You might want to wait until you've grown a bit stronger." Undeterred, the boy puffed up his chest. "We already have 3 gym badges. We're ready." Naoki raised an eyebrow in surprise. 3 badges. He thought for a moment, then shook his head gently. "Even so, I think it'd still be a little unfair. But hey, good luck on your journey. Maybe we'll battle someday." He gave the boy a friendly wave and stepped around him to continue on his way. However, they had barely gone a few steps before another young trainer approached. This one walked with a confident stride, flanked by a Farfetch'd holding its leek like a sword. Naoki let out a quiet sigh. It really is a city that lives and breathes trainer battles. He gave the Farfetch'd a glance, noting how much stronger it looked compared to the previous trainer's Pokémon. But, unfortunately, he wasn't here to battle. The new trainer grinned. "Come on, let's have a match." Naoki shook his head with a friendly smile. "Sorry, I'm not a Pokémon trainer. I'm just passing through, so I'll have to turn down your challenge." The boy hesitated, clearly taken aback. He looked around 15 or 16 years old. "That can't be right. You look just like a trainer. And that Pokémon, it's so strong. It must have been through countless battles." Naoki kept his polite smile intact. "But honestly, we're really not trainers." The boy, sensing Naoki's sincerity, finally relented, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his expression. He gave a small nod, accepting that a battle wouldn't be happening today. Naoki let out a quiet sigh of relief. Not wanting to attract any more challengers, he climbed onto Coraden's back. With a quick command, the Pokémon dashed gracefully through the streets, too fast for anyone to follow on foot. After weaving through several blocks, they arrived at the Corviknight Flying Taxi Headquarters, a towering skyscraper stretching over 30 meters into the sky. The lobby on the ground floor served as both the ticketing office and waiting area. A few attendants stood ready at the front desk, assisting customers. Naoki noticed a couple of travelers completing their ticket purchase. That'll be 1,500 poke dollars. Please take your ticket and head to the rooftop via the elevator. Our Corviknight taxis are stationed there, the receptionist said with a polite smile as she handed the ticket to the guest. The guest nodded and walked away, allowing Naoki to step forward. The receptionist greeted him with the same friendly demeanor. Welcome. How can I assist you today? Hi. I was wondering, do you sell Corviknight feathers here? Naoki asked. The receptionist blinked in mild surprise. Corviknight feathers? Oh, you mean the feathers shed by Corviknight. Naoki gave a small nod, clarifying, yes, exactly. The receptionist hesitated briefly before answering. I'm afraid we don't sell them directly. You see, our company has an exclusive contract with a steelworks factory. All the feathers shed by our Corviknight fleet are sent there to be processed and smelted into iron tools for distribution. We've never offered them as individual items. Naoki tapped his chin thoughtfully. I see. Steel feathers must be quite valuable resources around here. The receptionist gave a small nod. Yes, they are. Corviknight feathers are exceptionally strong, and the factory turns them into high-quality tools. She noticed Naoki's lingering interest and paused, thinking carefully. I suppose I could ask the company boss about it. If you're really interested, perhaps there's a way to help. Naoki's eyes brightened with hope. Thank you so much. The receptionist smiled warmly. No problem at all. I'm happy to assist you, Mr. Trainer. The Galar region holds trainers in high regard. After becoming a member of the League Board of Directors, Chairman Rose implemented a series of policies to make the region more welcoming for trainers. He hoped that every trainer visiting the Galar region would leave with fond memories and positive experiences. Rose's influence spread throughout the region, inspiring locals to assist passing trainers. After all, these traveling trainers contribute to the economy, whether through battles or by supporting local businesses. Pokémon battles, in particular, are a major draw for tourism, fueling both the reputation and economy. Naoki, however, wasn't entirely aware of how deeply this culture ran. The receptionist didn't elaborate further. Instead, she picked up the phone at the front desk, tapped in a series of numbers, and made a call. The phone rang for only a moment before someone answered. The receptionist quickly relayed the situation. Hello, boss. A trainer just arrived at the company. He's asking to purchase some Corviknight feathers. Yes, he's traveling with two incredibly powerful Pokémon ones I've never seen before. There was a brief pause on the other end, and then the receptionist's expression shifted in surprise. What? You're coming down here yourself? All right, I'll get everything ready. After ending the call, she gave Naoki an apologetic smile. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Our boss has heard about your request and would like to meet with you personally. Please, have a seat over there. He'll be here shortly. Naoki blinked, taken aback. All this just for some Corviknight feathers? He wasn't anyone important. Why was the boss getting personally involved? With a puzzled shrug, Naoki sat down in the waiting area. Corraiden looked around with wide-eyed curiosity, while Calyrex remained calm and composed, his serene posture exuding quiet, elegance, and authority. Before long, the elevator doors slid open with a soft chime, and a tall, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man stepped out. Dressed in casual clothes, he carried an old-fashioned flip phone in one hand and was speaking animatedly into it. What? He really said my vision isn't as sharp as his? In public, no less. And now the company's stock has taken a hit because of it. Damn it. This is ridiculous. Tell him to hold tight. Our company will definitely take the trophy at the Rising Star competition. The man angrily hung up and dialed another number. Where's that kid, Harry? Why haven't we heard anything from him? The Rising Star competition is about to start, and as a company-sponsored trainer, he should know better. There was some chatter from the other end of the line. The man's frustration only grew. Forget it. Don't count on him. I'll look for other trainers to step in. We can't afford to lose this competition, not to those other companies. He ended the call with an irritated sigh and turned toward the front desk. The receptionist gave a polite nod, then gestured toward the lounge area. The man followed her direction, striding confidently toward Naoki. As he reached the young man, his sharp gaze landed on the two Pokémon standing by Naoki's side. The first was Koraidon, with its powerful build, fierce eyes, and commanding presence. This was clearly no ordinary Pokémon. The second was... The man blinked, startled. Why is this Pokémon's head so big? Calyrex, noticing the man's gaze, raised his head slightly. In an instant, the regal authority he once held as the king of Galar filled the room. The air around him was thick with unspoken power, making the man instinctively straighten as if bowing in submission. A shiver ran down the man's spine. Did this Pokémon just read my thoughts? Although the man didn't know exactly what kind of Pokémon it was, the sheer intensity of its gaze and aura left no doubt it was extraordinary. The man's expression shifted to one of opportunity. Well, when one door closes, another opens. With their usual trainer missing it, seemed fortune had smiled upon him. Standing before him was a powerful trainer from another region, exactly the stroke of luck they needed. If this newcomer agreed to participate, they might have a real shot at winning the Rising Star competition. Clearing his throat, the man composed himself and tried to sound as polite as possible. You came here for Corviknight feathers, correct? Naoki nodded calmly. Yes. Well, that's no problem at all, the man declared with a wide grin. In fact, I can even give them to you for free. Naoki raised an eyebrow. Question mark. The man's grin deepened. All I ask is a small favor in return. Naoki frowned slightly, already suspecting this wouldn't be simple. What kind of favor? The man leaned closer, his excitement barely contained. I want you to represent our company in the next regional Rising Star competition. A competition? Naoki blinked, caught off guard by the request. Seeing the confusion on Naoki's face, the man smiled warmly. Relax. It's just a standard Pokémon tournament. You're a trainer from another region, aren't you? Naoki nodded slowly. Yes, I am. I knew it the moment I saw you, the man said proudly, puffing out his chest. My instincts are never wrong. The Rising Star competition is a cherished tradition here in Galar. Here, Pokémon battles are already commercialized, the man explained. At first, companies would spend big money to hire famous trainers to endorse their products and attract fans. Later, some companies began sponsoring talented trainers directly, training them from scratch. If these trainers performed well in tournaments, it brought huge profits to the companies. But since the main tournament only happens once a year, fans started wanting more. To meet their demands, the regional Rising Star competition was created. Now, many companies enter trainers into the competition, hoping to gain fame and outshine their rivals. Naoki nodded, finally getting the picture. So, it's kind of like a celebrity event, Naoki muttered to himself. These companies back trainers, turn them into stars, and use their popularity to make money. A sudden thought struck Naoki, and his eyes narrowed. You're not asking me to enter the competition on your behalf, are you? The man grinned. Bingo! He leaned in and continued. We originally had a trainer. He made it to the semifinals last year, but lost to Leon in the end. But a month ago, he disappeared while training. We haven't heard from him since, innit? Seems like he won't be back in time for this year's competition. The man clenched his fists, his frustration bubbling over. Now that's Sweater Company next. Door is taunting us, calling us cowards, and saying we'll be the first to drop out this year. Some of our investors got cold feet and pulled out, tanking our stock price. The man looked ready to burst. A clothing company, can you believe it? They think they're better than us just because they placed third. Naoki blinked. And where did your trainer place again? Fourth, the man admitted with a huff. So what? Third place isn't that special. Naoki smirked to himself. Third place still beats fourth. The man leaned closer, his eyes filled with determination. Look, if you enter the competition and knock out that sweater guy's trainer, I don't even care about winning the whole thing. Do that. And not only will I get you Corviknight feathers I'll throw in a genuine set of authentic Sinistia and a poltergeist teapot. All free, no strings attached. Hearing this, Naoki felt a flicker of interest. The promise of authentic synestia and a poltergeist teapot? These are incredibly rare. The moment Naoki's expression shifted, the man knew he had struck a chord. With a sly grin, the man leaned forward. Well, what do you say? Naoki's heart raced. This is tempting. Even though he didn't consider himself a trainer, he could pretend to be one if necessary. After all, Kureiden was strong enough to win most battles on its own. Naoki just had to tag along and let it handle things. Still, Naoki had one lingering question. Why do you think I can definitely beat that trainer? The man didn't hesitate. Because those Pokémon of yours are no ordinary Pokémon. He gestured toward Kureiden and Calyrex confidently. It's rare to see Pokémon like this in the wild, let alone two of them. Even I've never seen anything like them before. They've got that powerful, mysterious look and those eyes. They aren't the kind that just follow orders like a Pikachu you find on the street. The man leaned back, his gaze sharp. No way someone with Pokémon like these could be weak. You're either a top-tier trainer, or you're about to tell me you're just a farmer from the countryside. Naoki, I'm really a farmer. Exactly. The man threw his hands in the air, grinning. There are only two possible explanations. Either you're some elite trainer, or you come from an ancient, well-established family, and these Pokémon were passed down to you. But since you're here, buying Corviknight feathers instead of getting them through some fancy family connection, that rules out option 2, which leaves only one possibility. The man gave a triumphant smile, striking a playful detective Pikachu pose. The truth is, clear you're a powerful trainer. Naoki. The man scratched his head with an awkward laugh. Haha, sorry, been watching a bit too. Much Detective Pikachu lately. He straightened up and looked at Naoki with a hopeful expression. So what do you say? Will you help? Naoki fell in a deep thought. His main goal in coming here was to buy a batch of Corviknight feathers. But now, the man before him promised not only the Corviknight feathers, but also a set of authentic synestia and a poltergeist teapot, a rare find indeed. Ordinary synestia and poltergeist teapots are nice, but the authentic ones are treasures, practically one in a million. Even after traveling far and wide, you might never encounter them. As a Pokémon player, Naoki found it hard to resist the allure of such a rare reward. Synestia and Polteageist even have an exclusive move called Tea Time, but Naoki just so happened to lack a fitting tea set to host one. In his mind, a vivid image appeared. A sunny garden filled with blooming flowers, where Pokémon gathered to hold a charming tea party, sharing berries and laughter. Still, Naoki decided to confirm everything. So, as long as I compete on your behalf and succeed, I'll get the Corviknight feathers and the genuine Synestia teapot. The man nodded eagerly. Exactly. I don't need you to win the entire competition, just defeat the trainer sponsored by our rival company, and we're set. He continued, I'll give you the Corviknight feathers up front, but the Synestia and Polteageist set is yours only if you succeed. Naoki was tempted, but still cautious. The value of the authentic tea set is pretty high, isn't it? Are you sure it's worth it? The man waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry about that. They were part of my granddad's collection. When he passed, I inherited a lot of antique treasures. I've already sold a good chunk when I started my business, and these are just what's left. Naoki. So he's not just determined, but also practical. Suddenly, the man banged the table in frustration. I just can't stand losing to that other company. Whatever it takes, I want to wipe that smug grin off their faces. Naoki. It seemed the man wasn't aiming for the championship. He just wanted to defeat his rival. If Naoki succeeded, he'd walk away with the Corviknight feathers, Synestia, and the Polteageist teapot. This deal sounded more beneficial than risky. All right, Naoki nodded, but I need to understand the strength of my opponent. The Galar region's competitions are similar to other regional tournaments. You need 8 gym badges to participate. Anyone making it to the top 4 wouldn't be an easy opponent. The man beamed, thrilled that Naoki agreed. That's no problem. Come with me to my office, and I'll show you everything you need to know. They stepped into the elevator together. As the elevator ascended, The man grumbled. Don't worry too much. That guy's top 4 finish was pure luck. The trainers he fought along the way were all pushovers. What about the time? When does the competition start? Naoki asked. The man adjusted his tie and replied. The event kicks off this afternoon. 8 trainers are competing, and your first match will be against that guy. You won't need to battle anyone else. This afternoon, Naoki blinked in surprise. It was already 10 in the morning, just a few hours left. Isn't that cutting it a bit close? The man shrugged. That's exactly why I asked for your help. We don't have time to find anyone else. Soon, the elevator chimed, signaling their arrival on the top floor. In his office, the man pulled out a folder from his desk drawer and handed it to Naoki. Here's the list of trainers participating. It also includes the Pokémon they used in previous tournaments. Naoki took the papers and flipped through them. His eyes widened at the first name on the list. Leon. Yes, even though Leon is the reigning champion, he's endorsed by several companies and often participates in these competitions for promotion. Seeing the concern on Naoki's face, the man added, Don't worry. You won't have to fight Leon. Look at the 6th row, the one named Briar. Naoki scanned the list until he found the trainer named Briar. His thoughts briefly drifted to Leon. In the games, Leon was undefeated until he faced Victor or Gloria, cementing himself as the most powerful trainer in Galar. But this time, Naoki's opponent wasn't the champion. His gaze settled on the trainer Mike had mentioned. Name, Briar, representative of the Braided Wool Sweater Clothing Company. Gender, male. Number of gym badges, 8. Rank in previous tournaments, 4th. Pokémon team, Torterra, Leafeon, Appleton, Shiftry, Lilligant, Rillaboom. Naoki scanned the lineup again, noticing a trend. All grass types. He considered it for a moment. With Koraidon's fire-type moves, dealing with these Pokémon should be easy. His confidence grew. This seems doable. Well, how does it look? The man asked eagerly. Naoki nodded. It looks manageable. The man grinned. That's fine. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mike. What's your name? Naoki extended his hand. Naoki. At that moment, Naoki remembered something. Will the trainers in the competition be using Dynamax? Mike nodded eagerly. Of course. This is a sign-E feature of battles in Galar. Oh, right. You're not from Galar, so you probably don't have a Dynamax band? Huh? That could be a problem. Mike began pacing anxiously. When Pokémon Dynamax, their power skyrockets. If your opponent Dynamaxes and you can't, you'll be at a huge disadvantage. He scratched his head in frustration. Dynamax bands are only given out by the Galar League to qualified trainers, so I can't just get one for you. Naoki gave a small, reassuring smile. Don't worry about it. I think we'll be fine. He knew that there were instances where ordinary Pokémon could still defeat Dynamaxed ones. It would be challenging, but not impossible. Feeling hungry, Naoki decided to take Koraidon and Calyrex out for a meal before the competition. 15 minutes later, at a fish and chips restaurant, Naoki sat at the table, watching Koraidon devour its food with alarming enthusiasm. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. This is going to be fine, right? Koraidon's powerful presence could easily make people forget that it was a legendary Pokémon. As if sensing Naoki's doubt, Koraidon thumped its chest confidently. Rayo, no problem. No matter who the opponent was, it was determined to win. But first, it needed to fuel up. Nearby, Cyclizer flinched, clearly intimidated by Koraidon's way of eating. Gayo, Calyrex, seated by the window, elegantly sipped a cup of sweet black tea. Watching Koraidon eat, his expression held both curiosity and amusement. He glanced at Naoki. Is this what you mentioned earlier? Trainers commanding Pokémon in battles. Naoki nodded. Yes. In battles, trainers give strategic commands either attacking, defending, or setting up combinations to gain an edge. Calyrex hummed thoughtfully, swirling the tea in his cup. After a moment, he asked, Do you have a strategy prepared for Koraidon in the upcoming battle? Rayo. Hearing Calyrex mention his name, Koraidon paused mid-chew and turned to look at Naoki. Naoki thought for a moment, then said, How about I'll out-attack All out. Calyrex raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yeah, it means using sheer strength to overwhelm your opponent. No need for fancy strategies, just hit with your strongest moves and take them down. Calyrex gave Naoki a contemplative look, as if considering the reckless nature of the plan. For a moment, he seemed about to protest. But then, a memory stirred. Time he used Glastrier's Snow Lance to clash head-on with Spectrier's Star Shatter, and quietly swallowed his words. It might just work, Calyrex said thoughtfully. It suits Coraiden's nature perfectly. Naoki beamed. Really? Coraiden puffed up proudly. Rayo, of course. Watching the joyful exchange between Naoki and Coraiden, Calyrex smiled to himself. But, after a moment of reflection, he asked curiously, now that my steeds and I are with you, are we your Pokémon too? Naoki blinked in surprise, caught off guard by the question. To be honest, treating someone as intelligent and regal as Calyrex as a Pokémon felt odd. In Naoki's mind, Calyrex was more like a human definitely, not someone he could imagine commanding like a Pikachu. Besides, Naoki couldn't help but think that Calyrex would probably be better at strategizing in battle than he ever could. Seeing the hesitation on Naoki's face, Calyrex chuckled gently. Don't overthink it. You pulled me from the abyss of loneliness once. Now, I simply wish to lend you my aid. Naoki relaxed and joked. Well then, if Coraiden ever gets defeated, I'll have to count on you. At that, Coraiden stopped chewing abruptly. Its expression soured in indignation. Rayo, that's never going to happen. I mean, and that's a very big if it ever happened. Coraiden huffed, still unconvinced, though it went back to eating. Naoki shook his head and pulled a napkin from the table. Are you full? He asked. If so, wipe off that ketchup around your mouth first. Coraiden, now full, grabbed the napkin with his paw, wiped his face messily, and let out a satisfied burp. 1 p.m., Winden Arena. Naoki arrived at Winden Arena with Coraiden and Calyrex to meet up with Mike. Are you ready? Mike asked, looking a bit anxious. After all, this was a trainer he had picked last minute, and he wasn't entirely sure about Naoki's strength. Naoki gave a modest nod. Mike exhaled in relief. It's good to see you're confident. The match is about to start. Head to the contestant hall and wait there. You'll be up first. I understand. Naoki wasn't a seasoned competitor, but after watching plenty of Pokémon battles in anime, he felt somewhat prepared. While Mike made his way to the audience, Naoki headed towards the contestant hall. The hall was bustling with activity. Trainers were scattered around, taking care of their Pokémon in preparation for battle. Initially, Naoki was concerned that someone might recognize Calyrex, but to his relief, no one paid much attention to him. He took a quick glance around, noting the variety of Pokémon present: Grimmsnarl, Cinderace, Coalossal, Dragapult, Grapploct, and Phalanx. The room was filled with Pokémon of all shapes and sizes, some tall, others tiny, some with sleek fur, others covered in scales. Some were calm, while others radiated fierce energy. Surprisingly, Coraiden and Calyrex blended in well among the crowd. Naoki scanned the trainers and Pokémon, wondering if Leon would be among them. However, instead of Leon, he spotted a familiar face: Raihan. The dark-skinned boy stood at ease, his friendly smile as bright as ever. Naoki blinked in surprise. Is that Raihan? He whispered to himself. Naoki thought for a moment and immediately realized why Raihan would be here. As Leon's fiercest rival, Raihan had likely come to this event hoping for another chance to challenge the Galar champion. After all, defeating Leon seemed to be Raihan's ultimate life goal. Raihan noticed Naoki's glance and offered a warm, friendly smile in return. Hey, are you a competitor in the Rising Star competition? Raihan asked as he approached, his gaze shifting to Coraiden and Calyrex standing by Naoki's side. Naoki greeted him politely. Hello. Raihan's eyes lingered on Coraiden for a moment. As a dragon-type specialist, he could immediately sense the power radiating from the mysterious Pokémon. At that moment, the sound of the event announcer echoed through the arena. Hearing his name called, Naoki gave Raihan an apologetic smile. Sorry, I have to go. My match is starting. He excused himself, walking past Raihan and heading toward the contestants' entrance. Welcome, everyone, to this year's Regional Rising Star Competition. I'm Vivian, your host for today's event. Thank you for your patience. Our first match will begin shortly. Let's welcome our two competitors to the stage. Vivian's voice echoed across the stadium, and the crowd erupted with excitement. Introducing First Briar, sponsored by the Braided Wool Sweater Company. The audience cheered loudly as a young man, with a composed expression, strode confidently onto the stage from the dimly lit entrance. His demeanor was cool and distant, radiating an aura of determination. Vivian continued with enthusiasm. Ah, it's Briar, just as expected. As a three-time semi-finalist in the Champions Cup, I'm sure many of you are familiar with his journey. His unwavering perseverance and unbreakable spirit have inspired fans everywhere. The crowd began chanting in unison, Briar, Briar, Briar. Many of Briar's fans filled the audience, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. Hearing the overwhelming noise, Mike, seated in the front row, scowled and muttered, "So noisy." A plump, middle-aged man sitting nearby laughed heartily. Mike didn't get enough sleep last night. Why not take a nap? After all, today's Rising Star competition doesn't really concern you. Mike shot him a sour look. It's not over yet, Robbie. Don't count your victory before it's earned. Just wait, you'll see. He crossed his arms, glaring silently ahead as the crowd buzzed with excitement. Vivian's lively voice echoed across the arena. And now, let's welcome Naoki, the trainer sponsored by the Corviknight Flying Taxi Company. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Naoki? Who is that? I've never heard of him, a spectator whispered. Curious eyes turned toward the entrance at the far end of the stadium. From a shadowy archway emerged a young man with dark hair and a sturdy build, walking calmly onto the stage. Two Pokémon followed closely at his side. The first was Koraidon, its scarlet scales gleaming in the light. Its muscular frame radiated raw power, and its golden eyes carried a fierce, intimidating gaze that left no room for doubt. It was a force to be reckoned with. The second Pokémon floated gracefully beside it, Calyrex. It hovered effortlessly above the ground, supported by its psychic abilities. Its slender limbs contrasted with its oversized head, and its majestic, all-seeing eyes glimmered with quiet authority. The crowd stared in stunned silence, awestruck by the sight of the two mysterious Pokémon. For a moment, the entire arena seemed to hold its breath. Then Vivian's voice broke the silence. Wow, what an entrance! Naoki truly is a mysterious trainer. I wonder what kind of exciting battle these two Pokémon will bring us. She paused dramatically before announcing, let's not keep everyone waiting. The first match of the Regional Rising Star competition has officially begun. At the far end of the contestant hall, as the camera panned over, the lens slowly zoomed in on the two mysterious Pokémon, bringing them into sharp focus. Watching from a nearby screen, Champion Leon's eyes widened with intrigue. As the champion, Leon had an eye for talent, and he could tell immediately that these two Pokémon weren't ordinary. Their intense gazes and calm composure set them apart. Naoki, I haven't heard of anyone by that name in Galar, he muttered, his curiosity piqued. Could he be a trainer from another region? On the screen, the match was just about to start, with Vivian's lively voice announcing the beginning of the first battle. Briar shot a cold look at his opponent, pulling out a Pokeball with a flourish before tossing it onto the field. No matter who you are, we're not losing this match. Go, Torterra! With a flash of white light, a massive Torterra appeared, looking steadfast and ready for battle. Naoki smiled slightly. Confidence is good, but let's see if you can back it up. Then, with a nod to his companion, he said, Koraidon, you're up. Rayo. With a fierce cry, Koraidon stepped forward. Almost immediately, a pulse of crimson energy surged from Koraidon's body, spreading across the battlefield. The sunlight overhead intensified, bathing the entire arena in a bright, radiant glow. Vivian, noticing the change, exclaimed, In the first match, Briar has chosen Torterra, while Naoki sends out Koraidon. The sun's intensity seems to have increased. Could it be because of Naoki's Pokémon? With the match underway, Briar quickly commanded, "Use Leaf Storm." Torterra unleashed a swirling mass of leaves charged with energy, hurtling them toward Koraidon. But Naoki's voice cut through the moment. "Koraidon, counter with Flamethrower." Koraidon released a stream of flames, easily overpowering Torterra's Leaf Storm and engulfing the grass and ground-type Pokémon in the fire. Torterra fell back, unable to continue. The crowd, stunned by the quick defeat, erupted in whispers. What just happened? Briar's Torterra was knocked out in one hit. What kind of Pokémon is that? Its strength is unreal. In the stands, Mike was nearly beside himself with excitement. Pumping his fists, he leaned back with a grin and said, "Ha, that's it. Robbie, is this the big shot trainer you were so proud of?" Robbie's expression darkened. "Don't get cocky just yet. This match isn't over." Mike chuckled, thoroughly enjoying himself. "Fine by me. I'll just sit back and watch you lose." Back on the field, Vivian tried to keep up with the action. Incredible. Briar's Torterra was defeated in just one move by Koraidon's incredible strength. Briar is sending out his next Pokémon, Appleton. Before Vivian could finish her announcement, Koraidon unleashed a burst of flames, instantly engulfing Appleton. The grass and dragon-type Pokémon barely had a chance to react before collapsing from the intense heat. Vivian, wide-eyed, gasped, "This is astonishing." The second round has ended just as quickly as it began. Another one-hit knockout. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. What's happening? This is supposed to be a high-level regional competition. Why is Briar battling like a beginner? No, Briar isn't battling poorly. His opponent is just way too strong. This kind of power, it's champion level. The audience erupted in astonishment, all eyes turning toward the young trainer on the field. Could it be a champion from another region competing here in Galar? The battle continued. For the third round, Briar sent out Leafeon. 5 seconds later, Leafeon was on the ground, knocked out cold. In the fourth round, Shiftry down in an instant. In the fifth round, Lilligant, same result. Briar's face was filled with frustration. It was clear he realized his opponent's strength was far beyond his own. Even in his matches against Leon, Briar had never felt this kind of power disparity. At least in those battles, his team could hold their own against one or two of Leon's Pokémon. Now, Vivian and the audience were left speechless, staring in awe. What kind of Pokémon is that? Its power is unbelievable. I can't believe the Corviknight Flying Taxi Company found such a skilled trainer. Mike looked as if he'd just struck gold, his eyes wide with excitement. Did I just land the ultimate ace? Talk about luck. Meanwhile, back in the contestant hall, Leon watched the match with intensity, his gaze focused on the mysterious, unstoppable Pokémon. In his eyes was a flicker of excitement. This was the kind of opponent he'd been waiting for. Looking across at Briar, who was doubting his life by the battle's course, Naoki felt a pang of sympathy. "Hey," he called out gently, "I didn't mean to make you feel bad. I'm here for something I need, not to make this personal." For a moment, Briar looked stunned, but then he gave a determined shake of his head. "No need to apologize. You're strong, and that's on me. Besides, the battle isn't over yet." As he spoke, Briar took out his final Pokeball. "Are you a trainer from another region?" Briar asked with a grin. Naoki nodded. Briar laughed. "In that case, let me show you one of Galar's defining features. Gigantamax Rillaboom." With those words, a stream of radiant purple energy surged from Briar's Dynamax band. He poured the energy into the Pokeball, which immediately began to grow in size, expanding before the audience's eyes. Holding the enormous ball with both hands, Briar threw it forward with force. With a resounding crash, a towering Rillaboom several stories tall with an immense aura landed on the field. "There it is." Vivian's voice rang out in awe. Briar's trump card Pokémon, Gigantamax. Rillaboom. Naoki gazed up at the colossal Rillaboom, feeling an overwhelming sense of amazement. So this is Gigantamax, he thought, captivated by the sight. Behind him, Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, observed the energy around the arena thoughtfully. This power was strikingly familiar reminiscent. The final showdown had officially begun, and the audience held their breath in anticipation, eager to see which would prevail, the Gigantamaxed Rillaboom or Naoki's fiery Koraidon. Rillaboom, use Max Drum solo, Briar commanded, his voice filled with determination. Roar! Rillaboom let out a powerful bellow, and its energy surged to new heights as an enormous green sphere began forming above the battlefield, charged with intense grass-type energy. Koraidon! Naoki felt a twinge of excitement and nerves. But Koraidon simply glanced back at Naoki, as if to reassure him. Rayo. Seeing this, Naoki smiled and nodded. All right then, Koraidon, give it everything you've got with a full power collision course. As soon as he finished speaking, Rillaboom moved, launching the massive sphere of energy toward the ground like a meteor. Koraidon's eyes locked on the target, and, timing his move perfectly, he erupted in a fiery blaze. Red flames surged from his body as he charged forward, racing to meet Rillaboom's max overgrowth head-on. Then, Koraidon leaped up, charging straight toward the massive green energy sphere. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the scene. Even Leon watched the screen intently, completely absorbed. Under the crowd's watchful eyes, Koraidon, cloaked in fiery energy, burst through the enormous green energy sphere and crashed into the towering Rillaboom with unstoppable force. Rillaboom staggered from the impact, and a powerful surge of energy pulsed outward as it tried to maintain its footing. Its massive form began to shrink rapidly, losing the Gigantamax. Power had gathered. A soft green glow filled the arena as Vivian's voice rose with excitement. Incredible! Rillaboom has been forced out of its Gigantamax state in just one hit. What a stunning move. From Koraidon. It's over, Leon thought, recognizing the outcome the moment Rillaboom started to shrink. He realized then that Naoki and Koraidon were truly a force to be reckoned with already, preparing himself for a future match with them. In the audience, Mike's face lit up in shock and joy. Unbelievable! Meanwhile, Robbie, his rival, flushed with embarrassment, recalling the pre-game champagne he'd popped, now feeling more than a little regretful. Without a glance back at the battle, he stood up and left the arena, unable to face the defeat. Seeing Robbie's retreat, Mike felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. One word summed it. Amazing. As the energy slowly dissipated from the field, the crowd saw Rillaboom lying on the ground, unable to continue battling. Koraidon stood by, and scathed and calm. The referee confirmed Rillaboom's condition and raised his whistle. Rillaboom is unable to battle. Naoki is the winner. Too amazing. That Pokémon just pulled off an unbelievable 1-on-6 victory. Vivian exclaimed, her excitement barely contained. Briar's no rookie either. He's competed in the Champions Cup and even made it to the semifinals. What is Naoki doing now? Vivian suddenly noticed something unexpected happening. On the battlefield, the mysterious Pokémon, who had previously floated quietly behind Naoki, drifted forward to approach the unconscious Rillaboom. Under the audience's puzzled gazes, the Pokémon gently raised one hand. A soft, warm light flowed from it, radiating life-giving energy that enveloped Rillaboom. A second later, Rillaboom stirred, its eyes blinking open as it regained full strength. Vivian was quick to catch on. Incredible. That Pokémon just healed Rillaboom. Such amazing healing power, it restored Rillaboom in an instant. On the field, Briar stared at Naoki and Calyrex in shock as they approached him. What are you doing? Release all your Pokémon, Naoki said kindly. My Pokémon will heal them too. Briar, seeing the miraculous recovery of Rillaboom, nodded gratefully and released his other Pokémon. Calyrex moved gracefully, tending to each one in turn. Once every Pokémon had been healed, Briar looked at Calyrex with deep gratitude. Thank you. Calyrex smiled gently and stepped back beside Naoki. "You're incredibly strong," Briar admitted, his respect evident. Naoki, feeling a bit bashful, simply replied, "I believe you can reach this level someday, too." With renewed determination, Briar nodded. "We'll work hard to reach the top. Good luck." Naoki had accomplished what he set out to do, and he planned to withdraw from the next match to return to the Paldea region with the Sinistia and Polteageist set. But just as he turned to head back to the contestants' hall, Vivian hurried over with a microphone. "Naoki, Naoki, could you wait a moment?" Naoki turned, surprised. "What's wrong?" Vivian smiled eagerly. "Everyone's so curious about you after watching that match. May I interview you?" Naoki nodded. "Of course. Thank you." Vivian beamed. "First question, where are you from?" Facing the camera, Naoki replied, "I'm from the Paldea region." "The Paldea region," Vivian echoed, clearly intrigued. "That's quite a distance from Galar." "I see. Now, for the second question." She glanced toward Koraidon and Calyrex, standing proudly behind Naoki. "About these two Pokémon, they don't appear in the Pokédex, and everyone's eager to know about them." Naoki paused for a moment, looking to Calyrex, who gave him a gentle nod and an encouraging smile. Understanding, Naoki turned to the camera once more. "This Pokémon here is called Koraidon. Like me, it's also from the Paldea region." Koraidon chirped happily. "Rayo." Vivian chuckled. "It seems so friendly, not as fierce as it first appeared." Naoki smiled. "Koraidon's a very kind-hearted Pokémon." "I see," Vivian said, nodding before turning to the Pokémon beside Koraidon. "And what about this one?" Naoki looked at Calyrex, who gazed back with calm dignity. Turning back to the camera, Naoki introduced him with a respectful tone. "His name is the King of Bountiful Harvests." "King of Bountiful Harvests? What kind of Pokémon is that? No wonder its head is so large. Look closely, it almost seems like it's wearing a crown." "A crown?" The audience was abuzz with curiosity and excitement. At that moment, spectators in the arena, as well as people watching from their homes across Galar, were all captivated by the mysterious Pokémon. The cameraman zoomed in, focusing on the King of Bountiful Harvests. The king wore a calm expression, though he didn't seem quite sure about the attention. Still, he responded with an elegant smile. "I should probably ask Naoki about this later," he mused to himself. The king's gentle smile appeared on the screen, and some viewers gasped in delight. "It's smiling at me, how adorable," a person exclaimed. Vivian, holding the microphone, looked at the king with awe. Confirming with Naoki, she asked, "King of Bountiful Harvests?" Naoki nodded with a warm smile. "Yes, that's his name. I've never heard of it." Vivian remarked with wonder. "It's amazing how many mysteries still remain in the Pokémon world." "So, Naoki, are you planning to use him in the next match?" The crowd's anticipation grew. Koraidon had already swept through Briar's team single-handedly. They could only imagine the strength of this dignified Pokémon standing by Naoki's side. Vivian, intrigued by the king's recent display of healing powers, added, "The king's healing abilities were incredible. I think we're all curious to see what other abilities he might have in battle. So, Naoki, will you use the King of Bountiful Harvest in the next round?" The entire stadium held its breath, awaiting Naoki's response. Even Champion Leon, back in the contestant hall, leaned in with a look of anticipation. He could tell Naoki was holding back, likely saving his full strength. Leon felt the excitement building inside him. He longed for a fierce battle, pitting his ace Charizard against this powerful trainer and his mysterious Pokémon. At their level, encountering an opponent like this was truly thrilling. Leon's eyes shone with hope as he stared at the screen. But Naoki's response surprised everyone. With a kind smile, he looked into the camera and said, "The next match? No, I'm not continuing." The entire audience was stunned. Was Naoki really giving up the next match? He hadn't even faced some of the top trainers yet. Leon felt a pang of disappointment. Vivian, equally shocked, asked, "Leaving? Naoki, are you joking?" Naoki chuckled and shook his head. "No, I'm not kidding. I came here to fulfill a promise, and now that it's complete, it's time for me to go. Mike, watching from the audience, was torn between excitement and disappointment. In the stands, the crowd was crestfallen. Many had become fans of Naoki after watching the battle, charmed by his strength and poise. Before long, someone started shouting with hope, calling out his name. Naoki! 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 Under his lead, the entire crowd cheered in unison, and some even stood up, waving their cheering sticks with enthusiasm. The sound echoed throughout the arena like an unstoppable wave. In the Gala region, there's a deep admiration for powerful trainers. Just like the reigning champion, Leon, whom everyone admires, respects, and looks up to as their hero. At this moment, the Gala audience truly hoped that this incredible trainer, Naoki, would stay and continue in the Rising Star competition. Even Leon, watching from the contestant hall, clenched his fists in anticipation. "You've got to say yes," he murmured to himself. Naoki glanced around at the enthusiastic faces in the audience, momentarily speechless. But he really wasn't a trainer. He looked at the camera and said with an apologetic smile, "I'm sorry." They had already been away from home for quite some time. If he continued, there would be the quarterfinals, then the semifinals, and after that, the finals. Typically, the competition schedule allowed for a day of rest for the Pokémon after each match. This whole process would take much longer than he'd planned. Hearing this, the audience let out a collective sigh of disappointment. Vivian, sounding genuinely regretful, asked, "It looks like Mr. Naoki has made his decision. So, Naoki, where are you headed next?" That, he could answer with a smile. "After this, I'll be returning to my home in the Paldea region." "Paldea, huh? I see." Vivian nodded, her voice warm. "Thank you so much for giving us such a memorable match today. We wish Naoki, Koraden, and the King of Bountiful Harvest a safe journey." Naoki paused for a moment, a bit amused. "It almost feels like they're sending us off on an adventure," he thought. After a brief pause, Naoki nodded with a small wave and turned to leave Winden Stadium with Koraden and Calyrex by his side. In the contestant hall, Leon watched him go, feeling a deep sense of disappointment. "What a shame," he muttered. But when he heard Naoki's mention of Paldea, his spirits lifted. Paldea, a trainer with such strength, must be a big deal in that region. Maybe he's even a champion-level trainer for the Paldea League. Leon smiled to himself, determination rekindled. "It's settled. When I have the chance, I'll go to Paldea and challenge him to a match." 1 hour later, at the Corviknight Flying Taxi headquarters, Mike looked at Naoki with a reluctant expression. "Are you sure you won't stay?" Naoki smiled and shook his head. "No, there are people waiting for me back home." Mike felt a pang in his heart. Such talent. If only Naoki were part of his family. Despite his disappointment, the straightforward and warm-hearted man handed over Naoki's promised reward. A large bag filled with shimmering feathers lay on the floor. "These are the feathers shed by Corviknight every day," Mike said, looking thoughtful. "I'm not sure what you're planning to do with them, but they're yours now." As he spoke, Mike took 2 more items from his office. The first was a peculiar-looking teacup with strange markings resembling eyes and a mouth, containing a slightly wobbly, purple liquid. Next to it sat a matching teapot with a similar color pattern. The outer walls of the teapot had a few cracks, which the purple liquid from the teacup seemed to fill and repair. Naoki looked at the items in surprise. "Is this—" Mike chuckled and placed them on a tray. "Yep, this is the set of Sinistia and Polteageistai. Promise." At that moment, the teapot lid lifted slightly, and a tiny, purple creature peered out, its eyes resembling latte art. It held onto the lid with small, hesitant hands, gazing at Naoki with cautious curiosity. The creature noticed Naoki looking and quickly ducked back inside, like a shy hermit crab, retreating into its shell. "Naoki!" Mike laughed. Ghost-type Pokemon like these can be a bit timid at first. Just let them be, leave them out on a coffee table or something, and soon enough, they'll start warming up to you. He pointed to the teacup. "This one here is Sinistia. The eye patterns are actually a part of its body, and that purple liquid inside, that's its real form. Even the handle is part of it. This was the first time Naoki had seen Sinistia in person. He looked at its purple, swirling form within the teacup and couldn't help but ask, "Can I touch it?" Mike nodded. "Of course, but whatever you do, don't try to drink it. If it doesn't know you well, it might try to enter your body and drain your energy from within. What if we get along well?" Naoki asked, curious. Mike shook his head firmly. "Even then, it's not meant for drinking. Sinistia tastes terrible. People who have dared to try to describe it as undrinkable. Mostly, collectors keep it for its value. Genuine Sinistia is incredibly rare." Naoki nodded, beginning to understand. Sinistia wasn't for drinking, it was more like a collectible or decorative teacup with a unique personality. Then, he looked over at Poltergeist and asked, "I can drink from Poltergeist, right?" "That's correct," Mike replied, laughing. Poltergeist black tea has a unique taste and aroma, though drinking too much can cause a bit of an upset stomach. Some daring tea enthusiasts enjoy it daily. Mike grimaced. "Not me, though. That tea tastes like it's been sitting out in the sun for a week." Naoki hesitated. "Is it really that bad?" Mike shuddered. "Trust me, I'll pass. The tea inside Poltergeist has a unique blend of ingredients. All right, let's not dwell on that." Naoki quickly changed the subject, sensing his own stomach started to churn. Mike chuckled, relaxing again. "One more thing you should know that Poltergeist can control the taste of its tea. If it trusts you, it'll serve you something pleasant. But if it's upset or doesn't trust you, it might add a bit of ghostly energy to the brew. I've heard from others that drinking it then can make you feel cold and shivery all over it," added, his tone dropping to a whisper. "Understand?" Naoki nodded. He took the tray, glancing at the Sinistia and Poltergeist with newfound appreciation. Sinistia's liquid form had a distinct swirl pattern, making it hard to tell where its eyes were hidden, but the gentle rippling in the cup hinted that it was aware of him. Poltergeist, meanwhile, was a bit more direct. As if sensing the change in hands, it lifted the lid slightly, peeking out with wide, curious eyes to get a better look at Naoki. Naoki couldn't help but smile as he met Poltergeist's gaze. The next second, Poltergeist quickly shrank back into the teapot. It looked like a tiny hermit crab retreating into its shell. Come to think of it, the ecology of these two Pokémon does resemble hermit crabs. They seek out teapots and teacups to inhabit. For example, when Sinistia evolves into Poltergeist, it finds an antique teapot, moving from a teacup to its new home. Many wild Sinistia and Poltergeist can be found blending in with stacks of tableware in hotels and restaurants, mimicking ordinary ceramics. Amazing, Naoki remarked with genuine wonder. He wondered whether Sinistia and Poltergeist became ghostly tea Pokémon because they inhabited tea sets, or if they had always been that way. This thought led to an amusing question. What if one of these spirits accidentally took up residence in, say, a toilet? It really is remarkable, Mike agreed, nodding. My grandfather collected these antique teacups and teapots from all over. They were just sitting in the warehouse when one day, these two Pokémon appeared out of nowhere and decided to move in. The first time I went to the warehouse and saw them, they scared me half to death. But when I realized they were harmless, I let them stay there. What's even more amazing is that they don't need food to survive. Mike added with a grin. Just then, a woman in a uniform walked over, carrying a small machine. She sat on the table and said, "Here's the microscope you asked for, boss." "Perfect, thank you," Mike replied, then turned to Naoki, motioning to the Sinistia. "Let's take a closer look." Naoki placed Sinistia under the microscope as Mike began adjusting it. The teacups that Sinistia and Poltergeist inhabit are usually famous antique tableware, and there are fakes everywhere. Authentic ones have a unique mark on the bottom. Collectors look for this mark to tell the real ones apart. Naoki leaned forward, looking through the microscope, and indeed, he could see a signature, like pattern on the bottom of the cup, proof that this was genuine. "See it?" Mike asked with a satisfied smile. Naoki nodded. "I do." Mike was about to say more when he suddenly noticed Poltergeist. While they were Distracted, it had lifted its lid and popped out a pair of tiny, purple legs and was now trying to make a quick escape. Mike gasped. The Poltergeist is escaping. Naoki spun around to see it wobbling away. Hearing the commotion, Poltergeist hastened its pace. Its lid, balanced like a hat, wobbled and partially blocked its view. Just then, it bumped into something soft and furry. The impact made its tea-like body quiver, leaving it momentarily dizzy. When it recovered, it looked up to find itself face-to-face with Calyrex, who was gazing down at it with an elegant, calm expression. Poltergeist was startled and quickly performed a retreat move, pulling its lid over itself with a decisive clink as it settled back into the teapot. Safe. I'm the king of bountiful harvests. You have nothing to fear, Calyrex spoke gently, looking down at the teapot before him. He radiated a calming warmth toward the little Pokémon living within the teapot. Poltergeist felt this warmth and cautiously lifted the lid with its head, peeking at the mysterious Pokémon in front of it. Calyrex smiled kindly, and Poltergeist's eyes sparkled, looking far less frightened than before. It sensed no ill will from Calyrex. Watching from nearby, Mike grinned, chuckling. Looks like Poltergeist has really taken a liking to your Pokémon. With him around, there's nothing to worry about. Once you're home, just let him keep them company, and they'll settle in nicely. By this time, Calyrex had gently picked up Poltergeist. At first, Poltergeist looked a bit unsure, but then Naoki heard Calyrex say, "Just stay close to me for now." Poltergeist paused, then cheerfully agreed, twisting its small form. Two tiny purple legs stretched from the bottom of the teapot as it left Calyrex's hands, floating contentedly beside the crown atop Calyrex's head. It looked like a charming teapot ornament, perfectly suited to him. "Next," Mike said, "you should use the Pokeballs to catch them. I couldn't get them to cooperate fully, so it'll be up to you to make them feel at home." Naoki nodded. That made sense. He took out 2 Pokeballs from his bag, tossing one gently at Sinistea on the table. The Pokeball tapped Sinistea, turning it into a red light and drawing it inside. After a few small shakes, the ball stilled. Whether Sinistea accepted him or was simply too small to resist, the capture was complete. Regions like Hisui had all sorts of methods for catching Pokémon, most of which didn't even require battle. Some techniques included sneaking up from behind to catch Pokémon off guard or engaging them physically, dodging their attacks until they tired out, and then throwing a Pokeball just as they were exhausted. Various tools were also useful, like mud balls, smoke bombs, sticky globes, and berries. Satisfied, Naoki put away Sinisteia's Pokeball. Then he approached Poltergeist, who was now looking at him curiously. "From now on, we'll make a home together," Naoki said gently. "I'll take you back to a safe place where no Pokémon can harm you, and I promise to prepare delicious tea for you." Poltergeist looked at him with wide, coffee-like eyes, as if weighing his words. Calyrex nodded warmly beside him. "I'll be going with Naoki too," he added reassuringly. The little head of Poltergeist tilted thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. It had decided to trust this human and his Pokémon friend. "Then let's make it official, Poltergeist," Naoki said warmly, holding out a Pokeball in front of the ghostly teapot hovering nearby. Poltergeist looked at the Pokeball, a bit curious, and after a few seconds of hesitation, reached out a tiny hand to touch the button on it. As soon as it touched the button, the teapot and its spirit form were drawn into the Pokeball. It shook twice and then clicked still, indicating a successful capture. Naoki couldn't help but smile, delighted to have added an authentic Sinistea and Poltergeist set to his team. With his goal achieved, it was time to head back to Paldea. As expected, when the moment arrived, Mike felt compelled to ask, "Are you sure you won't stay in Galar? I'd be happy to offer you a generous annual salary if you do." A trainer of Naoki's skill would be valued anywhere, and for his company, signing a trainer like him could be an incredible opportunity. Naoki could sense the sincerity in Mike's offer, but simply smiled and shook his head. "Thank you very much, but I prefer my quiet life back home." Realizing Naoki had made up his mind, Mike felt a pang of disappointment. "Are you sure you're not working for the Paldean League?" The strength Naoki had shown seemed far beyond that of an ordinary trainer, and Mike could hardly believe he didn't belong to any league. But Naoki's answer only surprised him more. No, I'm actually a rancher. I run a small farm with my Pokémon. Hey, rancher? Mike was dumbfounded. Had he heard that right? Naoki nodded. Yep, I raise Pokémon and grow crops. Just a simple farm life. Mike's mind raced as he took this in. Ranching, raising Pokémon, farming, could it really be true? He couldn't help but imagine a scenario. What if this young man was once a renowned champion who, after years of battling, decided to retire to a peaceful life with his Pokémon? The thought amused and amazed Mike. The idea of a former champion choosing such a quiet life showed remarkable resolve, something rare and admirable. Mike finally sighed with a bittersweet smile, realizing that no amount of money could sway someone with such a steadfast heart. If only I'd met you earlier, he murmured wistfully. For a moment, Naoki felt a bit lost in Mike's words, but after a brief pause, he simply smiled and began to say his goodbyes. We should be heading out. If you ever find yourself in the Paldea region, stop by Naoki Ranch in Kosagi Town. We'd love to welcome you. Paldea region, Naoki Ranch in Kosagi Town. Mike mentally noted the location. Naoki didn't say much more. He gave a nod to Mike, then headed down the stairs with Koraidon and the King of Bountiful Harvest by his side. Koraidon carried the large bag of Corviknight feathers without complaint, as Naoki wasn't quite strong enough to manage it alone. Every time this happened, Naoki couldn't help but appreciate Koraidon's unwavering reliability. By sunset, they arrived at Winden Station, ready to catch the last train to Hulbury. From there, they'd board a ship to Paldea. The Galar region steam trains were remarkably fast. In 4 hours, they reached Hulbury just as the clock struck 5 p.m., perfectly timed for the last ship to Paldea. Once aboard, Naoki, Koraidon, and Calyrex found a spot on the deck, gazing at the receding shoreline of Galar. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the sea as the ship's whistle sounded, signaling their journey home. As the Galar region slowly faded from view, the bustling port town of Hulbury blurred into the distance, its lighthouse becoming a faint twinkle against the evening sky. Naoki, standing on the deck, turned to his companions, Koraidon and Calyrex, who shared his gaze toward the horizon. This trip to Galar was truly amazing, Naoki thought joyfully. He not only befriended the majestic Glastrier and Spectrier, but even the King of Bountiful Harvest had chosen to join him. Along the way, Edie encountered legendary Pokémon like Zacian and Zamazenta, and to top it all off, he'd acquired a genuine set of Sinistea and Polteageist-ware. But more than these treasures, Naoki was most excited about returning home to his ranch and seeing all the familiar faces again. He wondered how everyone on the ranch was doing. Were there challengers attempting the green grass trial? Had the little blacksmith Pokémon finished forging its hammer? Had Knacklestack evolved into Garganacl? Was Miltank adjusting well to its winter feed now that the fresh grass was gone? And were any new Pokémon visiting the cozy little tavern they'd built together? Have Mew and Teddiursa sent back any postcards or souvenirs from their latest travels? The air was getting colder each day. Naoki thought of Combi and Butterfree, who had likely retreated to the warmth of the glass greenhouse by now. He was eager for answers to all these thoughts. He missed everyone back on the ranch, just as much as they missed him. Calyrex watched as Galar slowly faded into the distance. Memories of the past drifted through his mind the once prosperous land of Galar, the humans who revered him with offerings, the disaster that spread across the region, and his coronation ceremony at the Crown Shrine. Then came his time of weakness, his energy spent, his beloved steed gone, and a long, lonely sleep in the snowy wilderness. Even after he awoke, he wandered aimlessly, his memories clouded, until he found himself alone on the vast fields of ice. The king's gaze was calm as he looked into the horizon, with a wisdom formed through the trials he had endured. The memories of his past could not be washed away, just like the steadfast stones of the Crown Shrine, unchanged even through the years. But then, one day, he felt a faint warmth, a renewed faith, faintly calling to him from across the distant land of Paldea. At first, it was puzzling, but over time, the faith grew stronger, igniting from a small spark into a grand, blazing light. It was his faithful followers, his little believer, spreading his name once more in that distant land. The gentle look on the king's face softened as he closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the warmth of their devotion. When he opened them again, he knew the past was truly behind him. Now, he was no longer Galar's king, a figure of reverence. From now on, he was simply Calyrex, a humble rancher's companion. The heavy responsibilities of a king rolled away from his shoulders like a retreating tide, leaving him feeling lighter than ever before. He turned from Galar's fading shores, ready for this new life awaiting him in Paldea. Paldea was his new home, yet Galar would forever hold a special place in his heart. It takes 3 days to travel back to the Paldea region from Galar. Naoki had been busy throughout this trip, but tonight he finally found a rare moment to relax. Instead of wandering around the deck, he picked up a packet of black tea from the ship's restaurant and returned to his cabin. The sea was calm at night, rippling only occasionally under the glow of the full moon, which made the deep blue waters look both peaceful and mysterious. His cabin was small, about 20 square meters, with a bed, a bedside table, and a desk by the porthole perfect for reading and writing. Naoki released all his Pokémon, except for Spectrier and Glastrier. Calyrex floated gracefully above the floor, while Cyclizer examined a small ship model with curious eyes. Rayo, Coraden let out a soft yawn, looking sleepy. Noticing this, Naoki chuckled and said, "If you're tired, go ahead and rest." But at Naoki's words, Coraden seemed to shake off its drowsiness, stretching and standing up, now watching Naoki's hands intently as he prepared the tea. Naoki was making a special brew for Sinistia and Polteageist. These 2 Pokémon had a magical quality. They could infuse their own powers into tea, making it part of themselves. As the tea steeped, a gentle aroma spread throughout the room. Black tea. See black tea brewed from standard quality leaves with a hint of bitterness. Effect. Refreshing effect, level 1. The strong bitterness has a surprising awakening effect on anyone who drinks it, human or Pokémon. Note, your brewing technique brings out the tea's bitterness, giving it the punch of a strong coffee. An unexpected result. Naoki looked at the tea, feeling a bit unsure. Refreshing, huh? He muttered, considering his creation. He had hoped to make something enjoyable to share with Sinistia and Polteageist, perhaps as a way to strengthen their bond. But seeing how potent the tea turned out, he suddenly wondered if this might not be the best offering after all. Looking up, Naoki saw that Polteageist was staring at the cup of black tea. As for Sinistia, well, Naoki wasn't quite sure where its eyes were. The room fell into an awkward silence. Naoki broke it with a tentative question. "So, what do you think of the taste?" Sinistia floated back a little, clearly unimpressed by the bitter tea. Polteageist, on the other hand, moving closer, curious. Its body had used up quite a bit of black tea while in storage, and it seemed eager to replenish itself. Naoki observed with interest. Could it be that Polteageist actually prefers bitter tea over sweet? Encouraged, he slid the cup of black tea over. Though a bit hesitant, Polteageist leaned out of its pot, took the cup with its tiny hands, and slowly poured the tea into its pot. In no time, the small cup was empty, and Naoki noticed Polteageist's translucent body becoming fuller as it absorbed the tea's essence. "Wow, that's incredible," Naoki marveled. It's actually merging its power with the tea to strengthen itself. He recalled that the Pokédex mentioned black tea infused with Polteageist had a distinct taste and aroma quite unique, both in flavor and fragrance. Just then, Polteageist, who had been content moments before, suddenly looked sorrowful. Its face drooped, as if it had just tasted the bitterness of life itself. The ghost Pokémon in the pot let out a sad sigh, slumping against the edge of its teapot arms. draped over the side like a miniature, melancholy philosopher. It looked into the distance with a face full of worries, occasionally sighing deeply. Naoki blinked, puzzled. What's going on? Even Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, seemed intrigued. Why has it become so somber? Naoki shrugged. I'm not sure. He racked his brain, trying to recall any tidbit of knowledge about Polteageist's behavior. Then, a realization struck him. Polteageist's mood might actually be influenced by the taste of the... On October 28th of the Alliance calendar, Naoki's ship finally arrived in the Paldea region, docking at the port of Luminous City. Once on land, Naoki set out toward his ranch, with Coraden carrying a bag full of Corviknight feathers. Unlike the Galar region, Paldea didn't have trains connecting every city, so most travel was done by bus or riding Pokémon. Since carrying such a large bag on the bus would be difficult, as soon as Naoki left Luminous City, he released Spectrier and Glastrier from their Pokeballs. He placed the bag of Corviknight feathers on Glastrier's back, while he and Calyrex rode Coraden and Spectrier, heading toward Kosagi Town. After a few days of travel, stopping and starting along the way, they finally reached Kosagi Town on the evening of October 31st. Seeing the familiar road that led to the ranch, Naoki's heart filled with excitement. After being away so long, he wondered how everyone back at the ranch was doing. As he neared his home, he spotted a large truck coming down the road. He immediately recognized the truck. It was Zach's. Zach drove it daily to local ranches and farms to pick up supplies. It was close to 5 p.m., just the time when Zach would be making his rounds. Naoki quickly guided Coraden to the side to let the truck pass. Spotting Naoki from afar, Zach honked twice in greeting. As he got closer, he stopped the truck, rolled down the window, and leaned out with a big smile. Back already? Naoki smiled back. Yep, all done and ready to finally come home. Thinking of Naoki's ranch, Zach's face filled with admiration. Your Pokémon are amazing. While you were gone, they managed the ranch just as well as if you'd been there yourself. Truly impressive. Zach's gaze shifted to Coraden, and he smiled, waving. Good to see you, Coraden. Coraden gave a happy cry. Rayo. As Zach's eyes fell on the unfamiliar Pokémon next to Naoki, he assumed it was one Naoki had caught on his trip. But then his gaze landed on the Pokémon riding with Naoki on the horse, and he suddenly froze. There was something familiar yet extraordinary about this Pokémon's appearance. Could it be? Zach's face lit up in shock as he jumped out of the truck. Is this who I think it is? He stared at Calyrex, who returned his look with calm, gentle eyes, seeming to sense Zach's reverence. A slight smile played on Calyrex's face, and he nodded to Zach. Oh my! Zach couldn't hold back his surprise. This regal look, that elegant posture, those kind eyes, could it really be the legendary king of bountiful harvests, Calyrex? The legend was true. Naoki had not only met Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, but had managed to bring him back to Paldea. Overcoming his initial shock, Zach quickly pulled Naoki aside to whisper privately. What in the world happened? He asked, trying to keep his voice down. Naoki gave him a puzzled look. What do you mean? Zach lowered his voice even further. Isn't the king of bountiful harvests supposed to be Galar's protector? How did you convince him to come here? If the people of Galar learned that their region's symbolic Pokémon, Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, had been taken to another region, would they try to reclaim him? Zach worriedly considered the worst, imagining that such an act might even lead to tensions or worse, a conflict between the two regions. Naoki chuckled, looking a bit exasperated. It's not that serious, he assured, thinking back to everything he had shared with Zach about Calyrex's past. He had told them the legendary tales of Calyrex, once revered in Galar for riding across the land with his loyal steed, blessing the people with bountiful harvests. But Naoki realized he hadn't mentioned the sadder parts of Calyrex's story, how he was forgotten by the people and stripped of his powers. With that in mind, Naoki explained everything to Zach, recounting how Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, had been gradually forgotten, his temple left in ruins, and how he had wandered the icy wilderness, powerless and alone. Hearing this, Zach frowned, visibly indignant. How could they forget a Pokémon who brought them so much? That's unbelievable. Exactly. Naoki nodded. When I arrived, I nearly froze in the snow myself. I can't imagine how a grass-type Pokémon like Calyrex managed to survive there for so many years. Well, it's a good thing you brought him back. Zack said, since they don't seem to appreciate him, we'll take care of him here. If Calyrex needs believers, I'll spread his story to every town on my route, he said, clearly inspired. Naoki chuckled. Great, I guess you're officially missionary number 2. He could already see Zack as Calyrex's enthusiastic advocate across the Paldea region. But, on a more serious note, Naoki continued, it's important to remember it wasn't the ordinary people of Galar who forgot about Calyrex. It was the Galarian royal family. They erased all records of him to claim his achievements as their own and to keep their rule intact. Zack sighed. Well, that explains a lot. Thank goodness the monarchy is long gone. It's the era of the Pokémon League now. Naoki nodded in agreement. Exactly. After finishing their conversation, Naoki and Zack turned to rejoin Calyrex, who was waiting a short distance away. Zack gazed at Calyrex with a mix of admiration and respect. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to say, Lord of the Harvest, please feel at home in our town. We'll honor and believe in you alongside Naoki. Calyrex gave a gentle nod, smiling warmly. Zack, catching that smile, couldn't help but grin back. But suddenly, he remembered his responsibilities, gave himself a little slap on the forehead, and dashed back to his truck. I almost forgot. I still have deliveries to make. You guys should head back to the ranch. Dragonite and the others have missed you. Naoki nodded, watching Zack's truck until it disappeared down the road before setting off on his own journey. In Coraden, with Calyrex beside them, while Glastrier trailed. Behind, carrying the bag of Corviknight feathers. This is our home, Naoki said as they passed under the Naoki Ranch sign. They made their way through the main gate, and Calyrex took in his new surroundings with curiosity. Neat rows of fields and flower beds, now wilted with the season, and yellowing grass stretched out before them. Naoki looked a bit sheepish. Since winter's coming, everything's looking a little faded. Calyrex gave an understanding nod and smiled. I see, he replied warmly, but I can already imagine how beautiful it will be in spring. In the pasture, several Pokémon lay lazily in the grass, absent-mindedly tugging at weeds. Pokémon like Palmot, Alcremie, Glacian, and Knacklestack lounged about with their backs to the entrance, gazing at the blue sky with a mixture of boredom and longing. Alcremie sighed, Alcremie. So boring. Knacklestack echoed, Stack. Boring. Palmot exhaled, Palmot, Palmot. Naoki's been gone for ages. I wonder when he'll be back. Glacian, usually happiest in winter, sighed as it gazed wistfully at the sky. Although it once loved the chill and snow, now it seemed to prefer the fresh scent of flowers, the warmth of the sun, and playing with everyone on the green grass. Thinking of this, Glacian let out a soft, wistful sigh. Glacian, if only... Several of the Pokémon glanced up at the endless blue sky, all letting out a united sigh. Even the sky seems empty without Naoki here, one of them murmured to the others. Just then, Coraden, ready to announce their arrival, felt Naoki gently cover his mouth. Confused, it looked up, only to see Naoki making a shoot gesture, his eyes glinting with mischief. Though puzzled, Coraden followed Naoki's lead, keeping quiet as Naoki tiptoed closer to the Pokémon, who were still gazing at the sky, oblivious to his approach. Coming up behind, Palmot, Naoki gently covered its eyes. Guess who? He whispered with a playful grin. Startled at first, Palmot immediately perked up, recognizing Naoki's voice. Its face lit up with excitement. Palmot, Naoki. Though he couldn't understand every word, Naoki didn't need any special translation. He could feel Palmot's joy as it squirmed and wiggled in his arms. With a chuckle, Naoki lifted Palmot up, tickling it under its little arms. I'm back, he announced. Palmot. Palmot chirped joyfully, pressing its face against Naoki's in pure affection. The little electric Pokémon gave him a tiny zap of excitement. Nearby, The rest of the Pokémon began to crowd around, their eyes sparkling with happiness. At Naoki's return, the world seemed brighter, the sky more vivid, now that he was back. Naoki put Palmot down and stroked its fluffy head. All right, everything's taken care of, so now I can stay at the ranch and spend the winter with all of you. Hearing this, the Pokémon were overjoyed. Naoki's return was like bringing color back to their world. Alchemy spun around in a happy twirl, arms wide. Marie! Naoki grinned, reaching down to pick up Alchemy, who nuzzled into his shoulder. All right, you get a hug too? Alchemy, he said, smiling. Marie dash, Alchemy hummed, delighted. Then Naoki turned to Glacian, who stood nearby with an air of proud indifference, though its eyes betrayed a hint of anticipation. With a knowing smile, Naoki leaned down and scooped up Glacian, who squirmed. Momentarily, tried to appear aloof. Fortunately, Glacian only gave a small, symbolic struggle before settling down in Naoki's arms, looking a little embarrassed. How have you all been? Naoki asked. Palmot, Alchemy, Stack, Buoy. The Pokémon all responded enthusiastically. Naoki held Glacian for a moment longer before setting it down. Just as he was about to introduce them to the Calyrex, he noticed 5 hopeful Knucklestack gazing at him with eager eyes, clearly wanting hugs too. Naoki sighed inwardly. Guess I better work on some super strength training later, he thought. If Ash can lift a Cosmoem weighing nearly 999 kilograms, surely I can manage a Knucklestack. Just then, a cheerful bah came from nearby. Naoki turned to see more Pokémon from the ranch running toward him excitedly. 3 Go-Goats, Butterfree, Dolliv, and Dragonite. Their joyful noise was loud enough to catch the attention of the NDDs, who opened the door and, upon spotting Naoki, hurried out to greet him with bright smiles. In no time, Naoki found himself surrounded by a crowd of joyful Pokémon, each one eager for his attention. He gently reached out, petting them one by one. Dragonite, it's so good to see you. You're as strong as ever. Go-Goats, you all look a bit thin. Don't worry, there's still grass from the last harvest. I'll make some fresh grass dumplings for you soon. Dolliv, it's been a while. Butterfree, are you getting used to the greenhouse? Each Pokémon responded with delight. Dragonite hugged him affectionately with a soft, "awooh." The Go-Goats bleated happily, "bah." Dolliv chirped with a happy, "Dolliv." Butterfree fluttered joyfully, "fwee." Naoki then turned to the NDDs, smiling with gratitude. Thank you both for all your hard work while I was away. Brother NDD, standing tall, nodded seriously, while the younger NDD, grinning brightly, added, Hey, we're happy to help. After greeting everyone, Naoki led them over to meet their new friends, Calyrex, Glastrier, and Spectrier. He also released Cyclizer, Sinistia, and Polteageist from their Pokeballs. Introducing each one, he said, This little one here is Sinistia, and the one looking a bit thoughtful is Polteageist. This is Spectrier and Glastrier, and here is the king of bountiful harvests, Calyrex. The ranch Pokémon all blinked at the new arrivals, then chorused in unison to welcome them. Warmly, Calyrex smiled, looking over the Pokémon with a gaze full of kindness and warmth. I am Calyrex, he said with a gentle smile. Just like Naoki, I'm a farmer. I hope you'll guide me at Naoki Ranch, 7 p.m. It was already late, and after a joyful reunion dinner with the Pokémon, everyone settled into their evening routines. Sister NDD went to open the Pokémon Tavern, ready to greet the Pokémon visitors who came daily for a bit of relaxation and company. Brother NDD handed Naoki a stack of postcards and a few unique items. Naoki looked through the postcards and found they were sent by Teddy Ursa and Mew. Each postcard had a picture on the front and their little paw prints on the back. It looked like they had captured scenes of new Pokémon and landscapes they had encountered on their journey. The items included a glittering red star fragment, a heart-shaped scale, a strange-looking bone, and a solid rock. Clearly, Teddy Ursa had gathered these using its pickup ability. Naoki set the postcards and trinkets aside, planning to read through them more thoroughly as bedtime stories. For now, though, he had a few tasks to take care of. First on his list was to thaw the fresh grass harvested in autumn and prepare it into grass dumplings. The batch he'd made before he left had been entirely eaten by the 3 go-goats, so it was time to make a new supply. He mixed the grass with dough, placed it in a pot, and set it to steam. While Naoki was busy, the other Pokémon gathered in the living room or scattered around the cozy house. Occasionally, he'd catch a glimpse of Alchemy and Palmot playfully racing up and down the stairs. With the nightfall, the temperature outside dropped quickly, and Naoki knew that no Pokémon would want to be out in the cold when there was a warm, well-lit house with a crackling fireplace, plus an endless supply of fruits and snacks inside. Naoki smiled, checking on the grass dumplings. He set the timer and adjusted the alarm, which would go off once the dumplings were ready. While he waited, Naoki prepared a few cups of his favorite sweet black tea from Kitakami. He brought the tea back to the living room, placing 1 cup in front of Calyrex, who was resting on the sofa, and another 2 cups in front of Sinistia and Polteageist. After drinking that cup of bitter black tea on the boat, Polteageist had remained downcast, without a trace of smile. Seeing this, Naoki decided to offer it a fresh cup of tea. "Care for another try?" he said, pushing 2 cups of sweet black tea in front of Sinistia and Polteageist. The 2 Pokémon stared down at the tea. Sinistia floated forward, happily absorbing the tea. A moment later, the cup was empty, and it let out a contented sigh, visibly cheered by the sweet flavor. It was clear this tea was just to Sinistia's taste. Beside it, Polteageist gazed down at the tea with the lid balanced on its head, seeming a bit unsure. After a moment, it let out a small sigh. Naoki raised an eyebrow. Just then, 2 curious little faces peeked out from under the table. Palmot and Alchemy, each with a look of encouragement. Alchemy beamed and chirped, "Mree, Naoki's tea is really tasty. It's sweet." Palmot nodded with enthusiasm. Palmot. Yeah, give it a try." Polteageist looked at the 2 Pokémon, sensing the warmth and friendliness in the room. It was a far cry from the lonely, dusty warehouse it had once called home. With a small, determined shake of its head, Polteageist seemed to make up its mind. It reached out with 2 delicate hands, picked up the tea, and poured it carefully into itself. A moment later, Polteageist's form swelled slightly, brimming with tea, and a small drop of purple tea spilled onto the table. Polteageist looked a bit flustered, but Naoki simply smiled, grabbing a cloth to wipe it up. "No worries, we'll just clean it up." As it looked at the caring human and friendly Pokémon around it, Polteageist's once downcast expression brightened. Its eyes sparkled, and it let out a joyful little sound, "Ho." "Feeling better now?" Naoki asked. Polteageist gave a happy nod, the sadness from before now gone. Calyrex, watching from nearby, smiled warmly. It's amazing that a Pokémon's mood can be lifted so simply by a cup of tea. Even in all my years, I've never seen anything quite like it. Naoki chuckled in agreement. "Yes, it's quite magical. How about you, Calyrex? Would you like to try some? I'm curious if this tea suits your taste too." The King of Bountiful Harvest nodded and took the cup of tea, sipping it elegantly. After savoring it, he smiled gently. "This is delightful. I quite enjoy the taste." "Glad to hear it." Naoki grinned, watching Calyrex with admiration. He couldn't help but imagine a scene: Calyrex sitting gracefully in a field of flowers under the warm sun, enjoying a peaceful afternoon tea. Naoki thought it would be even more perfect with a slice of grass cake alongside. Afternoon tea paired with a grass cake dessert sounds just right. Recalling that Calyrex is a grass-type Pokémon, Naoki thought about the grass dumplings and grass cakes he developed before. He realized that these treats could not only strengthen Calyrex's grass-type moves, but also boost the grass-type energy within him. And with Calyrex's influence, there could be amazing results when cultivating crops, just like the enormous watermelon he'd grown before. He also wondered if Calyrex's power might help speed up the growth of the ranch's world tree, a tree that would normally take 100,000 years to mature. But that would have to wait until another day. For now, Naoki had a lot to prepare. For example, building separate stables for Spectrier and Glastrier and creating special fields in the ranch, using the power of Calyrex and the two horses to make snow-covered fields and spectral areas to grow ice carrots and shade root carrots, the horse's favorite treats. While deep in thought, he heard the alarm go off. Naoki quickly headed to turn it off, then opened the pot to find his freshly steamed grass dumplings ready. He called over Karaden, handing it a small basket of dumplings. "Could you help me deliver these to the go-goats?" "Rayo." Karaden agreed enthusiastically, trotting off with the basket in tow. Naoki took two soft, round grass dumplings and returned to Calyrex. "Would you like to try these? I made them especially for grass types." Calyrex lowered his head, looking at the green dumplings on the porcelain plate with interest. In the next moment, a soft blue glow appeared around one of the grass dumplings. The dumpling floated gently into the air, guided by the light, and landed in front of Calyrex. With a delicate motion, Calyrex caught it, took a small bite, and began to chew thoughtfully. After a moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. This food, it actually contained a trace of natural energy. Was it just his imagination? He took another nibble to be sure. No, it was real. He could clearly feel a trace of natural energy merging into his body. How could this be possible? Calyrex looked at his little believer with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Seeing his expression, Naoki grinned. "You can feel it, can't you?" Calyrex nodded slowly. "Yes, there's a hint of natural energy within this food." "How did you manage this?" "No, I think I already know the answer from looking at you." Naoki nodded. "It's something I can do. I can bring out the potential in food, giving it different effects, like restoring energy, healing, or even helping to understand new moves." Hearing this, Calyrex looked pleasantly surprised and then gave a slight nod, quickly accepting the explanation. "You truly are a remarkable follower. To hold such an ability, nature must have chosen you. I am so proud of you." Naoki chuckled, feeling a bit bashful. Maybe it's not that impressive. It seemed Calyrex might be overestimating his skills just a bit, but Naoki decided to let it be, returning the king's smile with one of his own. At that moment, Karaden returned with a basket. Naoki took it, thanked him, and headed back to the kitchen to clean up for the evening. After finishing his tasks, Naoki couldn't help but yawn. He'd been on the go for several days, and now, feeling a bit worn out, he glanced at the clock. It was already 9 in the evening. He wanted to head to bed, but remembered he needed to arrange a place for Calyrex to rest. "By the way," Naoki asked, "do you have any particular place in mind for sleeping?" Calyrex gave a gentle shake of his head. "No particular preference. You go ahead and rest. I like to take a look around outside, and I'll find a spot to settle in afterward." Since he was here to stay, Calyrex wanted to explore the ranch and get a feel for the land and its surroundings. "All right, if you need anything, don't hesitate to call for me," Naoki replied. With a warm nod from Calyrex, Naoki bid him good night. Turning to the other Pokémon, he said, "I'm heading to bed, so feel free to keep playing." Rayo Dash, Karaden, who was lounging on the carpet, responded enthusiastically. Naoki glanced around, looking for Palmot, but guessed it must have gone upstairs to play with its friends. Giving up on his usual bedtime cuddle with it, he picked up the postcards and little trinkets Teddy Ursa had sent back from its travels and went to his room. He placed the letters by his bed and headed to the bathroom to get ready for bed. Meanwhile, Calyrex floated outside, surveying the peaceful, moonlit ranch from above. He noticed Spectrier blending into the shadows and Glastrier standing proudly in the field. Snorting softly, he saw a brightly lit little house bustling with activity, where Pokémon were gathered, happily drinking and chatting. In a nearby glass greenhouse filled with blooming flowers, several bug-type Pokémon were dozing, their eyes closed in peaceful slumber. He saw Pokémon nestled in cozy wooden cabins near the orchard, sleeping soundly. And then, in a fenced enclosure, he saw 3 go-goats happily munching on grass dumplings. Near a feeding trough, Calyrex felt a surprising energy radiating from these go-goats, which caught him by surprise. Curious, he watched the go-goats as they finished their meal and made their way over to a small sapling. They lay down around it, drifting off to sleep. With his keen senses, Calyrex saw a faint, natural energy emanating from the sapling, nourishing the three go-goats as it circulated gently among them. This is back inside the cozy living room. Several Pokémon had gathered around Sinistea and Polteageist, who floated contentedly in the air, joining the welcoming crowd. Dragonite clapped joyfully. "Oh, welcome to the family." Following Dragonite's lead, the other Pokémon joined in with welcoming cheers. Dolph, Bowie, Ga. Sinistea and Polteageist felt the warmth and friendliness radiating from everyone around them, and it was clear they were wholeheartedly welcomed. The two Pokémon looked a bit overwhelmed, especially Polteageist. It had been alone for a very long time, living in isolation. One day, the teapot it called home cracked, forcing it to set out in search of a new shelter. Eventually, it stumbled upon a warehouse filled with old antiques. There found a beautiful antique teapot that felt just right, so it moved in. 1 year passed, then 2. Over time, Polteageist began to feel the weight of loneliness. Wishing for companionship, it poured a bit of its own essence into a matching antique teacup nearby. And so, Sinistea was born. But Sinistea was quiet and a bit shy, not one to speak much. Together, the two Pokémon stayed in the dim, dusty warehouse for many long years, until a human discovered them and sent them to a trainer named Naoki. Initially, Polteageist felt anxious about what might lie ahead. But as they journeyed with Naoki, it saw the care he showed, personally brewing tea to refill its body. Though the tea was a bit bitter, it drank it gratefully. That bitter tea had mirrored the sadness in its heart, and under its influence, Polteageist found itself once again reminded of its lonely days. Seeing its downcast expression, Naoki had sensed something was wrong and made it another cup, this time a sweet, delicious black tea. Drinking it, Polteageist felt the lingering sadness wash away. The world seemed brighter, warmer, and its heart felt lighter. Now, not only did it feel physically warm, but the kindness and friendship from those around. It filled its heart with a warmth it hadn't felt in ages. After a moment of disbelief, Polteageist and Sinistea let out happy cries. Polteageist, Sinistea. Polteageist swayed joyfully in the air, with little musical notes of happiness appearing above its head. A magical aura spread throughout the room, and the Pokémon below looked up at Polteageist floating merrily, their eyes lighting up in delight. Each Pokémon took a berry from somewhere and began to nibble, holding their own little tea. Party alongside the cheerful Polteageist and Sinistea. Inside, Naoki, who had just finished his shower, heard the lively sounds of the Pokémon and thought they might be arguing. Curious, he opened the door to check. But instead of a quarrel, he saw a heartwarming scene. A group of Pokémon gathered by the warm fireplace, happily holding a berry tea party. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Naoki stood there, momentarily stunned. A tea party, he thought, recognizing it as the exclusive move of Polteageist. Known as tea time, this move could only be used when Polteageist was truly happy, inviting other Pokémon to join in for a gathering filled with berries and treats. "This is truly a beautiful move," Naoki whispered to himself with a smile. He chose not to approach, knowing this was a moment for the Pokémon to enjoy together. Just then, Koraidon trotted out of the room, looking curious. Naoki leaned down and whispered, "Why don't you join them too?" Koraidon gave Naoki a happy lick, then dashed over to the fireplace, eager to reunite with its Pokémon friends. Watching Koraidon join the group, Naoki felt his heart warm. He returned to his room, sat on the bed, and pulled out the postcards Mew and Teddiursa had sent from their travels. He sorted through them with quiet delight. The first postcard showed a group of Clefairy gathered around a campfire under a full moon, seemingly engaged in some kind of ritual. Teddiursa peeked into the shot with a grin, proudly holding a small fragment of a star it had picked up. "Are these Clefairy from Mount Moon?" Naoki wondered examining the star fragment that Teddiursa had sent. It sparkled gently, an unmistakable match to the fragment in the photo. The second postcard displayed a range of majestic, snow-covered mountains. Could this be the famous MT Silver? Naoki mused. Have Mew and Teddiursa traveled all the way there? He smiled, imagining the pair exploring such distant lands. The third postcard depicted a touching scene with a cub one and Marowak, each holding a bone. The young cub one was reaching out, offering one of the bones to Teddiursa as a token of friendship. Looks like Mew and Teddiursa helped the Marowak and cub one somehow, Naoki thought. And cub one must have gifted them the bone in gratitude. The fourth postcard showed a sparkling lake with a stunning Pokémon moving gracefully across the water in the sunlight. That's Milotic, Naoki realized, his eyes widening with admiration. Known as one of the most beautiful Pokémon in the world, Milotic was a rare sight. Even through the photo, he could feel the Pokémon's radiant presence. Its scales shone like rainbows under the sunlight, their colors vibrant and enchanting. Naoki held the photos close, smiling as he thought about the adventures his Pokémon were having. The laughter of the Pokémon still echoed from outside, filling his heart with peace as they settled in for the night. At dawn, the ranch welcomed a new day. The first thing Naoki did after waking up was search for Calyrex to see where he had rested the night before. Living room, no. Second floor, no. Kitchen, no sign either. Naoki searched for a while, but couldn't find him, so he returned to the living room. There, on the coffee table, he saw Polteageist and Sinistia, who had held a tea party all night, dozing off. Cyclizer lay by the fireplace, also looking drowsy, while the elder NDD seemed half asleep. Seeing this, Naoki sighed with a gentle smile. If you're all sleepy, go ahead and rest. I'll handle the ranch work today. But the elder NDD shook his head vigorously, trying to stay alert, and replied, "AI," as if to say he could still manage. Naoki chuckled, but agreed. As he turned to check the wine cellar downstairs, he realized Calyrex must have spent the night outside. When he returned to the living room, he saw the elder NDD struggling to keep his eyes open while his younger sister watched with an amused smile. Naoki couldn't help but laugh softly. Just then, Butterfree landed by the large window in the living room. "Hey, Butterfree," Naoki said, grinning. "Could you use a little sleep powder on him?" Butterfree tilted its head, surprised, but after confirming Naoki was serious, it fluttered over to NDD and gently sprinkled some sleep powder. Soon, the elder NDD drifted off to sleep. "All right, can you help take your brother upstairs to rest?" Naoki asked the younger NDD. "Aye," she agreed with a cheerful nod, lifting her brother with her psychic powers and guiding him to his room. Palmot, Alchemy, and Glacian were also sleeping soundly nearby. Naoki decided not to disturb them, and instead took Coraden outside to look around the ranch. Though it wasn't snowing yet, the temperature had dropped below 10 degrees, so many Pokémon preferred to stay cozy in their nests. As soon as Naoki and Coraden stepped outside, they spotted Calyrex in the meadow, lovingly stroking his trusted steed. Hearing them approach, Calyrex turned and greeted Naoki with a kind smile. He spoke warmly, but Naoki could only smile back, realizing that without any translation seeds, he couldn't understand what Calyrex was saying. Naoki sighed thoughtfully. "I still have some sunflower seed from last fall's harvest. I'll have to make another batch of translation melon seed crisps later." He paused, a bit puzzled, and added, "If only there were a dish that could let us talk directly with Pokémon." In this world, powers that allow humans to communicate with Pokémon are incredibly rare. The aura, the power of Viridian, or advanced psychic abilities are all exceptional and hard to come by. Creating food with such effects would require an incredibly high level of culinary skill, something he couldn't manage just yet. With a warm smile, Naoki turned to Calyrex. "Good morning. Did you rest well last night?" Calyrex nodded with gentle grace. Calyrex. Beside him, Glastrier, the snowstorm horse, pawed the ground with an impatient snort. Naoki didn't need a translation to understand what it wanted. It was hungry and eager for its favorite food, the ice carrots. Spectrier, The ghost horse remained calm and reserved, standing quietly with a serene look in its eyes. Naoki placed some fresh berries in front of the two horses, watching as they both leaned down to sniff the fruits, momentarily distracted. Despite their lack of enthusiasm, hunger won out, and they eventually started eating. Seems like Spectrier and Glastrier aren't really fond of ordinary berries. Naoki mused to himself. It looked like he'd need to set up a special field for their preferred crops sooner than planned. He addressed the two horses with a gentle promise. "Give me a moment. I'll go milk the go-goats, and then come back to plant carrots for you." This seemed to satisfy Glastrier, who continued nibbling the berries without further complaint. Naoki gave Calyrex an understanding nod and then set off with Coraden, carrying a milk bucket to the go-goat enclosure. Inside, 3 eager go-goats waited, each bending down compliantly for milking, then trotting off to enjoy their favorite grass dumplings. Nearby, Calyrex observed the scene thoughtfully, his gaze resting on the peaceful go-goats and the vibrant plant. He had thought this was just an ordinary ranch, but there seemed to be more here than met the eye. Everything in this place was brimming with mystery. After milking the 3 go-goats, Naoki headed to the hen house to collect the eggs laid the previous night. Then, he and Coraden went to the Pokémon house to gather the Moo milk collected by Miltank using automatic milking machines. They stored it in the warehouse alongside the go-goat milk, ready for Zack to pick up later that afternoon. During this time, the 2 Dragonites from Dragonite Island, along Dragonaires, arrived to help. Seeing Naoki, they all trotted over with cheerful greetings. Naoki welcomed each one warmly and watched as the 2 Dragonites took the milk from Sister NDD and flew off to make deliveries in town. Meanwhile, the 5 Dragonaires happily followed Naoki around the ranch. Wherever he went, they trailed right behind him. Naoki chuckled, thinking of them as his Dragonaire's entourage. Since it was winter, the pasture land was currently at rest, needing no watering. So, Naoki headed to the orchard in the southern part of the ranch with a Corviknight feather he'd brought back from the Galar region. During Naoki's absence, Tinkatuff had already finished forging its hammer. As Naoki arrived, he saw the Tinktuff examining its work, clearly unhappy with the results. Above, a small Minccino perched on a branch, nibbling on a berry. Not far off in the woods, a family of Tandemaus who had grown quite a bit since arriving played hide-and-seek among the thick fallen leaves. With these wild Pokémon now part of the ranch, the orchard felt more alive than ever. Naoki watched as the Tinkatuff frowned at its hammer. Naoki walked over and asked curiously, "Is it finished?" Hearing his voice, Tinkatuff and the Minccino sitting nearby looked up, their eyes lighting up as they saw Naoki approaching. Tinkatuff proudly raised the rough hammer it had crafted to. "Show him." Naoki examined the hammer and noticed its poor quality. It even had a few rusty spots. The subpar materials Tinkatuff had used were clearly to blame. Tinkatuff knew this too and seemed a bit downcast, realizing that if it had better materials, the hammer could be much stronger. Without a solid hammer, Tinkatuff felt a little insecure and it sighed, "Tough." Naoki smiled, then reached behind him and pulled out a box filled with glimmering black Corviknight feathers. "Tada! Look what I brought." Tinkatuff's eyes widened in disbelief. A whole box of feathers with a metallic gleam. These were the rare metal feathers from Corviknight, a material only the mightiest of Tinkaton from its tribe could collect. Tinkatuff remembered stories of the Tinkaton in its homeland who wielded powerful hammers crafted from such feathers. They'd even used these hammers to fend off Corviknight in the sky, collecting the metal feathers the birds shed when struck. In Tinkatuff's tribe, owning a hammer made from such sturdy metal was a lifelong dream for every young smith. Naoki knelt down and said, "These are for you." Tinkatuff blinked in awe. "Tough." Naoki continued with a warm smile. "Yes, these feathers are a special gift I brought back just for you. Now you can use them to make a hammer that's truly yours." Tough. Hearing this, Tinkatuff's eyes shimmered with gratitude. It was deeply moved by Naoki's kindness. Naoki, he really is the kindest human I've ever met. Not only had Naoki rescued them and provided food and shelter, but now he had also given it a precious box of corviknight feathers. Tinkatuff was so touched that she nearly cried. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Woo wow! No one had ever shown it such kindness before. Naoki looked a bit confused. All right, it's just a few feathers, he said with a gentle smile. I'm glad I could help. Besides, after you finish your hammer, I have another favor to ask. Could you help Palmot make a hammer that suits him? Hearing this, Tinkatuff quickly wiped away her tears and nodded with determination. With these corviknight feathers, it was going to forge the best hammer it could and present it to Naoki as thanks. With the precious feathers in hand, Tinkatuff waved goodbye to Naoki and its companion Minchino, heading off with newfound resolve to begin his work. Naoki watched her go, touched by the little Pokemon's dedication. He chuckled, thinking there truly were hard-working Pokemon everywhere. Just then, his gaze shifted, landing on the Minchino nearby, who had definitely put on some weight since last time. Naoki! Well, maybe not all Pokemon were as industrious. Naoki continued his stroll through the orchard, greeting familiar Pokemon like Tandemaus, Hoppip, and Fungus. He inspected their small wooden shelters to ensure everything was in good shape. Then he came to Slacketh, lounging comfortably in a bed of fallen leaves and nibbling a leaf. At first, nothing seemed amiss, until Koraidon let out a surprised cry. Aga, what is it? Naoki turned, following Koraidon's gaze to the Slacketh. It only took a second for Naoki to realize this Slacketh's fur had turned a light lavender. Lavender? Could it be a shiny Slacketh? That seemed impossible. He distinctly remembered this Slacketh as an ordinary one. Intrigued, Naoki approached and gently examined Slacketh's fur, noticing a small patch where the fur was shorter. It was the spot where its fur had once been burned. This was definitely the same Slacketh. The little guy hadn't been replaced. But why had its color suddenly changed? Could it be the painter Pokemon who dyed its fur? Curious, Naoki approached the painter Pokemon, Smeargle, who was busy creating colorful art on the trunk of a fruit tree, and asked, Smeargle, do you know why Slacketh's fur looks different? Smeargle looked momentarily puzzled before perking up with a cheerful Smear. It set down its brush, led Naoki over to Slacketh's tree, and pointed upward. Following Smeargle's gaze, Naoki noticed a pink fruit nestled quietly among the branches. A fruit he'd never seen before. Dye fruit, a special ingredient. When eaten, this fruit changes a Pokemon's color. It can be consumed raw or cooked for different effects. Naoki was stunned. Had this fruit mutated to produce such a unique effect? Thinking back, Naoki realized that the Go-Goats often came to this orchard, using their grass energy to help nourish the trees as they grew. Could that be why this strange fruit appeared here? Dye fruit. Could this mean I could create a shiny Pokemon effect? If Koraidon ate it, it might turn black. If Palmot tried it, maybe it would become an ultra rare pink Palmot. Naoki pictured a pink Palmot in his mind. The idea was irresistibly cute. He searched through the nearby trees, hoping to find more, but this seemed to be the only dye fruit available. The other one had already been eaten by Slacketh. Carefully, Naoki picked the remaining dye fruit and pocketed it. Just then, Sister Ndidi appeared, calling him to breakfast. Naoki thanked Smeargle and patted Slacketh before heading back to the house. Sitting at the breakfast table, he pondered who he might give the dye fruit to. Of course, I should ask the Pokemon first, Naoki mused, recalling that differently colored Pokemon could sometimes be viewed as outsiders by their peers. Should I offer it to Koraidon? He knew that Koraidon would likely accept without hesitation. With its confidence, it probably wouldn't mind standing out. But there was only one dye fruit, and once used, its effect would be permanent. Who knew when the tree would produce another one? After some thought, Naoki decided to put the fruit away until he could discuss it with his Pokemon. After breakfast, Naoki began roasting seeds, finishing them off with a drizzle of syrup to create a sweet, crispy flavor. As Naoki finished up his work, It was already 10 in the morning. Naoki munched on a few pieces of the freshly made seed crisps before heading to the ranch to find Calyrex to discuss the creation of a special field. Snow is due in about 2 weeks, and it'll be too cold for most crops to grow, so I thought I'd leave the fields until spring, Naoki explained. Calyrex looked at him, surprised that Naoki could now understand him. But why? He asked, puzzled. With my power, crops could flourish even in the coldest snowfields. Naoki chuckled. Honestly, I was hoping for a bit of a break. A break? Yeah, Naoki admitted. I've been busy in the fields from spring through fall. If I keep going through winter, I'd never have a moment to breathe. I think it's important to rest now, and then Calyrex nodded in understanding. Yes, that kind of work all year round can be exhausting. Naoki smiled and explained that he planned to save the main fields for seasonal crops. For the carrots that Glastrier and Spectrier loved, he planned to open a separate field. So, Naoki tapped on a mound beside the farmland. A Diglett soon poked its head out, looking up at Naoki with curious eyes. Could you help me make a couple of new fields here? Naoki asked. The Diglett gave a cheerful nod, diving underground to start digging. In no time, 2 neatly turned fields appeared, thanks to Diglett's efforts. Calyrex watched in awe, murmuring, "You really are cherished by all these Pokémon." Diglett, having finished its work, returned happily, and Naoki rewarded it with a treat. I give them food and shelter, and they help me with the ranch work. I suppose it's a kind of mutual care. It's more than that, Calyrex replied. They seem to genuinely care for you. Naoki smiled, then took the carrot seeds he'd prepared and planted them in the new fields. Calyrex then mounted Glastrier, channeling its ice energy into the left field. Frost quickly covered the soil, turning it into a perfect ice field. Afterward, the king teleported to Spectrier and infused the right field with ghostly energy, transforming the soil into a dark, misty ground. Finally, Calyrex unleashed a radiant blue light from the flower atop his head, which enveloped the 2 fields. Within moments, carrot sprouts broke through the soil, and as the light faded, the fields were brimming with fresh ice and shade root carrots. The Diglett watching nearby gasped in awe, its eyes wide. Glastrier snorted excitedly and trotted into the ice field to munch on the carrots, while Spectrier calmly began nibbling on the shade root carrots in its field. Seeing them both happily grazing, Naoki felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Now I can grow their carrots whenever they need. Calyrex gave a nod of approval before casting a thoughtful gaze toward the nearby pasture, where the go-goats tended a small, vibrant seedling. There's something else I've been curious about, he said. Naoki raised an eyebrow. What's that? Calyrex looked at the flourishing seedling, his expression intrigued. That sapling, I sense a remarkable life force in it. It feels as though the vitality of nature itself is within that. Naoki followed Calyrex's gaze to an open patch of grassland where a small, delicate sprout stood resiliently against the elements, barely emerging from the earth. Despite the chill of winter, the sapling retained its vibrant color, undaunted by fierce winds or heavy rains. World Tree Sapling, a young seedling that has absorbed a significant amount of grass energy. Due to the nurturing from the go-goats, it has undergone a unique transformation, harboring a vast vitality within. Estimated growth to maturity, another 99,995.5 years. That's the World Tree, Naoki explained with a smile. World Tree, Calyrex murmured, slightly taken aback. He shook his head thoughtfully. I've never heard of such a thing. The two walked closer to the sapling, and the trio of go-goats tending to it raised their heads to greet them. Boya, the tree's doing well, one of the go-goats bleated cheerfully. Thank you all for your dedication. Naoki patted its head, then began telling Calyrex about the World Tree's lore. There's said to be a fully grown World Tree in this world, often called the Tree of Beginning, the tree that birthed the world. Calyrex echoed thoughtfully. Naoki nodded, continuing, It's believed that the World Tree has been here since the dawn of time, sharing a bond with a Mew. Ancient Pokémon call a home, and together with the tree, they're protected by legendary guardians. The origins of the sapling, however, were harder to explain. Naoki pondered how best to share what he knew. Curious, Calyrex turned his gaze toward the sapling, feeling a deep sense of majesty and warmth. Overcome by curiosity, he closed his eyes and used his power to glimpse into the future. His eyes glowed softly with a faint blue light. Through a vision, Calyrex saw the future of the sapling, grown into a towering tree reaching far beyond the bounds of the ranch. So massive had it become that there seemed no room left on the ground for it. With a tremor of the earth, the tree rose skyward with a piece of the earth beneath it. Upon reaching a certain height, it floated there, suspended magically. In the future's dim light, Calyrex saw a variety of Pokémon gathered by the World Tree, including a beautiful bird Pokémon with golden red, flame-like feathers. Each feather radiated brilliant, rainbow-like colors, casting vibrant hues in the sunlight. Wherever it flew, a rainbow trailed behind. A mysterious, massive black dragon-like Pokémon with a majestic, dark, and powerful aura. It coiled gracefully atop the World Tree. Alongside it, a humanoid Pokémon with incredible psychic power and a long tail stood, glancing around, while a pink, kitten-like Pokémon and a playful, flying Teddiursa chased after it. As the blue glow faded from Calyrex's eyes, the future glimpse ended, and he could no longer see into that distant moment. Naoki, meanwhile, had decided how best to explain the origins of the sapling. To understand this, we should start with the special grass cake I created. He organized his thoughts, then continued. The grass cake has a unique effect. When a grass-type Pokémon eats it, it can enhance the growth of flowers, plants, and trees, even giving them a touch of magic. Grass cake, Calyrex considered, recalling the grass dumplings Naoki had offered before. Is it also made of grass? That's right, Naoki nodded. I can make one for you to try this afternoon. I look forward to it. Calyrex smiled. Naoki went on. This World Tree sapling started out as nothing more than a simple miracle seed. Are you familiar with miracle seeds? Calyrex shook his head. Naoki explained. They're seeds that contain special energy, boosting the power of grass. Type moves for any Pokémon that carries them. Calyrex was thoughtful for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the 3 go-goats grazing nearby. So, they buried these seeds in the soil, ate the grass cake, and used their energy to nurture them, causing the seeds to sprout into what we now see as the World Tree. Exactly, Naoki nodded, impressed by Calyrex's quick understanding. Calyrex possessed remarkable foresight, able to sense potential dangers and devise strategies well in advance. His wisdom and insight were unparalleled, far beyond what most human rulers could ever achieve. I understand the origins of this tree now, he said thoughtfully, but I can feel it's still in its infancy and will need a long time to reach full maturity. 100,000 years. The vast span of time weighed on Naoki's mind. If left to grow naturally, he realized he'd long be gone by the time the World Tree reached its full size. Just then, Calyrex's eyes lit up with excitement and resolve. In that case, allow me to help it along, he declared, his voice filled with anticipation. A powerful aura emanated from Calyrex, and with a sweeping gesture of his arms, he released a wave of energy. Although the force was immense, it felt gentle like a warm, refreshing spring breeze. Naoki watched as Calyrex conjured a radiant green orb of energy. With a wave of his hand, the orb expanded outward, sending waves of light rippling across the pasture. Under the gentle influence of this energy, the once withered grass burst back to life, and delicate yellow flowers bloomed vibrantly across the field. The light continued to spread, reaching the World Tree sapling and enveloping it. Calyrex then lifted his other hand, and instantly, the sapling began to grow. Fragile branches became strong, new green leaves unfurled, and the slender trunk grew taller and sturdier, transforming visibly before their eyes. Minutes passed, and Naoki noticed a dramatic change in the numbers representing the tree's growth timeline. World Tree Sapling. It has absorbed a great deal of grass energy and experienced a unique mutation, fostering extraordinary vitality. Estimated time until full maturity, 99,995 years, 99,970 years, 99,885 years, 99,600 years. The numbers tick down rapidly, eventually settling at 97,995 years. Naoki was awestruck. Calyrex had accelerated the growth by 2,000 years in just minutes. To think, the world tree might fully grow within my lifetime. Naoki thought, feeling a swell of gratitude as Calyrex lowered his... Naoki stepped closer and asked gently, "How are you feeling?" The look on Calyrex's face revealed his exhaustion. The life force within this world tree is far beyond anything I've encountered. With my strength, this is all I can manage for now. It will take me a month to fully recover from the energy I've spent. Hearing this, Naoki felt a pang of guilt. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to be so tired. But Calyrex shook his head, a warm light in his eyes as he replied, "Don't feel bad. This was my choice, and it's an honor to be part of something so meaningful." Calyrex. Naoki was deeply touched. He made a quick decision. He would prepare some nourishing treats for Calyrex to help him recover. Naoki then led Calyrex to the glass greenhouse for a well-deserved rest. The greenhouse was warm and inviting, filled with vibrant flowers on every stand, their gentle fragrance filling the air. Naoki had prepared the space carefully before winter, ensuring it was a cozy sanctuary. Against the left wall, a bookshelf held an assortment of books, and beneath it sat a plush sofa and a wooden coffee table. In the center, surrounded by the flowering plants, was an iron tea table. Calyrex settled beside the tea table, and Naoki served him a cup of sweet black tea and a few delicate treats to help restore his energy. As Calyrex gazed around, taking in the lush greenery and blossoms, he murmured with awe, "The ingenuity of humans never ceases to amaze me. To see flowers blooming in winter without my powers, it's truly remarkable." Naoki smiled, joining him at the table. Yes, the world keeps evolving. Who could have imagined that, thousands of years later, humans and Pokémon would share the bond they do? Today, yes, Calyrex took a sip of the sweet black tea. In a warm environment, surrounded by the fragrance of flowers, he felt both his body and mind relaxing. The Dragonaires followed Naoki into the flower room, curling up on the sofa with their white bellies exposed, clearly enjoying the cozy warmth. As Naoki watched, he calculated how long it would take for the world tree to grow. Calyrex could shorten the growth period by 2,000 years with each use of his power, but he would need a month to recover afterward. With 1 month equaling 2,000 years of growth, the 100,000-year timeline would require 50 months. With 12 months in a year, that meant the world tree would fully mature in about 4 years. With Calyrex's help, 4 years, Naoki was more than satisfied with that. Originally, he would have never seen the world tree grow to its full height within his lifetime. After a while, it seemed the Dragonaires had drifted off to sleep, curled up comfortably. The warm, peaceful environment was perfect for a nap, and the 5 Dragonaires were sleeping in a delightfully disorganized pile. Naoki didn't disturb them. He stood, quietly leaving the glass greenhouse. Back in the house, he took stock of the supplies and noticed that some seasonings and ingredients had been used up in his absence. Taking the opportunity, Naoki called over Cyclizer, hopped on, and rode to Kosaji Town. In town, people had already switched to warm winter clothes. Though it hadn't snowed yet, those more sensitive to the cold even had scarves on. After restocking daily essentials, Naoki visited the seed shop. The shop owner, Hugh, greeted him warmly. "Hey, Naoki, long time no see." Naoki smiled back. "I had some things to take care of, but now I'm back." "Ah, got it." Hugh nodded, understanding. "So, what seeds are you looking for this time?" "Carrot seeds, do you have any in stock?" Naoki asked, scanning the shelves. With the new ice and snow fields, as well as the ghost fields, Naoki no longer had to worry about food for the Glastrier and Spectrier. He could plant ordinary carrot seeds there, which would soon grow into ice root and shade root carrots, just what the two horses loved. Naoki also remembered Calyrex mentioning that he wanted to try carrots. Luckily, there were still several regular fields on the ranch where he could plant carrots for the Calyrex and experiment with different preparations to see if they had any special effects. When Naoki mentioned this to Hugh, the shop owner immediately replied, "Yes, of course." He left the counter and started gathering the seeds, expressing his gratitude to Naoki as he worked. "Thanks to you, my daughter Belle isn't afraid to leave the house anymore." Naoki was a bit surprised, but quickly recalled the shy girl who feared going outside, worried that something would harm her. He had suggested giving her a harmless Eevee egg so she could grow comfortable around Pokémon from an early age. "How's she doing now?" Naoki asked with genuine curiosity. Arrow beamed, explaining, "At first, Belle was very anxious, but after Eevee hatched, she started to come around. One day, Eevee accidentally wandered outside, and Belle worked up the courage to go after it. In a way, Eevee's been her little hero, helping her overcome her fears." "That's wonderful to hear," Naoki replied with a smile, picturing the scene. A girl once so afraid of Pokémon finally healed through her bond with one, a truly heartwarming outcome. After purchasing the seeds, Naoki said his goodbyes and headed toward the cabin that Kelly had built near the edge of the forest. When he arrived, he found Kelly inside, sketching designs for a new house on a large notepad. Hearing movement behind her, Kelly turned around and greeted him with surprise. "Well, look who it is. It's been a while since we've had a visit from you." Naoki gave a slight nod, as Kelly continued with a smile. "So, what can I help you with this time?" "I'm looking to build a couple of spacious stables," Naoki replied simply. Kelly raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Stables? Did you catch a horse Pokémon? What kind is it? A Mudsdale or perhaps a Rapidash?" Naoki smiled mysteriously. "Neither." Kelly frowned thoughtfully, trying to guess. "Could it be a Galarian Slowpoke?" Naoki laughed. "Slowpoke isn't exactly rideable. As for what kind of Pokémon it is, you'll just have to wait until you come to the ranch." "All right, keeping secrets, are we?" Kelly chuckled and let it go. She walked over to her designs and held up two stable plans. "Take a look and see which one you prefer." Naoki stepped forward, examining both designs. The first was a large, connected stable with ample space, designed to house several horse Pokémon together. The second design was a cozy, individual stable, a bit like a hut, perfect for housing a single horse Pokémon comfortably. This first design, Kelly explained, is usually for larger ranches with multiple horse Pokémon all sharing the same stable area. Naoki shook his head. "Let's skip the first one. Since Glastrier and Spectrier weren't exactly close and had such different temperaments, one calm, the other fiery, they wouldn't be suited to living together." "Then the second design it is," Kelly continued. "It's spacious on the inside and has a thick hay bed, ideal for keeping a horse Pokémon warm and comfortable." Naoki nodded, satisfied. "Yes, let's go with the second one. I'll need two of them." "Two stables, huh?" Kelly asked, intrigued. "So, two Pokémon?" Naoki nodded in confirmation. "All right then," Kelly said, curiosity piqued but without pressing further. "How about I head over to your ranch this afternoon to check everything out?" "Perfect." With their plans set for the afternoon, Naoki hopped on a cyclizer and headed back to the ranch. After returning to the ranch, Calyrex and Dragonairs were still fast asleep. Taking advantage of the quiet, Naoki worked in the garden, tilling the soil and planting the carrot seeds he had bought. Noticing that the ice carrot and shade root carrots in the field were nearly devoured by the hungry Glastrier and Spectrier, he went ahead and planted more carrot seeds. This time, there was no need for Calyrex's powers to accelerate their growth. They would grow steadily in their own time. When everything was finished, it was already noon, and Sister and Ed had prepared a warm lunch. The chill outside melted away as Naoki stepped into the cozy room, where the fireplace crackled, filling the space with warmth. He let out a sigh of comfort as he slipped into his cotton slippers and looked around. Brother NDD and Palmot, who had both slept through the morning, were already up, standing in the living room with sheepish expressions. "Why are you two just standing there? Come over and eat," Naoki called out casually, pretending not to notice their sleepy faces. The Pokémon perked up with cheerful cries and dashed over to their table. As they ate, Naoki's mind drifted to the thought of a cute pink Palmot, and he couldn't help but ask with a grin, "Palmot, how would you feel about changing your fur?" "Palmo, what?" Palmot looked startled, eyes wide. It remembered a late-night movie it had watched with Glacian and Alchemy while Naoki was away. The main characters were a group of Pikachu who lived happily together in a forest, until an evil spirit appeared one day. This spirit, as the movie went, was a Pokémon whose fur had been stolen by a villain long ago. Now, it wandered the forest, filled with resentment, asking every Pokémon if they'd seen its missing fur. No matter what they answered, the spirit would strip the fur from any Pokémon it found, leaving only fear and terror in its wake. The Pikachu in the movie didn't escape either and lost their beautiful fur to the spirit's curse. Whenever he thought of that movie, Palmot still felt chills down his spine. And now, Naoki was asking him the very same question. Could it be that Naoki had become the demon? Palmot equals. Naoki noticed Palmot's shocked expression and asked, puzzled, "What's with that look on your face?" In response, the Pokémon group eagerly recounted the story of a wicked midnight demon that specialized in stealing the fur of Pokémon. "How awful!" Naoki exclaimed, pounding the table as he stood up in indignation. Palmot and Alchemy huddled together, nodding. "Paymo, exactly. No way. I need to report this. That's not just a movie, that's a Pokémon horror classic," Naoki declared. He resolved to stay up one night to investigate, curious to see just how intense this movie really was. Palmot and the others were still visibly shaken, and even Dragonite shuddered at the memory of the chilling scenes. Cyclizer, who hadn't seen the movie, looked completely lost, while Koraidon gave a resigned sigh. "Aga," Koraidon muttered. Seeing the Pokémon's genuine fear, Naoki softened. "There's no need to worry. It's just a movie. When I say change your fur, I don't mean taking it off. I just mean changing the color." Palmot looked uncertain. "Paymo," Naoki encouraged him. "Do you want to give it a try?" Seeing Naoki's excited expression, Palmot felt a spark of curiosity and decided to go along with it. "Great!" As lunch was wrapping up, Naoki placed a dyed fruit in front of Palmot. Palmot eyed the sweet, fragrant fruit that looked a lot like a berry. Taking a big bite, he finished it quickly. Within moments, his orange coat began to shift, slowly turning into an adorable shade of pink. The Pokémon watching nearby gasped with delight, some expressing envy, others charmed by Palmot's new look. Palmot looked down at his new pink fur, feeling a little unsure at first. But as he noticed the bright, admiring looks from everyone around him, he started to feel a bit bashful, standing on the sofa, slightly dizzy from all the attention. Alchemy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Among the family, she had always loved pink things the most. And now, seeing Palmot looking as pink and soft as whipped cream, she couldn't resist. She wanted to look that way too. She turned to Naoki with hopeful eyes. Naoki thought about Alchemy's usual color, a soft pinkish cream that matched her joyful personality perfectly. But if you eat that fruit, it might change you to a color that's a bit unexpected, Naoki explained gently. Upon hearing this, Alchemy's excitement dimmed, her bright eyes losing a bit of their spark. She reconsidered, deciding that maybe her current color suited her just fine after all. Naoki chuckled and reassured her. "Honestly, you look perfect in your current color." Cheered by Naoki's words, Alchemy smiled, content with her natural look. Meanwhile, Dragonite watched Palmot's transformation thoughtfully. He remembered a pink Dragonair back on Dragonite Island and thought, maybe Naoki really loves this color. If I turned pink too, maybe Naoki would never look at another Dragonite again. With this amusing idea in mind, Dragonite trotted up to Naoki and looked at him eagerly. "Oh, whoa," Naoki chuckled, guessing his meaning even without a translator. "So you want to change color too?" Dragonite nodded enthusiastically. Oh, the thought of a Dragonite turning into a pastel pink one filled Naoki's mind, and he wasn't quite sure what to say. After a pause, he decided to give the Pokémon a bit of insight into the world of differently colored Pokémon. Shiny Pokémon are truly special. They're incredibly rare, so rare, in fact, that only 1 out of thousands, sometimes even tens of thousands, is born with a different color. Just like its name, a shiny Pokémon's coloring is very different from others in its species, Naoki explained with a smile. So far, you've probably seen one shiny Pokémon, the pink Dragonair, the Pokémon around him immediately remembered the group of Dragonairs who often came to play, recalling that one of them was indeed a unique shade of pink. Naoki continued, different shiny Pokémon have different colors. For example, shiny Teddiursa is green. A wolf Dragonite asked eagerly, clearly wanting to know what its shiny color would be. Naoki picked up a green vegetable leaf and held it up. It would be this green color. A woof. Dragonite made a noise of distaste, clearly unimpressed, and quickly lost all interest in changing its color. Naoki chuckled and continued, listing colors for shiny Dolive. It's golden yellow. Butterfree has pinkish purple wings with green eyes, Cyclizer is a silver gray, and Koraidon has a gold shade with gray accent. With all eyes on him, Naoki glanced around at his audience of curious Pokémon. Got it. All the Pokémon nodded in understanding. Naoki smiled. The fruit that Pawmot ate is something called dye fruit, which grows in our orchard. If more fruits like this grow, you can try them out for yourselves. One bite changes your color, and if you decide to go back to your original look, a second fruit will restore it. In the afternoon, Kelly drove over to help Naoki with the stable construction. As she pulled up, her gaze landed on a pink Pawmot happily zooming around the ranch with a small cape fluttering behind it. Kelly blinked, surprised. Is that Pawmot pink? Naoki laughed. It ate a fruit called the dye fruit, which can change the color of Pokémon. Oh, I see. At the sound of their voices, Pawmot turned and trotted over cheerfully. Kelly's eyes sparkled at the sight of the pink Pawmot, who looked like an adorable plush toy come to life. She found herself instinctively reaching out to pet it, but quickly caught herself, looking slightly embarrassed. I'm sorry, I've just never seen Pawmot like this before. Naoki smiled, scooping Pawmot up and giving its little paw a gentle squeeze. Paymo, Pawmot cooed happily. Isn't it adorable? Naoki asked. Absolutely, Kelly replied, unable to take her eyes off Pawmot. Completely adorable. Pawmot let out a playful cry. Naoki smiled, thinking that Pawmot's adorable appearance might have some surprising advantages in battles. Anyone meeting Pawmot for the first time would likely think it was just a cute, soft, and harmless Pokémon. But in truth, Pawmot could wield a hammer with sparks and lightning, striking down opponents with incredible strength. Tinkatuff was already hard at work forging a special hammer for Pawmot, using Corviknight feathers that were highly conductive. With this hammer, Pawmot would soon reach its full potential, practically becoming a little Thunder Lord on the ranch. Naoki gave Pawmot a gentle pat. All right, go have some fun. Pawmot let out a joyful cry and bounded off. Kelly's gaze lingered on Pawmot as it trotted away. After a moment, she snapped out of her daze, finally remembering the main reason she'd come. Looking around, she asked, Have you decided where to set up the stables? Naoki nodded, leading her to the side of the house and pointing to an open area. Let's set them up here. It'll be easy to access when we head out. Having so many Mount Pokémon now, Naoki sometimes found it hard to decide who to take on his outings. But building the stables close to the house would keep all his companions nearby. Sound good? Kelly rolled up her sleeves and got to work while her ma camp moved the tools and wood from her truck. Soon, the steady sound of hammering and construction filled the air. The stable was a relatively small project, one they expected to finish within a few hours. Meanwhile, Naoki wandered around the ranch, noticing that he hadn't seen Glastria and Spectria around. After a bit of searching, he found the two of them by the river in the orchard, drinking from the cool, clear water. Just then, Calyrex appeared beside the two horses, joining them for a drink. Noticing Calyrex, Naoki approached with a smile. I didn't want to wake you, so I prepared some extra food for you, he said kindly. Calyrex gave a gracious nod and replied, Calyrex, in his usual cheerful tone. Naoki blinked. Oops, he realized he'd once again lost the ability to understand the Calyrex words. It wasn't a huge issue to keep eating seeds for translation, but Naoki thought it would be. Amazing if Calyrex could use telepathy. Unfortunately, he didn't have that skill. Naoki took a deep breath, and as he pondered, a thought suddenly struck him about the Calyrex's abilities. As everyone knew, Calyrex was a grass and psychic-type Pokémon. Given that some psychic Pokémon naturally had telepathic abilities, could it be possible for Calyrex to learn telepathy? Curious, Naoki looked over at Calyrex. Noticing Naoki's intent gaze, Calyrex tilted his head with a puzzled expression. Calyrex, have you ever heard of the ability called telepathy? Naoki asked. Telepathy? Calyrex seemed confused and shook his head, indicating he'd never heard of it. Naoki explained, it's an ability where you don't need to speak aloud or use a medium. You can directly communicate your thoughts to another person and understand theirs in return. He thought of the Pokémon in the anime who had mastered this skill and tried to guess at the mechanics behind it. Basically, you use your psychic powers to send your thoughts directly to the other person's mind, and then use those same powers to sense their thoughts. It allows you to talk without actually speaking. Psychic abilities were indeed mysterious and powerful. If anyone was a master of them, it was Mutewo. In the anime, Mutewo could probe deeply into a person's memories, even altering them or planting false ones. It could even erase specific memories if it wanted to. Calyrex listened intently, contemplating the idea. He opened his mouth as if to say something, then hesitated, closing it again. Telepathic communication? It was a new concept, and one the Calyrex hadn't tried or even considered before. In the past, whenever the Calyrex needed to communicate with humans, he would usually channel his thoughts through a human voice. But now, Calyrex closed his eyes, focusing carefully as he began to explore the method Naoki had described. He gathered his psychic powers, wrapped his thoughts within them, and sent them gently into Naoki's mind. A moment later, Naoki heard the Calyrex's voice, clear and warm, in his thoughts. Is this how it works? Naoki's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly. Yes, exactly. As expected of a wise Pokémon, Calyrex had mastered it right away. I see. So that's how it's done. It's truly remarkable. I never realized I could communicate with humans in this way. This opens up so many possibilities, Calyrex said telepathically, marveling at the discovery. Seeing that Calyrex had learned telepathy, Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. His sore mouth from all the translation seeds could finally get some rest. Turning to more practical matters, Naoki continued, I've invited someone from town to help. Build a stable for Spectrier and Glastrier. After it's done, you can let me know if it feels right for them. Yes, Calyrex responded, nodding gently as he gazed lovingly at his two loyal horses. My beloved horses are used to the vast, icy plains. But here is comfortable. I can sense they've taken a liking to your ranch. Naoki looked over at Spectrier and Glastrier. At this stage, his bond with Glastrier was clearly stronger, as the ice horse was especially fond of the ice carrots he'd grown. Spectrier, on the other hand, was a bit more reserved. As Naoki's gaze fell on Spectrier, he found the spirit horse looking back at him with a pair of soft, soulful eyes. Naoki and the horse exchanged a warm glance before he chuckled and said, Oh, I almost forgot. I've got grass cakes baking at home. I'll go get them. You can wait for me in the glass greenhouse. Calyrex nodded graciously, and Naoki headed inside, retrieving the fresh grass cake from the oven. As he held the cake, information about its effects appeared in his mind. Grass cake, a cake crafted with ripe summer grass, flour, moo milk, and whipped cream from alchemy. Cooking effect, 1,000 changes. When given to a grass-type Pokémon, there's a small chance that crops grown with its grass energy may undergo unique mutations. Evaluation. This cake blends various flavors perfectly, beloved by grass-type Pokémon. The Pokémon that enjoys it may even express their gratitude in surprising ways. Naoki brought the cake, black tea, and tea set over to the greenhouse. As he arrived, he noticed Sinistia and Polteageist drifting in after him, following curiously. When he opened the door, he saw the Calyrex already seated at the iron tea table. Naoki set the grass cake on the table and was about to pour 2 cups of black tea when Sinistia and Polteageist floated toward the table. Curious, Naoki asked, "You want some too?" Polteageist shook its head, smiling happily from within its teapot. It loved the cozy atmosphere of the greenhouse and appreciated Naoki's tea, which made it feel truly content. Now, I wanted to share its own carefully brewed black tea with Calyrex and Naoki. Polteageist twirled around the teacups on the table, filling each with a fragrant, clear purple tea. Once the Calyrex cups were full, Polteageist joyfully danced among the flowers, inviting Naoki and to try it with a cheerful boo. Calyrex was pleasantly surprised, quickly realizing Polteageist's intention. He explained to Naoki, "This little one is inviting us to try its own tea." Naoki's eyebrows raised in delight. He understood what a special gesture this was. Polteageist's tea was renowned for its distinct flavor and aroma, a rare treasure not often shared. Typically, Polteageist kept its tea to itself, and any attempt to drink it would result in Polteageist spraying an unpleasant tea into the intruder's mouth. This unwilling tea would leave anyone chilled to the bone. But now, Polteageist was openly inviting them to taste it. This heartfelt gesture showed that Polteageist had started to trust him and Calyrex. Naoki smiled, touched by this adorable display of friendship. In a flower-filled room, as warm and inviting as spring itself, Naoki and Calyrex lifted their teacups under Polteageist and Sinistia's eager gaze, ready to savor its brew. The purple liquid in their cups shimmered, clear and vibrant like a pool of lilac spring water. Naoki leaned in, inhaling the unique, refreshing fragrance of the tea. He raised the cup to his lips, took a careful sip, and felt an immediate wave of delight as the rich flavor washed over him. It was like stepping into a dream world, with each sip whisking him away to a realm of bliss. Naoki's eyes brightened with delight, and he couldn't help but think of Polteageist's potential as a perfect companion for brewing specialty tea. Although it couldn't directly transform tea leaves into a beverage, its unique energy elevated the tea's quality and taste to an extraordinary level. Curious about Calyrex's reaction, Naoki glanced over. Seated among the flowers, Calyrex sipped from the teacup with elegance, eyes closed, savoring the taste slowly. After a thoughtful pause, Calyrex opened his eyes and regarded Polteageist warmly. "Your tea truly is extraordinary and experience beyond compare," he said. Polteageist's eyes sparkled with joy at Calyrex's words, and it turned its gaze to Naoki, who nodded with a smile. "I've never tasted tea quite like this. It's wonderful." Overjoyed, Polteageist began to spin in excited circles, its happiness contagious. Sinistia, sensing Polteageist's delight, joined in, swaying along in a playful dance behind it. Naoki and Calyrex shared a smile at the sight, their hearts warmed by the cheerful display. Then, Naoki gently pushed a plate with a slice of grass cake toward Calyrex. "Would you like to try it?" Calyrex looked down at the slice of cake, which gave off a pleasant aroma, a blend of fresh grass and subtle sweetness. Following Naoki's example, he used a silver knife to cut a small piece, carefully picking it up with a fork and tasting it thoughtfully. The cake's flavor surprised him. The fresh essence of grass was softened by the sweetness of cream and caramel, creating a delightful harmony. It even contained a faint hint of grass-type energy, making it irresistibly appealing to any grass-type Pokémon. Calyrex took another small bite, clearly enjoying it even more than the carrots offered by his loyal followers long ago. "This is the most delicious dessert I've ever had," Calyrex praised, his tone warm and grateful. Naoki laughed with delight. "That's great." Calyrex, looking thoughtful, asked, "You mentioned earlier that the grass cake allows the one who eats it to influence the crops they nurture. Does that mean I also have this ability now?" Naoki considered it carefully, then replied, "Logically, yes." He double-checked the effects of the grass cake, and, seeing no restrictions for legendary Pokémon, nodded in confirmation. "Yes, you do." Calyrex's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Could it work on these flowers as well?" Naoki nodded again. "Yes, it should." With a hint of excitement, Calyrex said, "I'd like to try it out." Naoki hesitated, concerned. "Won't that take too much of your energy?" Calyrex shook his head, smiling warmly. "My strength is sustained by belief, and I can feel that this land is filled with faith. With my loyalty by my side, I recover quickly. It's why I was able to regain my energy in just a month." He continued, "The energy needed to make flowers bloom is entirely different from what's required to nurture the world tree. I can make the entire pasture bloom with flowers with just a thought." Naoki understood now. Caring for the world tree took 90% of Calyrex's energy, while making flowers bloom in a smaller area would only require a tiny fraction, about 0.5%. "Well, shall we give it a try?" Naoki asked, feeling just as curious. Calyrex nodded with a gentle smile. He floated gracefully from the wrought iron tea table into the air, facing the flowers that had not yet fully bloomed, and gently waved his right hand. At that moment, a breathtaking sight unfolded. In the expansive greenhouse, every flower and plant, whether potted or hanging from racks, blossomed in vibrant, full blooms simultaneously, filling the space with color and fragrance. Calyrex lowered his hand and turned back to Naoki with a serene expression. "How's that?" Naoki beamed. "Let me take a closer look." Naoki began to search among the flower stands, his eyes scanning the newly bloomed flowers. "Rose, no," he murmured. "Peony, no. Pansy, no." After circling the greenhouse, Naoki's eyes finally settled on a peculiar rose that stood out from the rest, glowing softly with a delicate, moonlit sheen. Moon Rose, a rose that evolved under the influence of grass energy. Once an ordinary red rose, it now holds the power of the moon. When incorporated into food, it grants the food a moonstone effect. As Naoki paused to admire it, Calyrex, Sinistia, Polteageist, and Butterfree fluttered over to investigate. Calyrex took one look at the rose and knew instantly. "Is this the one?" Naoki nodded. "It's transformed from an ordinary red rose into a moon rose. If used in cooking, it could give the food special effects." Ideas sprang to Naoki's mind. Rose pastries, flower cakes, rose jam, and perhaps a few unique dishes to experiment with. As for the moonstone effect, it likely mirrored the moonstone's ability to help certain Pokémon evolve. Sadly, there were no Pokémon on the ranch who could make use of it just yet. Calyrex marveled, glancing down at his hands. "It's incredible to wield such a power." Just then, Kelly's voice called from outside. "Naok, are you?" "The greenhouse? The stables are ready. Bring your 2 or S over. Take A. Look." Naoki turned to Calyrex with a smile. "Looks like the stable is finished." Calyrex nodded warmly. "I'll join you to see where my loyal steeds will be staying." As they stepped out of the greenhouse together, Naoki noticed 2 workers loading up construction tools and spare wood while Kelly was busy making final adjustments to the stable. When she saw Naoki approach, she looked up, grinning. "All done. Come check it out." But the moment her eyes fell on Calyrex floating beside Naoki, Kelly froze. A series of memories flashed through her mind. The time Naoki had invited the townsfolk to his ranch to taste giant watermelons, and a special tour he gave, showing them a statue he'd called the King of Bountiful Harvest. During the autumn Thanksgiving season, Mayor Thomas had placed a large statue of the King of Bountiful Harvests in the town square. At Kelly's home, handmade wood carvings she created lined the shelves, each sold to the townsfolk. That familiar, dignified presence, with a flowing royal cloak, noble gaze, and slender, regal form. The Pokémon floating beside Naoki was unmistakably the King of Bountiful Harvests. The realization hit her like a thunderbolt. Kelly's eyes widened as she said, at the majestic figure in awe. "Oh my goodness," she gasped. She recalled Naoki's tales about the legendary king of bountiful harvests, and now that very Pokémon was here at his ranch. Had Naoki somehow befriended it? "Kelly," Naoki called, seeing her stunned expression. Kelly snapped out of her daze, noticing the king of bountiful harvests looking at her, even offering a gentle smile. Are you really the king of bountiful harvests?" she asked, still in disbelief. The king of bountiful harvests nodded slightly, answering telepathically, "Yes, I am." "Oh my." Kelly's shock deepened, and she looked over at Naoki for reassurance. Is he really speaking to me?" Naoki chuckled. "Yes, he is." "Take a breath." Kelly, no need to be so surprised. Realizing her reaction, Kelly took a deep breath to steady herself. Naoki explained, "The king of bountiful harvest will be staying here on my ranch from now on." Naoki had actually befriended a legendary Pokémon. Kelly couldn't believe it. As she gathered her thoughts, she remembered Naoki's recent trip. "So that journey, you went to find the king of bountiful harvests." Naoki nodded with a smile. "Exactly." At that moment, the king of bountiful harvests turned to call forth his trusted steeds, Glastrier and Spectrier. In response, the two horses trotted over from different parts of the ranch, each exuding its distinct aura. Kelly looked at the two majestic horse Pokémon she had never seen before. After a moment, she asked, "Are these the two Pokémon you brought back?" Glastrier and Spectrier, the icy and ghostly steeds, trotted up to the king of bountiful harvests, glancing curiously at the unfamiliar human. Naoki nodded and replied, "Yes, they're the loyal steeds of the king of bountiful harvests. They've come to stay here at the ranch alongside him." The legendary horses of the king of bountiful harvests. Kelly was taken aback. It all started to make sense. Naoki walked over to inspect the two spacious stables, explaining to Kelly, "The one on the left is for Spectrier, and the one on the right is for Glastrier." According to Galarian legend, the king of bountiful harvests once rode these Pokémon across the lands of Galar, the beloved steeds of a legendary king. Kelly murmured, still a bit dazed. No wonder these magnificent Pokémon were unfamiliar. They were the royal companions of the king himself. After her initial awe, Kelly gradually regained her composure and turned her attention to the stables. "This is the largest stable design we have, perfect for Glastrier and Spectrier," she explained. "The wooden walls keep out the wind and rain, and there's room for soft hay in the back, making a cozy place for them to rest." Naoki nodded, recalling the haystack he'd prepared with Koraidon the previous autumn. There would be plenty to keep the stables comfortable. Pointing to the front of the stables, Kelly continued, "Here's the food trough and water." "Trough." Just add their food and water, and they can eat comfortably without needing to leave. "The stable." "That sounds perfect," Naoki agreed, clearly pleased with the setup. He was sure Spectrier and Glastrier would appreciate their new home, especially since they had endured the harsh, cold-crowned shrine in the past. The stable offered warmth and comfort. By comparison, the wide pasture gave them plenty of space to run freely and enjoy the carrots during the day, while at night they could rest on soft, warm hay in their cozy new stables. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading off. A leaf from Cherry Orchard ordered a wine rack for my shop yesterday, and I need to deliver it to him," said Kelly. "All right." Naoki nodded, watching Kelly leave the ranch. The evening was setting in. Naoki, along with Koraidon, grabbed a pitchfork and loaded a cart full of hay from the haystack, then spread it evenly across the stable floors. Afterward, he fetched fresh water, pouring it into the troughs, and finally added a small pile of berries and the remaining ice and shade root carrots. With that, the stables for Spectrier and Glastrier were ready. "Go on, try it out. Pick whichever space you like best," Naoki said, standing alongside Koraidon and the king of bountiful harvests as they looked at the two horses. Hearing this, Spectrier and Glastrier exchanged a silent look before each trotted into a separate stable, choosing their spaces without fuss. Naoki was pleasantly surprised. He'd half expected a bit of rivalry over the stables, but the two seemed to have an unspoken understanding, each settling into its own space. It made sense, though these two had been companions for centuries and knew each other's temperaments well. In the soft glow of dusk, the two steeds stood in their stables, happily munching on the fruits and carrots. The king of bountiful harvests looked on with a warm expression. "They're pleased with the home you've made for them," he said. "That's what matters most," Naoki replied, smiling as he glanced up at the sunset and breathed a sigh of contentment. With Glastrier and Spectrier finally settled, he could relax and look forward to the season ahead. It was now November, and snow would likely blanket the ranch in a few weeks. By then, he and the Pokémon would be building snowmen and having snowball fights across the fields. For now, though, it was time to prepare dinner. Naoki returned to the glass greenhouse, picking the moon rose to try his hand at making flower cakes for the Pokémon to enjoy. But just as he was about to head indoors, a purple vortex suddenly appeared in the lake on the ranch grounds. The air shifted as a portal opened, and the king of bountiful harvests immediately tensed, his expression serious as he called out, "Who goes there?" Naoki recognized the visitor and shook his head with a reassuring smile. "It's all right. It's just a Pokémon from another dimension." Hearing this, the king of bountiful harvests relaxed, his gaze softening as he trusted Naoki's calm assurance. Naoki remembered that Giratina, with its reverse temperament, had once asked him to plant some flowers in the reverse world. Now that the king of bountiful harvests was at the ranch, Naoki wondered if his power could help seeds in the reverse world grow quickly. This calls for a little experiment, Naoki thought. But Giratina in its regular form was still a bit dangerous, prone to a volatile temper and not the easiest to negotiate with. If he wanted to work with it, he'd first have to coax it into a more agreeable mood. Fortunately, there was still some water of the distortion world left in the refrigerator. First, Naoki offered a few gifts into the lake's mirror-like surface, preparing to bring some reverse-style treats along for his visit to the distortion world tomorrow. Perhaps he could even make a small backyard there, turning a patch of Giratina's domain into a unique garden. Since the ranch's lake was connected to that world, visiting it would be easy and convenient. Making flower cakes wasn't too complicated, but with only one moon rose and so many Pokémon on the ranch, Naoki needed more ingredients to make enough for everyone. To ensure that every Pokémon could have a piece, he headed to the glass greenhouse and picked a basket full of flowers, nearly clearing out all the edible blooms in the greenhouse. Butterfree and Combi watched him with teary eyes, looking sorrowfully at the petals he collected. Naoki paused, feeling a bit guilty. Just then, Calyrex, watching with an amused smile, raised a hand. Instantly, vibrant flowers bloomed on the bare stems, restoring the garden to its full glory. Butterfree and the Combi buzzed happily, gazing at Calyrex with admiration. "Free," Butterfree chirped, clearly impressed. "So amazing. Buzz buzz," Combi added. With a calm smile, Calyrex gracefully picked up a teacup and sipped his black tea, the very picture of elegance. Butterfree and Combi, completely captivated, flitted around him joyfully. Naoki sighed in relief. It was great having Calyrex around. With a grateful nod to Calyrex, he returned to the kitchen with his basket of flowers. "Aye, what are all these flowers for?" asked Sister and DD, peeking curiously into the basket. Naoki chuckled. "I'm going to try making flower cakes, though it's my first attempt. I'll have to see if my method is right." The process started with making rose jam, the key ingredient for the cakes. However, true rose jam required a month of fermenting before it would be ready to use, which meant that the flower cakes would have to wait a little while. After some thought, Naoki decided to begin with the jam. Carefully, he separated the petals, washed them, and let them dry. Once ready, he mixed the petals with sugar, gently pressing them together. Naoki carefully poured the rose petals into a glass jar, added a layer of honey to seal them, and then securely closed the jar. Now, all that was left was to wait for the petals to ferment. He ended up making 3 jars of rose jam in total. As he looked at them, an informational prompt appeared in his mind. "Unfinished rose jam. a jam made from freshly picked rose petals, with 30 days left to ferment. Just as I thought. 30 days to ferment, Naoki murmured to himself. He placed the jars in a cool, dark corner of the kitchen to let them ferment naturally. Next, Naoki retrieved the frozen water of the distortion world from the refrigerator. He thawed the ice, brought it to a boil, and used it to brew tea. The reversal series of dishes he was preparing had 3 types: heart, body, and technique. To calm the fiery temperament of Giratina, he would need to use a heart infusion. After brewing 3 pots of black tea, Naoki finally achieved the desired result. Reversal black tea heart. A black tea brewed with water from the distortion world and tea leaves. Effect: reverses traits. Upon consumption, the hearts of humans and Pokémon may be reversed. Kindness becomes cruelty, timidity becomes bravery, selfishness becomes generosity, and vice versa. Note: handle with caution. Perfect. Now I'll just need to add it to tomorrow's offerings for Giratina, Naoki planned thoughtfully. He mentally mapped out the next steps. First, he would use the tea to reverse Giratina's personality, making it more receptive. Then he would bring Calyrex and Coraidon into the distortion world. Once there, he'd search for suitable land to plant seeds and use Calyrex's powers to nurture them. If the seeds grew, it would confirm that crops could flourish in Giratina's realm. And so, Naoki could fulfill the task Giratina had given him to transform the barren distortion world into a vibrant green haven. For a farmer, turning a desolate world into a land brimming with flowers and greenery would be deeply fulfilling. The next morning, after completing his daily chores on the ranch, Naoki shared his plan with Calyrex. Yesterday, you saw that Pokémon from another world, a shadowy realm filled with floating islands, barren and devoid of life. It's a place that feels heavy with destruction. I stumbled into that world by accident once and met a Pokémon named Giratina. It has a surprising love for flowers and asked if I could plant some in its world. But that world is different. It exists as a shadowy counterpart to ours, where there's no sunlight, no real soil, just shadows everywhere. So, we'll need to check if we can even plant seeds there. Hearing this, Calyrex nodded thoughtfully. I see. I'm happy to lend a hand, especially if it brings a bit of life and beauty to such a place. While Giratina's presence had indeed felt powerful and intense, Calyrex was sure that any Pokémon with a fondness for flowers couldn't be all bad. With Calyrex's agreement, Naoki smiled brightly. Then I'll trust you with this task. Naoki, however, was careful not to rush into the distortion world too quickly. He hadn't forgotten how Giratina had nearly pelted him with its fierce attacks last time. To avoid that, Naoki went to the ranch lake with his carefully prepared offering infused with the reverse black tea. Sure enough, as if Giratina had sensed him from across dimensions, a purple vortex began to swirl over the lake, forming an entryway to its world. Naoki tossed the tribute into the vortex and waited by the lake. After a moment, a calm, inviting voice echoed from the whirlpool. My friends, you may enter. The reversal had worked. Naoki stood up, giving a nod to Calyrex and Coraidon. Then, climbing onto Coraidon's back, he rode forward with Calyrex following, and together they leaped into the glowing purple vortex. In the desolate space of floating islands, a massive Pokémon with golden eyes and a pure white, ethereal body marked by blue stripes hovered slowly in the void. Meet you, said Giratina, its expression oddly friendly for its usually grim demeanor. Naoki blinked. He still wasn't quite used to this newly amiable Giratina. After a moment's pause, he responded, I think I've figured out a way to plant flowers here, just as you asked. Before. Oh, truly. Giratina sounded pleasantly surprised. Is there anything I need to do? Naoki shook his head. Just, maybe don't try to attack us. With Giratina's approval, Naoki, riding atop Coraidon and joined by Calyrex, moved to a smaller floating island. Giratina floated behind, its immense form casting a calm, yet curious gaze over Naoki's work below. What exactly are you doing? Digging around in the dirt like you did in your world? Giratina asked. Naoki chuckled. It's called farming, he explained, inspecting the ground beneath him. The soil on the island was a hard, reddish-brown, not exactly the best for planting. Naoki tried digging into it with a small hoe, but the soil was clumpy and resistant to farming. After some thought, Naoki decided it was time to call in a little help. He sent Kureiden back to the ranch to fetch Diglett. Rayo dash, Kureiden chirped happily, dashing off and returning in record time with Diglett, who wobbled nervously at the sight of Giratina. Squeak! Diglett's eyes widened as it sensed Giratina's imposing presence and quickly hid. Behind Kureiden, shivering. Rayo, Kureiden nudged it gently, coaxing Diglett forward. Naoki reassured Diglett with a gentle smile. Don't worry, it's all right. I brought you here to help tidy up the land. Hearing this, Diglett glanced nervously at Giratina. Squeak! Seeing that Giratina had no intention of attacking, Diglett felt a bit more at ease. With determination, it burrowed into the soil, tilling the ground efficiently. As Diglett worked, the soil softened noticeably, ready for planting. Looks like we're good to start planting, Naoki thought happily. Since this was a test run, he hadn't brought many seeds, just a few leftover berry cores. He was just about to plant them when he sensed a shift in Giratina's aura. Turning around, he saw Giratina's eyes had returned to a fierce blood red, with its body stripes changing back to black and red. Oh, the effects of the reverse T must have worn off. Naoki's heart skipped a beat, worried that Giratina might be angry. However, despite its menacing aura, Giratina remained silent. In fact, it even spoke in a surprisingly friendly tone, though a bit awkward. My friend, why are you looking at me like that? Go on, plant those crops. Naoki blinked, taken aback. Was Giratina pretending nothing had happened? Confused, Naoki thought, is it acting like the T's effects are still working? Giratina, fully aware of what Naoki had done, retained all its memories from the reverse. T's influence. When it first found itself expressing such friendly thoughts, it had been as shocked as anyone. And now, with the T's effect gone, it still felt embarrassed and entered an annoyed state. Its pride wounded, but too stubborn to admit it. Giratina was no fool. It knew that this human had come to fulfill the request it had made before, to plant flowers on the floating islands of its realm. Giratina was eager to see if flowers could truly bloom here. So, as the effects of the reverse T wore off, it decided to maintain a calm front, hoping not to frighten Naoki and his Pokémon. Giratina, however, hadn't realized that its recovery had already been noticed, nor was it aware that its body's color and appearance visibly shifted with its temperament. Watching Giratina pretend to still be under the influence, Naoki felt a smile tugging at his lips. Since Giratina wasn't acting aggressively, he decided to play along. With a nod to Kureiden and Calyrex, Naoki turned and buried the fruit seeds in the freshly softened soil. Then, stepping back, he left the next steps to Calyrex. The flower atop Calyrex's head glowed a soft blue, and in an instant, the buried seeds sprouted and grew, bursting forth as a tall fruit tree with lush, green leaves and branches, laden with ripe, juicy peaches. Success! Naoki beamed with joy. The tree had grown perfectly, which meant that life could flourish here in Giratina's world. Even Giratina couldn't hide its awe, its crimson eyes fixated on the vibrant fruit tree, clearly captivated by the sight of life thriving in a place once desolate. In its own domain, a world filled with decay and shadows, fruit had actually grown. For a moment, Giratina felt a surge of complex emotions. Since the beginning of time, it had been exiled to this barren realm due to its tempestuous nature. Angry, restless, and full of resentment, it spent eons drifting alone, gazing up through distorted reflections to catch glimpses of Arceus, its creator, basking in the light of the other world. Over millions of years, however, that initial storm of emotions quieted. Arceus and Dialga faded into the void, and Giratina came to accept this place as its own, occasionally peering through its lake to admire the sunshine, grass, and flowers of the other realm. Now, here in its own world, a vibrant tree stood before it, filled with life. Giratina watched the tree in silence, then turned its gaze toward Naoki and his Pokémon, as if in deep thought. Meanwhile, Naoki was fully captivated by the fruit tree, specifically by the strange, shimmering peaches growing on it. Something seemed unusual about them, and as he looked closer, information about the fruit appeared in his mind. Peach fruit, a highly toxic fruit that causes poisoning if consumed. Despite this, it's highly appealing to certain Pokémon, especially poison types, who find it irresistible. Not only that, but the tree itself seemed affected by the unique properties of this world. Peach fruit tree. Eternal, a typical peach tree transformed by antimatter, giving it an eternal state. It will remain as it is never withering, growing, or aging. Wow, Naoki whispered in awe. At last, he understood the significance of the phrase, all the rules in the reverse world are different from those in the real world.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.